10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is following
I've been following Jake.
Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water's heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah. So if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So, for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
Roads,
like with a B?
Billion with
Wow.
a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a webpage with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/what we do podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I
think
literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here. Boring. Yeah. We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG. These are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same, where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first three, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you.
Goats. They're the very symbol of Glacier National Park, and there is almost no better place in the park to see them than at Oberlin Bend. This section of the Going to the Sun Road travels along the cliffs and past the waterfalls just west of Logan Pass. The rock ledges and abundant vegetation provides ideal habitat for the shaggy white mountain goat. Watch for the little ones skipping about the rock cliffs in areas that would terrify most humans. Within days of being born, they are following mom up incredibly steep slopes. Sometimes the goats wander right down to the road or through the parking lot, however, so please remember that all park wildlife is wild. Although they may seem tolerant, they can also cause injury. Do not feed or approach them. Please help us keep wild goats wild and visible for years to come. Oberlin Bend also provides one of the best views of the Going to the Sun Road. Park your car and take the short boardwalk to the viewing platform. The sweeping vista of the garden wall with the Going to the Sun Road snaking along its cliffs is impressive. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the high peaks near the border with Canada, and, if you know where to look, you can spot Granite Park Chalet on a ridge high above the loop. Portions of this boardwalk were designed to be accessible by wheelchair, and if you notice, it's made out of a metal grate material. A former park superintendent saw similar walkways in parks in Australia and brought the idea back to Glacier on his return. The grate allows snow to fall through the walkway and helps relieve the pressure of the winter snows, and it also helps sunlight to penetrate below and maintain native vegetation under the boardwalk. Ready for a backcountry experience? The Gunsight Pass Trailhead is the starting point for one of the best two-night hikes in the park. This 18-mile hike has always been a great trip, but in the past, getting from the end point of the hike at Lake McDonald Lodge on the west side of the park back to your car over here has always been a hassle. Now that the new shuttle system is in place, hikers have free transportation back to Gunsight Pass Trailhead to retrieve their car. Or, an even better idea is to leave your car at the end point of the hike and take the shuttle to the beginning point here at Gunsight Pass. That way, when you're done with your hike and tired and dusty for the trail, your car is there waiting for you. However you arrange it, the hike from here to Lake McDonald Lodge provides a classic Glacier National Park experience. The trail winds in and out of dense forests for the first few miles to Gunsight Lake and continues up subalpine meadows to Gunsight Pass. Dramatic views of Gunsight Lake on one side and Lake Ellen Wilson on the other are your reward as you stand on the Continental Divide and enjoy the scenery. The trail then drops down to Lake Ellen Wilson before climbing Lincoln Pass over to Sperry Chalet and the Sperry Glacier. Sperry Chalet is one of two remaining backcountry chalets still in operation today. From the chalet, the trail drops steeply down to the McDonald Creek Valley below and ends across the road from Lake McDonald Lodge. Backcountry campers are required to obtain a permit prior to their trip. Stop at one of the permit offices or visitor centers and Ranger can give you guidance and assist in trip planning. Along this route, backcountry campgrounds at Gunsight Lake, Lake Ellen Wilson, and Sperry Chalet provide a range of choices for camping, and the chalet provides overnight accommodations that include meals as well if you want to experience the backcountry with just a touch of rustic luxury. Reservations for the chalet is a must, and reservations are recommended for backcountry campgrounds as well.
Hello again, Rocky Rangers. 2 quick announcements before we get started with this week's episode. They might sound familiar because they're the same as last episode. We still have a big pavement preservation project going on in the park. That's going to be creating delays and closures over the next week and change. The biggest impact? Alpine Visitor Center and Old Fall River Road will be completely closed on Thursday, August 17th. Other impacts are too complicated to cover in detail here, trust me on that, but you can get the full deets on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/ROMO. Look for alerts at the top of the page. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be hidden in our little menu. Find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. It's been rain lately with heavy thunderstorms and even continuous rain rolling in every afternoon. It's raining right now. Always check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are well below tree line before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Lightning is serious business, so play it safe. And now for our episode. This week, we join Design Outside, a class of undergraduate graphic and industrial design majors from the University of Kansas who spent a week camping at Moraine Park and expanding their creativity outside of the classroom and studio. As you'll hear, the class had a big impact on the students, and it was super fun to talk to them, to hear all the different types of projects that they'd come up with over the week, how the week impacted their design process now and potentially in the future, what it was like to camp for the first time for some of them, and to get to geek out about design stuff, because that's what I do all day usually. We hope this podcast inspires you also to camp, to explore Rocky, and to create beautiful things. Let's rock. How's it going?
Good.
How's your week been?
Very good out here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, how about you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Shellhorn, and I'm Associate Professor of Design at the University of Kansas. And I teach a summer class called, it's the Do Studio, Designing Outside. And the purpose of that is to really get the students outside of the traditional classroom setting and get them outside where they have to be in a place that pushes them to think about design and make things differently than they would otherwise. And it's been a great week out here at Rocky. The weather's been great, but it's just a good time to get them out of their comfort zone and, have to deal with things like climate and elevation and not being able to run into studio every 5 minutes to print stuff out. Yeah, so great.
Yeah. This is year 2, right?
This is year 2, yeah, second annual.
Yeah.
So I was certainly a little bit better at preparation. And
yeah. How did
so,
this feel this year compared to last year?
It was very good. I think I had a good mix. These students got to do a couple hikes to kind of get acclimated.
Oh,
we
nice.
went to Emerald Lake the first day.
Yeah.
We had a lot of flatlanders, so they
Yeah.
had to get used to the elevation.
Very smart for our listeners. Very smart move.
Yeah. And
Start
then
easy.
Started easy.
So you went up to Emerald Lake and did you do like sketching and stuff, or was it?
Yeah.
What was kind of involved?
So we got up there and just got acclimated to hiking in the elevation, and then just kind of had a sketch time.
Yeah.
And it was hot out, so we did
Yeah.
have a couple brave souls that did maybe get into the water.
Ooh.
And then
That'll wake you
very quickly got back out of the water and resumed sketching.
Never will you feel more alive.
Yeah. And
That's awesome.
So that was a great kind of first day to get acclimated. And then the next day, we went to Mills Lake.
Uh-huh.
Kind of the prototypical, gave them the story about, one of the proponents of getting, Rocky up as a park, Enos Mills, and he was actually a Kansan.
That's right.
From Lynn County, Kansas.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a little bit of story about how he ended up here. And so we went and visited the lake of his namesake.
That's great.
And then a couple of us that were up to a little more adventure kept on going to Black Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's a good hike.
And there was a little bit of snow.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier this week. Like, how much snow?
There was quite a few spots where we were crawling up and then maybe sliding down.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of snow.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
And I guess that was like late June.
Yeah.
Late June. That's pretty typical.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. And, one of the nice things
I
about
love
going
Black Lake.
past, Mills Lake was, it's fantastic to see that site. But if you're able to go maybe just a little bit farther, you beat a little bit of the crowds.
That was Mills Lake was kind of like my first introduction. So I came here for the first time, I guess 3 years ago, to make their brochure map.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody who uses a map in the park.
Yeah.
I came here to make that. And I stayed afterwards and did a backpacking trip. And like I went in Glacier Gorge, up to Mills Lake, up to Black Lake. And then I actually kept going up past that, like way up into Glacier Basin. And I tried to go over Stoneman Pass, and that's when I lost the prescription sunglasses that I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
So
got it.
there was still a lot of snow up in that pass.
Yeah.
And that was late. That was like in the 20s in July.
Wow.
Anyway, but it's beautiful up there. I love that. Like Longs and the Keyboard of the Winds coming down, and
Yeah.
Pagoda Mountain, Chief's Head.
Tried to point out
Black Lake,
as
too.
many places like that on our way, and certain times you head up that part of that particular trail and you get a good kind of side angle of the diamond on Longs Peak. And so we did have a couple climbers in our group. They did not venture to something that hard.
Yeah.
But a little bit of bouldering this week, and mostly hiking and sketching.
Oh, that's awesome.
And just getting out with the paints.
Yeah.
And stuff that sort of forced them to, get off screens for the week. So, I mean, as an educator, just a chance to get them to, experience a place like this, force them to have maybe some parameters they don't always have.
Yeah.
And force them to be a little bit more creative
Yeah.
about how they're going to create what we're looking at now is sort of a show. We're in Moraine Park Campground, and my students have put up a show, a little art and design show, and invited some of the camp guests here, and we're just hanging out and sort of looking at what they did this week.
Yeah, we're gonna walk around and play Pass the Mic.
Cool.
We're just gonna get to play like Duck Duck Goose,
Awesome.
kind of.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll do that in a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's so awesome, and it's something that we do try to promote, but I think doesn't get associated a lot with national parks is art.
Mm-hmm.
And art has always been so essential. Like part of the reason why Yellowstone was even set aside is that Moran went into the wilderness and hauled all the stuff and painted it and interpreted it so other people could see it and be like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and a painter
And it's
like,
inspired so
yeah.
much art too that isn't even about national parks necessarily. Like that's great that you made the
Mhm.
connection with Enos Mills.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Albert Bierstadt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The lake named
Incredibly
after him
famous
here.
here.
Same kind of deal. If you didn't have a photographer to send out, you had, paints and
Yeah.
drawing. And I think for these kids, they know how to use those tools, but this really sort of forces them
Yeah.
to do it.
And camping all week too.
Yeah.
It kind of gets you in a different
Absolutely.
headspace,
Absolutely.
especially
Slows
after
them
the
down.
first couple, like after the first
Yeah.
2 or 3 days when you're
Yeah.
like really in it, you're really embracing the new shower routine
Yes.
or lack thereof.
Yes. A couple
Cold
showers,
mornings and-
a couple
Uh-huh.
solar showers
Yeah.
that maybe we didn't set out in the sun.
Yeah, long
completely.
enough.
Yeah.
But you tried.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. You're
Yeah.
preparing for our solar future.
Right, yeah,
It's
that's-
smart,
Yeah.
but rather important in the sun.
Yeah.
Should we walk around and play tag?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just walk around. We
Okay.
can just drag the mic cables. It doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
They're strong.
Let's talk to these. We have a couple junior rangers that are.
Oh,
maybe
new
a little-
junior rangers.
Oh, all three of them right here.
Yeah, wow. All 3 of our junior rangers. What a treat.
Well, they said it was 9 and up for the activities, so
Yeah,
There was no age limit.
it's actually, I think, a growing in popularity. We'll probably have to pass the mic around a little. They're pretty specific to where they're held. All right, we have our 3 junior rangers.
yep, we're here.
Whenever people want to talk, we
Oh,
can just
yeah.
pass the mic around. Tell us your name.
My name is Alex.
And Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the University of Kansas.
University
which is
of Kansas.
everyone, yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, from Kansas.
From Kansas?
Yep.
Where in Kansas, in case we have Kansas listeners?
Just outside of Kansas City,
Okay.
in a suburb of Kansas City. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, why don't we go down the line?
I'm Gracie. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I also attend the University of Kansas.
And then my name's Dagny. I live in Denver, but I go to the University of Kansas.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Maybe I'll ask you more about that.
2 of us study industrial design, and then 1 of us graphics design. So
Nice. How did you enjoy the Junior Ranger program?
it was amazing. I learned a lot actually from
Really?
it. Yeah,
That's
some
great.
really great activities.
Yeah,
The ecosystems, I think, was the most interesting part.
yeah.
We're also about to go get the Stargazers badge.
Ooh,
patch
nice. You're going to go to the
tonight.
stargazing program?
Yep.
You will love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been getting out at night here enough to be able to see,
We've
but
had some good night skies.
yeah.
It's been pretty cloudy too.
Oh, that's true.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, I think tonight you're looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely clear.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people much above the age of 9 enjoy the junior ranger program. I almost think we should have an adult ranger program.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just doing the activities. I imagine parents involved with their kids learn a lot as well. Like with the kids, just
Yeah, that's what we hear. It's a great program.
Dagny and I have considered making. We thought it was one of our projects that would be fun to make our own patches. For being an adult ranger. Like
Oh,
adult,
nice.
We were thinking like all of the names like super senior, junior, senior ranger. Like we were trying to think of like how to be inclusive.
Mr. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't know. What have you guys thought about this week? You enjoyed camping all week?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely not something I've done in a long time.
Yeah. Any of you guys been to Rocky before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody?
yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Wow. There's such a big Kansas, Rocky, Denver, of course.
Neighboring state, man.
It's true, yeah.
It's not a far drive, and it's a lot better looking.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay,
yeah.
we have the
If you like
sunsets.
mountains,
We have sunsets.
that's true. Yeah, my fiance is from Wyoming, where it's in a little more open part of Wyoming and misses the sunsets.
Yeah.
Big open sky.
Baxter was chasing one. A
Yeah.
fellow classmate was chasing one, and he finally got a good one last night. So
Nice.
yeah, while he was fishing. So
So Jeremy gave a little bit of overview about the class, so people sort of get the overview. I think his intent was to shake things up, get you outside. How has it been different from your normal design life, if at all?
I mean, usually our design life is, tons of late night hours in a studio, dealing with the rest of college
Yep.
while trying to do design projects. This has just been completely different, being outside constantly,
Yeah.
having to adapt to the environment and what you just have available. I think there was a lot of creativity from using available supplies that you couldn't necessarily go to the store and pick up whatever you wanted. You kind of had to use what was available, and a lot of sharing of resources and
Uh-huh.
stuff like that.
Oh,
But
that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for the most part, graphics, we live oftentimes in the basement, so there's
Yeah.
very few windows.
I know how that goes.
So, there's the joke we had that's like, well, the only windows are on the computer. But it was like really fun not being in a basement, not being on a computer,
Yeah.
actually being outside in a temperature that was ideal instead of the humid Kansas weather. And so
Oh.
that was a lot of fun. And like, I did a lot more handmade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually feel like I fall heavily on, Illustrator program, like
Yeah,
Illustrator and
I definitely do.
mostly Illustrator for me. Yeah.
I think we all do that with the computer.
Yeah.
It was nice getting away from it.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Because during our normal design process, we usually jump into that technological aspect
Yeah.
really, really fast.
Yeah.
And staying away from that really, I know I got a lot more ideas than I normally would have
Really?
gone through.
Yeah.
Just by using the pencil and paper and
Huh.
some watercolor.
Yeah.
I think there's the Bauhaus philosophy of design where, like using a lot of materials to experiment. And it was fun. We do that in our first year of design school. It kind of gets lost when we go to the computer. And so it was nice kind of
Yeah.
returning to that and playing with physical materials. I was playing with some pine cones earlier today and like put some googly eyes on them. And that was just a great time.
We
were
like
doing
you
with
tripped,
that.
yeah. He just tripped over a pine cone and then he just started collecting them, and we were just like, "What is?"
I just picked it up and I looked at it and it looked like a face. And I was like,
Yeah.
this would be a great character. And so I just put some eyes on it.
It's like cabin fever, but with a van in your case.
Yeah, just with a van. Yeah. We watched The Shining last night. So
Oh man.
we're all thinking about
In
that.
that
Yeah.
little ranger section.
Have you been?
That was amazing being in the ranger station. My favorite thing was looking at how they store hats there.
Oh.
So cool.
Yeah, you saw the
I
hat
love that.
holders?
Geeked out about that a
Yeah,
bit.
I'm trying to think how to describe it for people. It's just like like two pieces of thick paper with kind of a circular cutout in it so that you can slide the brim of the flat hat down into it.
Yeah,
It's
so the
pretty-
hat
yeah.
sits flat against the wall.
Yeah, and it keeps it in a flat, it keeps the right shape and all that stuff.
Everyone had their name next
Yeah.
to their hat, which was just really cute.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's like, going to class, hanging up your hat.
I
Yeah,
really want to make one now.
Yeah.
Just because I have so many
So
floppy
many
hats.
for
uniforms.
kids and
Yeah,
mini
'cause-
uniforms.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
that was the
exactly.
cutest thing. We went to the Alpine Ridge Visitor Center, and they had all those like mini junior ranger or like just ranger outfits for like kids. And
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been enjoying a lot of the mini outdoor gear that is out there for children.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm pretty sure the Junior Ranger badge is bigger than the actual badge. So,
actually have to agree with that.
Is yours made out of plastic though?
no, they are metal. That is different.
Dang.
Actually, I don't
I
have
feel
a
che-
badge right now.
I feel cheated.
Because I'm also often in the office and on Illustrator and in Photoshop and in InDesign, and I find the same thing. Even being here, sometimes it's hard to remember to get just like sketch stuff.
Yeah.
It's also can be so much more time saving, I think, too, to just get stuff out. You know what I mean? Like when you're really proficient in Illustrator, you can do some things. You can be fast, but I just think there's something cool to just
I feel like sometimes you get to your result almost a little too fast and
Yeah,
miss out on the
exactly.
creative process.
exactly.
Because I think a lot of the fun I had today, like this whole week, was just like playing in my sketchbook because I haven't really used like markers and ink or gouache all that much in like recent years. Like I love like those like just illustrating by hand and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun, just like experimenting with layering and how those
Yeah.
look and interact with each other. And so it's like kind of a fun. I really didn't do anything graphic design wise. I just was like illustrating all week, and it was
Yeah.
like really cathartic,
Yeah,
really fun.
sounds great.
Yeah.
Is your all's stuff? What's your all's stuff?
I did the I'm calling it the climbing universal route identifier. Or
Oh,
yeah, so I feel like climbing routes could be increased safety wise if they had a better like designation system.
Mhm.
So I just started like talking to some climbers, and out of the climbers I pulled several of the crags, mainly at Lily Mountain. None of them knew the name of the route they were climbing or the difficulty,
really?
nor the amount of
Interesting.
protection that was required. 0% of them. So I
Wow.
thought that was like kind of crazy.
Interesting.
And so I felt like if, some little like small designation tags could be made with the route information from the difficulty level and also the amount of protection needed.
Interesting.
And also when it was bolted. So that's on the back of the tag.
Uh-huh.
So I made some little prototypes and put them on a route and photographed them, and then
Oh, that's great.
tried to use. I was hoping like all the climbing routes designations around the world are all kind of different, and so I was hoping
Yeah.
to maybe use shapes and color and maybe a new system that they could all fit within.
Mhm.
Could kind of unify them. So I was trying to use almost like the skiing slope system of
Uh-huh.
a green circle tag for
Right.
low level routes. And then, all from the Yosemite system to like all the other worldwide ones, they could all put their numbers on it.
Right.
But it'd
Somewhere
have
on that scale.
somewhere on that
Yeah.
scale, but they could all have a unifying design language of, the lowest ones are green circle up to, blue square to all the way up to, like a black diamond.
Yeah,
So,
that's awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully Jeremy will send me example like everyone's stuff, but
yeah, I'm excited to work some more on it. Maybe
Yeah.
send it over to you. So.
yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our climbing folks would think about it.
Yeah, because we definitely I remember just speaking with Alex real quick on his that one thing that was really cool too was the idea. Sorry, I was getting distracted.
That's okay.
Um,
Yeah, we've got some campers or other visitors that have showed up to check it out.
Yeah, they're from the next campsite over.
Nice, making connections.
I'll get back to my thought. I just kind of escaped me. So I guess what I did was I just focused on a lot of illustration because I really wanted to make a children's book.
Ah,
But
nice.
we did so much outdoor activity that I really didn't have the time to sit down and illustrate. So I just made a little character, a little chipmunk.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking of how he might interact with the mountains and the ecosystems because I really thought it'd be a cool way to educate on the ecosystems and introduce to other characters among ecosystems.
Mm-hmm.
And so I made a little bear too. So it's for you, that's the
Yeah.
birds on top of my sketchbook, but then it's the mountains and then the little things at the bottom with the
That's awesome.
little red jacketed.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's kind of what I just did this week was
Yeah.
thinking of more of a younger approach to the mountain.
yeah, that is a fun feel.
So,
I'm trying to think of what era or something it reminds me of, but I like it.
thanks.
Yeah,
I don't have a name for him yet, so
yeah.
if you have any suggestions.
For now, he's just Blank,
Yeah,
the
he's
bear.
Blank.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
I kind of like Blank the Bear.
Blake the bear.
Actually,
Yeah, that's cute. No, I like the. Yeah, but
Yeah.
that was kind of my approach. I work with preschoolers back in Kansas, so
Oh,
I kind of
okay.
had them in mind when I
Uh-huh.
was making it, the idea and
That's
the colors
great.
and stuff. So yeah, I was really thinking how could I teach the kids I teach in Lawrence
uh-huh.
about what I've experienced and how they can help save the Rocky Mountain National Park, or how they can make a difference, or even just be more educated in a very
Yeah.
easy way.
Oh, that's super awesome. Yeah. That's great. What about you?
So I focus specifically on some hiking shoes for people hiking specifically within the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Uh-huh.
Because as a child, I did a lot of hiking, but my footwear wasn't adequate enough, so it really made me really dislike hiking, dislike backpacking.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was able to find the shoes that actually worked for me
Yeah.
and for my environment. And I notice a lot of people on the trails are wearing these athletic shoes, which
Yeah.
don't really translate well into this environment, especially when you're encountering snow and rocks and water and dust and dirt and everything. So I thought about the specific trail conditions that we encountered on our different hikes, and then looked up a few on some hike rating websites and tried to combine a shoe where you're keeping that toe protected, you have a sole that can really handle those rocks and those sharp inclines, and then also more specifically finding a way so that way people can casually go through those areas with those snowbanks
Uh-huh.
and still be safe and not be sliding down. So I know that most snow protection is goes over the whole shoe, and you take it completely on and off, and thinking maybe of a thing where you can flip it so it starts out on the outside of your shoe, and you can flip it down and goes on the bottom side of your
cool.
shoe. So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily in use all the time.
Yeah. Is that do you do a lot of product kind of design like that in your normal
Yeah,
school
I
stuff?
would say shoes is my emphasis right
Yeah.
now.
You really like shoes?
Yeah, I really like them. I've been having a good time drawing them.
That's awesome.
And there's a lot of different variations.
Yeah. Yeah. I like lots of weird types of shoes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Right now I have on, what are these? Tiny, super thin, barely there barefoot sandals.
The
But I like,
soles are really thin.
yeah, they're super thin. But
They're
yeah,
really nice.
yeah, shoes are fascinating. And like you said, especially if you end up hiking or backpacking a lot, you start to really care about shoes
Yeah.
because you
and-
hate when your feet are killing you.
Yeah, and I'm a person with a really weird foot, so if other people can not be feeling the same discomfort I have in the past,
Yeah,
that would be a great thing. And
That's
I'm sure
awesome.
a lot more people would come outside and
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
yeah, that's really cool. What a diversity.
What do ranger boots what does a ranger usually wear? Because I feel like they, with as much as you guys are outdoors, is there a standard issue boot?
Let's move out of the smoke. Yes. Yeah, we're right by the campfire. We said we were going to have podcasts that were like we were sitting around a campfire, and we actually are this time.
Very literally.
What's up? Too bad you can't see it. We'll get some sound of the crackling fire later. Ranger, there are standards. Yeah, there are uniform standards. So in terms of appearance and things like that. And then there's like specific ones that you can order. And then people who are out in the back country, or, you know, like climbing rangers, or there's more choice about what works for you. So, I mean, nobody's going to want to let you go out with something like totally inadequate, but most people are just like, these are the type of boots that work for me, you know. They tend to be brown leather. We try to keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the uniform standards are, I don't know them as well as I should, because I don't usually, I don't get to wear a uniform as much as I'd like to, really. Yeah.
I actually, Alex and I recalled what you were going to say about the tags. And
Yeah.
It was just the fact that we thought like How Is Their Way National Parks could be a part of that, because you wouldn't like I think you actually did you see how much that cost for rescue?
Well, I just tried to look up some data on rescue, and from what I could tell and some brief sources, it looked like climbing rescues were the most expensive rescue operation that the park can have. I was reading stories about helicopter rescues, and I found just one bill, like one cost, which was I think a little over $30,000 for one rescue for a climbing operation. So I thought, man, if there's anything we can do to make those routes safer, which I feel like knowledge is power. So if you can equip people with more knowledge about the climbing environment and the route, that possibly you could reduce the number of climbing rescues you need.
Yeah, because that's what we were thinking too. Is like yesterday was actually my first time rock climbing, and Alex was like looking for the specific route he had picked out for us, because like I couldn't climb anything harder than, well, I think it was a 5.2 that we might have found. But yeah, I couldn't have climbed anything probably harder than that. I mean, I'm
that was
already
your first time.
Exactly. And so like thinking about like, you know, that kind of also like if maybe you don't know what to look for and you get misled. So like thinking about how like that icon like would really could save, because people then might also realize like, oh, I can't quite do this one yet, and like think about that.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think we found the right route because we were using a guidebook, which I thought I had the most updated guidebook, but I guess we were trying to, you know, climbing routes are designated by, it's the third bolted route from the left side of this rock feature. And I think more bolted routes had gotten added since that guidebook had been published. So it was kind of interesting.
It's a very popular climbing place up here. That's interesting. It's cool that you were thinking about that. I just met with one of the climbing rangers today, Everett, and we're going to work with him on a new preventative search and rescue video. PSAR is what we call it in the Park Service, for Longs Peak, for exactly what you're saying. Like, number one, we don't want anyone to get hurt ever, obviously. And then number two, whenever someone needs a rescue, you're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's what they do for a living, but still. And then, the cost is incredibly high. So
I think something that everybody forgets, whether you're new to it or old to it, that usually looks a little easier from the ground.
And I think, and this is what we're going to try to convey in the video for people with Longs Peak, is that it kind of has a reputation as a climb or as a hike, and it's not a hike.
Yeah, we went up to the visitors center.
Oh, really?
Up there, and we're like, oh yeah,
Isn't
this
that
is
cool?
very intense.
Yeah.
They had some cool shoes up there.
Yeah, that's true. They give you.
We met some llama rangers.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to go out with them soon, sometime this summer. We're going to do a podcast with them. I'm glad. The Longs Peak Ranger Station is really cool. It really apparently gives you a feel for it. I haven't climbed yet, but I'm going to a week from next Thursday, because we're going to go up there to start getting some shots, and for me to scope out places where we can get shots, and just getting that message out there to people of like, take it seriously, because it's a type of thing once you get past the keyhole where if you fall, you'll probably die. You'll at least be very badly injured and need intense rescue. So I think people go not realizing that. Anyway.
We had a lot of fun. We went out as a group, and also, this is a different segment, but you through Jeremy, encouraged us to look at the wayside signage. Yeah. We had a lot of fun looking at that and kind of seeing
I bet.
The design of those and how they designated or, showed information to visitors. It was really interesting looking at those. We tried to do, we kind of talked about one as a group as like a see-through wayside sign, so that you could maybe etch the outline of the mountain with the peak information.
Get to the right level.
You get to the right level and look through it and see
that's interesting.
The kind of mountain range.
Here,
right.
It's like it's a perspective point.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that we noticed was like you had to look, and compare before you really kind of saw what parts of the mountain were where. But I could, and I always thought like it was kind of evolved from the idea of like maybe an app, but then we realized service is so non-existent up on those mountains. But
Yeah.
like, that idea that you could use GPS and like hold it up and kind of like those constellation apps that show you where constellations are, it could show you the peaks and you could just like tap these little hot spots and it would give you that information. So something.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier this week, that's something that I would love to see happen is an app for a park.
That'd be amazing. I think.
And I've seen some prototypes for a couple parks, and basically the way they work is that when you're at home, when you download it, they say, do you want to download all the content for offline use? So that way you can, when you're at your hotel or visitor center, before you get there, you can have it all. And then there's one like that for the National Mall in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can hold it up and just move around, and it'll show you like where all the museums and monuments and things
so
like that
cool.
are. Yeah.
I like that interactive aspect because it's almost like virtual reality.
Yeah.
Or augmented reality, where it kind of like transposes something computer generated on top of something real. And I think that's like a really cool interactive way to like learn more information.
Yeah, to learn more. Yeah, I think that's, we're all any way that we can let people learn more stuff.
Oh yeah. I think that's why I like the Junior Ranger program so much, is because it was so informative. And I was kind of like, it was funny going into the station like, oh yeah, we're here for our Junior Ranger badge. And they're like, how old are you? You know what I mean? But I think that like having something like that, just like
we're over 9.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
If it says up, sir, up. We just happen to be up.
Exactly.
The Junior Ranger program actually ended up leading us around the park a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a more fulfilling visit from this time, even though I've been here a lot in the past, being someone from Denver.
Yeah.
Than I ever had before, just because it's a lot more information and you feel like you have more of a mission.
Yeah, because like we were like, oh my gosh, is that a bird in our handbook? And we were like, what bird is this? And we were really into it. And then like Dagny and I had an unfortunate, we had to run back to our campsite because we needed to grab something before dinner. But on our way back, we were lucky enough to run into some bears. So it was like, while we were a little bit late for dinner, we also had this crazy experience where we got to see a mom and her cubs. And so like that was like, and we were just like, we get to put this in our ranger book.
I think
so excited about it.
I think like what you were saying earlier about like being more creative, having more ideas come to you, that kind of thing. That's exactly like when you're outside all day, basically. Stuff just more stuff happens that is unusual.
Oh yeah.
Your life is much less planned, and so it's like, oh, we were a little late, and then we saw bears.
Yeah,
because if you'd been a little earlier, you wouldn't have seen them.
No, not at all. Because like well, Dagny saw it first, but like last time I was in Estes was August, and I actually stayed at a cabin here, and I feel like I spent so much time like at the cabin, not really thinking about like how much I wasn't experiencing the outside. Whereas like I've been outside all week, and like counting down the days for a shower and stuff, like you just like, and we've been able to witness like deer walking through our campsite and like just like, and we had a bear spook that spooked a couple campers and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just been like a fun experience that I couldn't have had if I was in the safety of 4 walls.
There's one right now. Right next to that other. Is that mule deer?
Oh yeah. Yep, mule deer just a little ways out from the campsite. Man, it's such a nice evening. It's too bad we can't transmit temperature.
Would you really
wind
want to, though? We want you to come here.
That's true. We do. We do want you to come
I
here.
hope VR doesn't get that good.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever become like 4D. But I was going to say that like, I think what's craziest about being here is like I'm used to like 90-degree, 60% plus humidity, and like coming here has been like a dream. And I was like, I had to go buy a hat. Like I was like, I'm going to go back to Kansas, and I am not going to be able to use this hat. Like,
yeah, I remember the first time I grew up in the South and kind of the Midwest, so humid for sure. And they don't get to choose who talks on mic next. We choose them. Oh. It's like Duck, Duck, Goose. They just have to accept it. Those are the rules. So I lived in Mississippi, Iowa, Kentucky, places that are hot and humid in the summer. And then I went to Yellowstone for the first time, and I worked there for a whole summer. And I lived about this elevation, like 8,000, almost 8,000 feet. I was at Canyon. And then I came home, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't handle that. Like, it's almost like I never noticed it before, and then it ruined it for me. I think that's why a lot of people, we get a lot of people, just for it's so refreshing and cool.
Love that dry air.
Yeah, exactly.
My lips
Gives me
have
life.
Never been more chapped. I already have gone through my chapstick.
It takes actually, that's something that we try to tell people in our visitor information. So we're telling you now in visitor information that
Apply chapstick before
Yeah.
you arrive.
As you drive
Vigorously.
towards Colorado, the closer you get, the more chapped your
Every
legs.
Yeah.
That's how I can tell
miles,
when I'm going to
apply
get
more
home.
it takes you a while to get used to it. Who are we gonna pick next on Mike? Thanks so much for talking
thank
to
you.
me, to us. Who's next? I'm stepping on my cords. Does anyone want to? Because if not, then you're gonna be assigned. Yeah, hop on Mike. We'll pass it around. Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't come prepared.
yeah. Lay down.
I thought I did,
Let's
but
get like 16 bars. I'm just kidding.
yo, my name's
Yeah,
Blake.
we'll give him 16 bars. Now I just have 16 ain't enough in my head. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Oh man, Andre 3000 just destroys on it for like 3 minutes straight. Anyway, what's your name?
My name's Blake.
Blake. Where are you from, Blake?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
I have family in St. Louis.
Really? Where?
I think Webster Grove.
Oh, yeah.
Webster Grove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm also from St. Louis.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my uncles and 3 cousins and my aunt. St.
So
Louis.
The whole family.
Yeah,
basically.
and then my uncle's still there, and Kansas City. I've got my cousins in
All
Kansas
right,
City.
all right.
So yeah,
Yeah, it was hard making the switch from St. Louis to Kansas.
yeah.
Yeah, I was a Mizzou fan. I don't know
Uh,
if you've heard, but we're all KU students. And,
Uh-huh.
For my whole life, basically, I was a Tiger fan, and I was like,
that was hard, huh?
Everyone else likes Mizzou out here. I'm gonna like something
Yeah.
else.
Nice.
But
So, have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park
I
before?
have not.
No, this is your first time.
Yep. I've
So,
been to Yellowstone though. I've been all
Okay.
over the country. So
Yeah.
yeah.
what'd you think about this park compared
Honestly,
to some others that you've been to?
some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen.
Really?
I mean, I've been, like I said, all over the country, and the mountains are my favorite part
Yeah,
of it.
Me too.
Like, I guess.
Yeah.
Any natural setting.
yeah.
So-
It's kind of my thing as
And
well.
plus, I took a geology class earlier
Uh-huh.
this semester. So.
Oh
learning
yeah, it
about
must be really cool to be
Yeah,
here with all
the
this
plate
exposed rock
tectonics
and
yeah.
think about how different things formed.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah. Did you go up on Trail Ridge Road at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Lava Cliff there?
I don't.
It's a pullout there. It's a thick layer of rock that was from a big volcanic explosion from the Never Summer Mountains, which are to
Wow.
the west. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't get. I didn't see that.
It's easy to miss. There's a lot to look at when you're on Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes.
Yeah.
were-
What'd you think about that, Trail Ridge Road? That's one of the things that
I
I
had
think.
trouble breathing
Yeah.
on my way up there. I was short of breath.
Yeah.
And like there was this one point where there was a parking spot before the visitor center. There was like a parking area and
Yeah.
a walkout, and you could see like a whole bunch of different peaks.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what that area was called, but as I was walking downhill and out of breath.
Yeah.
Getting to the
Yeah.
scenic.
It surprises people.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot less oxygen in every breath up there. Yeah.
You're right. And I mean, I saw someone smoking a cigarette up there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How are
Their
they
lung
breathing?
capacity must be incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want some
They're
of that.
superhumans.
Sometimes I've been up there at Alpine Visitor Center, and did you go to Alpine Visitor Center?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that's a cool visitor center.
Yeah. I got to see both gift shops. It was really,
That's the highest elevation visitor center in the National Park Service.
really.
The entire
That
National Park
was
Service. yeah.
12,000, like 13,000.
It's just under 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
all
just
right.
a little bit under 12. Actually, I should know the exact number because it's on our podcast that we just put out today. It's like 11,796 or something
Okay.
like that. It's close to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the highest
Right,
one.
right above the tree line.
Yeah.
It was really cool just coming up from an area where there's heavy forest,
Uh-huh.
and then it just cuts off and there's
Yeah.
nothing. It's like a completely different environment,
It
but
is.
at the same time it's just it goes together. I can't explain how many things are running through my mind. Like, how is this?
Yeah. It's pretty mind blowing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for me, it always has a really surreal feel. You're just like, how is this
Right.
real life?
Right. Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
everything's a little weird.
Yeah, I feel like humanity is not supposed to be on the top of mountains, but somehow
Biologically, we are not. But, it's hard to survive up there.
Definitely.
And that road's only open a little bit of the year.
Right. I saw those giant sticks on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those are for the plows, right?
Exactly.
How big is the plow that goes up on that road?
They're huge. They're actually not plows. They're rotaries. So they're like a giant snowblower. So on the front
like
of them,
like a fan, like a blade.
Yeah, they're like a spiral blade on the front. That's like 4 feet tall or maybe more, and then so it basically eats the snow in, and then spits it really high out the back. Because if you plowed it, there wouldn't even be anywhere to.
So, but it doesn't shoot it back onto the road, right?
No,
right?
yeah, it shoots it at an angle, like
all
over the
right.
side of the road.
All right.
Yeah, so the snow is so deep that they have to take multiple passes with that thing.
Yeah, I
so
figured
it's
as
pretty
much.
crazy.
Yeah.
And this year, they had it all clear. We were like almost ready to go, maybe open the road a little earlier than expected. And then we had, like here where we're standing, 3.5 feet of snow. This was like
right here in this camp.
This is like mid-May.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, I guess snow stays up there until like a couple weeks from today.
Yeah,
right?
if you'd been here a few weeks ago, there would have been a ton of snow up there.
Oh my gosh.
It's just that once the sun starts getting really intense and the days get long and it gets clear, the snow melts incredibly fast. But like I went up there, you should go on our Facebook and look. I went up there and took some 360 photos, and it was like May 22nd, and it's, I have on a huge
coat. Up on top of Trail Ridge Road?
Yeah, I have on a huge coat, and the snow is like incredibly deep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I still can't imagine the snow in the summer. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the snow sticks around here a really long time.
Coming up from St. Louis, it was probably 70 to 80 degrees a day. And then I've been wearing a sweatshirt, doubling up on the sweatpants every night. It's crazy. And it's like, it's July.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So
this is about as warm as it gets.
Yeah.
Just about.
It's crazy thinking about. I got a chance to go down to San Francisco. It was the same thing.
Yeah, in the summer it's chilly. It's quite chilly.
But
as Mark Twain said. So what kind of design do you do?
I'm an industrial designer.
Okay.
It's my senior year.
I'm
getting ready to enter the real world.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very prepared.
Well, you are and you aren't.
Right.
I'm 32. There's definitely a learning curve.
Right.
It's good though.
I mean,
because it's a lot of it's the kind of stuff that you can't learn until you do it. You just have to
exactly.
do it.
It all comes with experience.
You'll figure it out. Like I never would have thought I would ended up here in this job.
Right.
When I was a senior in college, never could I have imagined.
So. I know my passions are going to lead me where I want to go. I've been drawing since first grade.
Yeah. So what's it been like being here? So I mean, normally when you're probably designing on the computer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Like all of us do that do design.
Coming out into this environment, having no studio.
Yeah.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I did cheat a little bit. I went to Kind Coffee, and I had an opportunity to sit down and work on my computer for the necessities. But for the most part, I was doing a lot of drawing, sitting right outside of my tent.
Yeah.
And the environment is just so peaceful, and I mean, you really get an opportunity to hone in on what's going on in your head and what you want to put on the paper. And for me, it's like a new kind of piece and an upgrade in my creativity.
That's awesome.
So I really love it. And I mean,
hopefully there's ways you can find to bring that in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
it can be challenging, but
you're right. But it's testing new things.
Yeah.
And experiencing things that you otherwise would not have.
Yeah.
That help you grow.
Is your stuff up here?
Yeah.
Let's walk over.
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is me.
Oh, that's super cool. I was wondering who did that.
I made a raincoat, and
that's awesome.
It doubles as inside of the sleeves come off. They button to the chest portion, and inside of the sleeves you can store rain chaps.
Oh, yeah.
But it also doubles as insulation.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So, yeah, it was just the quick idea I thought of. Usually it takes me longer than a week to create a product, but
why do you think it went faster here?
Well, actually, good question. It's because I got to experience the environment myself. And I I recognized what would be easy, light, and efficient to bring with you on a hiking trail or rock climbing. Because you never out here. I've learned that the weather is pretty unpredictable.
It's it's crazy.
So you want to be prepared for hot, cold, rain, sunshine,
like all in a day.
Yeah, so,
especially if you go up to Trail Ridge.
Right, and you want to also pack lightly too.
Oh, for sure.
So I thought I'm going to make a coat that can keep you warm, protect you from rain. There's a ranger style cap that actually,
I see that big wide brimmed cap. That's actually that's a really cool idea.
And it like slides into the hoodie. So it
whoa.
So if you see here, it's like a drawstring.
That is super cool.
If you ever seen like one of those wire frisbees that just folds.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
that.
So it protects.
Yeah.
It's like a sunlight,
Sure. Yeah,
So,
I mean, you need sun protection here as much as rain.
Right, exactly.
And it goes back and forth.
Because I've gotten sunburnt, and I've also been shivering. So it's all part of the experience for me, and
it's invigorating.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it is interesting. When I'm a big hiker and backpacker, and like, I think you just tend to get interested in gear stuff. Like,
I mean,
you
definitely.
To the point where people who aren't into it almost think you're a weirdo. But it's like when you're freezing cold and not thinking very straight and it's you can't see and whatever, like you care about how nice a zipper is, how nice a zipper pull is, things like that.
If there's a need for it, there's a market for it.
Yeah.
And if there's not a market for it, that's an opportunity to make one.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff do you normally do in terms of design? Is it all over the place, or do you focus on particular types of products?
My specialty is computer-aided design, CAD. So this last semester, I created a computer mouse. And it was more of a task mouse. It vibrated, and it like had an LED light on the bottom that would pop up, say blue if it was social media, green if it was a work-related email, or red if it was a text.
So when you're designing that in CAD, are you going into like the tiniest detail? Like, to what level do you have to go?
Basically, from start to finish, I'll decide who I'm going to be designing for. I decided in this case I was going to make something for a person in an office-related environment. So I researched what that person does on a daily basis, what they need, what can make their job easier. So once I figured that out, I did 100 to 200 sketches of just quick product, quick mouses, getting the form right. Then I took those sketches and I brought them into CAD, and I made a model, and I made probably 6 or 7 different models until I got my form right. And from there, I moved it into KeyShot, which is a rendering program. It's what a lot of car companies do to put their car in an environment like this without bringing the car actually out
they
here.
just render it into the environment.
Yeah,
put
so
your light sources and a few things.
Yeah, exactly. They choose the angle of the light. It makes it look real, as if you just took a photograph of it. So after that, then I'll put it all together, wrap it up, and put it in Photoshop and whatnot.
Yeah.
And label my process and clarify my steps along the way.
That's super cool.
So yeah.
So do you think that this trip or anything that you learned or experienced here is going to translate over into your design? And
definitely. What this trip has taught me is how important it is to understand what the user needs and experiencing on a personal level what it means to research your audience, I guess. And I actually did it backwards. Well, I guess the right way. I researched my audience by hiking and doing things outside in the national park, which gave me the idea to create a coat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a natural step I learned that I really think will be valuable for me in the future.
That's awesome.
I'm testing out products for other people, and I want to understand what's like in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good first visit.
Yeah. I mean,
we're always here.
I'll be back for sure.
We're supposed to be here forever. So as long as the United States is a country, which we also hope is forever, we're supposed to be here. So, we'll be here.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to come back and have my next experience here. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for having us.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, it was. Yeah, when Jeremy approached me last year about it the first time, he was kind of like, "Do you think we get a campsite?" And because housing is really tight here.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have enough houses for our own employees, and so it's hard. But he was like, "Oh, we'll camp. It'll be great." That's exactly what I want.
Right.
Because it's going to put people in a different
in that environment, where
in a
they're
different
forced-
headspace, where they're forced to use different tools, or they're forced to like make art despite physical discomfort, or
or
whatever.
Experience it from a different from a process.
Just shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, maybe this doesn't happen for everybody, but I definitely relate to what you said and what other people is just like being outside day after day, all day. It takes a few days, but after a few days in, you start to kind of get in a different
Right.
space.
Getting used to the altitude, definitely.
Yeah, and that
was
definitely
probably
takes
the
time.
hardest
Did you have
part.
headaches or anything?
I didn't have headaches. I had breathing problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So I had to call
That's
it
not
short.
uncommon.
But after the second and third day, I was 100%
Doing way
ready to
better,
go.
yeah.
I went climbing yesterday, and I didn't actually get to climb because it started drizzling. But I went up the hill to the climbing spot, and I just felt 100% better than I did Monday.
Yeah.
So
that's good that you recognize that. Some people don't even realize necessarily, and they keep pushing it, and then they feel real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I get headaches. I don't. I mean, I live here, but when I was first adjusting, it usually takes me a couple weeks to feel like pretty.
Right, like you're in a natural
environment. And the actual to become some people never become 100% acclimatized, which is interesting. Yeah, quite a few
Is
people.
it like smokers or?
No, it's not really understood why. Number one, different people adapt to altitude differently, and number two, this is what makes it confusing, is the same person on different instances will react very differently. So you can have someone who's acclimatized a bunch and never had a problem, and they're in great shape and blah blah, all the things, and then just one trip, they'll just have huge problems.
Wow.
Or I had a friend.
Part of that might be because they're used to the extreme.
It could be. One of my friends, I've had multiple friends who are backpackers who are just like in incredible shape, and they even went early and took the time to acclimatize, and they'd had other trips where they were fine, and it just like shut them down.
Yeah.
Like almost to a dangerous level.
I mean,
so it's pretty interesting.
The crazy thing is I think I hiked 7 miles my first day, and it didn't feel like 7 miles. It was just the fact that I was going uphill the whole time.
Yeah.
That I think it was almost a mental thing for me. Like, like you need to chill out, breathe a little bit more.
And it's like a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it until Jeremy said it, and I was like, wow, I guess I really do have to let nature figure itself out.
For sure. Yeah,
So-
I think that's one of the things that's kept me loving national parks, I think, and just, what we facilitate, the experience that we're trying to let people have, like the experience that you had, which is, to have that opportunity to like experience nature as it is without control, with as little control as possible.
Right.
And just to see that and like you said, learn how to like embrace it, be ready for it,
Right.
be safe, be smart,
And be creative.
be creative. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a huge part of it for sure. That's awesome.
This is a great experience, and I really appreciate
Yeah.
you having us out here again.
Glad to
Rock
hear it.
Chalk Jayhawks.
Nice.
And I'll hand the mic off.
Who else should we give the mic to? We should hand it off to something.
All right.
Somebody. One more.
Ryan?
Oh, okay. Group picture. Oh, the smoke.
Anyone up on
We can get Miles with his stuff.
Anybody?
Ah. Yeah, where should we stand?
Oh man.
Oh, you've been chosen. You can pass it.
You can't call camera shy because it's a microphone.
That's true. We thought that would help.
All right.
I don't know. We're going to get a group picture first, though.
Can we continue the interview during the picture?
Yeah, we can do the interview during the picture.
Everybody say
I mean,
cheese.
the worst thing that'll happen is I just have to spend half a second editing it out. So I would never edit you out.
I hope you do edit. That's the thing.
Just be really boring.
We're gonna have all the tall.
Just be really boring.
Yeah, exactly. We'll cut you right out.
Yeah, sorority squad.
Sorority squat.
I'm just casually holding up mine.
Work it, use it.
Work it.
Say cheese.
Where?
Oh!
Oh.
Snag.
That's a Leica too, isn't it? You better be. That's a precious, precious child.
No, I can't.
I just nodded it.
Why did we stay right here?
Wow. Memory card full. It was meant to be. Oh, phone picture.
All right, here we go. Am I not squatting then? Thank you.
Nice.
I think the memory on the recorder's full too.
No, it's not.
No?
Sorry. Yeah.
Alright.
We can only record 21 hours, 48 minutes, and
Oh.
36 more seconds.
Are we
So,
planning on being out here this long?
Yeah. Turns out audio doesn't take up that much.
What about the batteries? Battery low or
space.
something?
I've got an extra set of batteries.
Oh.
So, nice
Came
try, though.
prepared.
What's your name again?
I'm Luke.
Luke. Where are you from, Luke?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison.
Most beautiful place other than the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Madison's pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah.
You been there?
I have. Two of my best friends from college both went to University of Wisconsin in
I
Madison.
wish I could have gone there.
They liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they liked it there a lot. I think the winter's not as much.
No, once you're used to it, it's not too bad.
Right.
And it makes everywhere else feel.
If you're from there,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just cold.
I actually, a lot of the times, wish the winter here were colder, but less windy.
Yeah.
So the
No,
winters
that's the thing.
here, it's surprising here. A lot of times in the winter, it's above freezing,
Yeah.
but the wind is like
That's-
brutal.
That's what makes like Kansas winters almost worse than Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin will be 10, 15 degrees
Yeah,
colder,
exactly.
but like not wind.
Yeah,
So, like,
I would gladly take like 0 degrees and calm
Yep.
over like
Oh, for sure.
35 and windy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get that more on the west side of the park. They get the colder, stiller,
Yeah.
deeper snow, 'cause then you can cross country ski.
Yeah, I bet. About 2 years ago, Wisconsin was colder than Mars. Parts of Wisconsin. It's like negative 130 degrees wind chill
Ooh,
in like the eastern part of the state.
damn, that hurts.
Like you go outside, like your eyelashes and
Yeah.
your nose just like all freeze up. People are like, you get like boiling water and you throw it outside and it just turns
Yeah.
to snow right away.
Yep, I've done that.
That's insane.
I lived in Alaska for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets
You
gets pretty cold.
you gotta find some ways to have fun out there.
Yeah.
You can't.
I like deep cold, but
Yeah.
some people hate it.
Yeah, I can do it.
I dig it.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't like it.
No?
Taylor was complaining all day today, and it was sunny and maybe 70 degrees. She's bundled up.
Where's Taylor from? Oh, okay. You're from
Clearwater.
Yeah.
She says Wichita. 'Cause she likes to be a city girl.
Dang. We're getting real. Getting real. Nice. Have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
No.
No.
Okay.
My mom lives in Golden though, so
Oh,
I'm
okay.
in the area.
So you've been around.
I've been in Colorado before.
You
but
go to the mountains much when you're in
Mhm.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you've been up in the mountains, just
Yeah.
not in Rocky.
skiing.
Yeah. How does what do you think?
I love it. It's like I didn't know what to expect on this class, but
Yeah.
I have already like planned a trip to come back like with
Really?
my friends. Yeah, we went to Door County up in Wisconsin last year. We were camping like on Lake Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about like road tripping out here with them. Like
That's awesome.
there's just endless things to do out here.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Do you guys want to be on mic? We'll pass it around.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, and what kind of design do you do?
I'm in industrial design.
Industrial. Another industrial
Yes.
designer. We
Yep,
gotta-
and so are these two.
Awesome. This is cool.
Handing off to
Yeah.
Tay-Tay.
We'll just pass it around. Tay-Tay. Is that your legal name? I'm just kidding. What's your name?
Taylor,
Taylor.
Yep.
And you're from Kansas.
Mhm.
Where in Kansas?
Clearwater, Kansas.
Clearwater, Kansas. Just, we probably have a lot of podcast listeners, we hope, from Kansas.
Yeah.
So they want to know. They're curious. Do you do industrial design as well?
Yes, I do.
And have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I actually went on the trip last year.
Oh,
and
really?
I liked it so much, I'm taking
Oh my
it
gosh.
again. Yep.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. How's it been different this year versus last year?
I feel like this year the projects are a lot better.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I knew I had more like expectations last year. I didn't really know what to do, but I came into it this time
Yeah.
wanting to do outdoor gear, which is why I came.
Nice.
And so sleeping in the hammock, I have
Uh-huh.
lots of ideas
Oh,
of how
cool.
to improve that for camping.
I bet.
So
Yeah,
it's
you
been
should.
helpful.
I don't know how many companies you researched, but there's some interesting. There's a big world of hammock campers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which-
like people get really into it.
Yeah.
They do some stuff like they design them with,
Oh, yeah.
with foot pockets so that you sleep off the bias so that you can lay flat. That's a
Oh,
big thing with
yeah.
camping hammocks. And then the other problem, as I'm sure you found out, was staying warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a neat. Actually, someone I went to college with like owns his own hammock camping gear company. Yeah.
I actually got inspired polar stuff out of Portland.
Uh-huh.
They have a lot of like casual camping stuff,
Mhm.
which I kind of want to get into more
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff that I found for like camping with hammocks, it's super expensive and like
Yes.
really specialized. So
Yes, that goes for a lot of backpacking and camping gear.
yeah, so I'm trying to do like simpler stuff that you can like add into a hammock you already have and like turn it into a tent.
That's
So,
really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm not an industrial designer, but just kind of tangentially interested in. Because with backpacking, like, it can cost so much money
Yeah.
to get into. And so
Yeah.
I feel like it can prohibit a lot of people just based on that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, because last year I was like, I've never really been like
Yeah.
camping, and I was like, I'm nervous. Like, what if everyone else is like has all this high tech stuff, and I've no idea what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
it's been pretty interesting. Like,
Yeah. So do you feel that your camping skills have improved since last year?
yeah, I think they have.
I mean, you came back, so you must have
Yeah,
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep in my hammock last year, and I got way too cold and slept in the car. So this year I only slept in the car once
Wow,
instead
that's
of like
cool.
3 times. So
That's cool that you're taking that and making it like your focus.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people with doing kind of different gear, like footwear, clothing,
yeah,
stuff like that. And
yeah.
it makes sense because it's your direct experience, right?
Yeah. And so for this trip, I want to do that for my senior thesis. So I just kind of focus on patterns
Uh-huh.
and I would like take pictures and then create like color palettes from those
Mhm.
and then make patterns to use like for the camping gear.
Nice.
So that's what I focused on this week.
We got embers in the
Yeah.
area. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. What about pass the mic? Getting everybody on the mic. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
My name's Baxter.
Baxter?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe.
Mhm.
Okay, nice. That's where is it?
It's about an hour north of Kansas City.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I lived in Red Oak, Iowa for
Okay.
quite a while, so we would always drive down through.
Okay.
Sort of through that area. So you're industrial design as well?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Mhm.
Have you been to Rocky before?
No, this is my first time actually.
Really? Have you
Yes.
been in the mountains a lot?
I was in the Bitterroot Valley in
Oh,
Montana
yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Bitterroot is beautiful.
Mhm. It's
That's
very
awesome.
cool.
So that was your kind of first
Yeah, kind
big
of
mountain
first
trip?
Yeah,
Yeah.
drove up with a couple friends and enjoyed it so much I thought I'd sign up for
Yeah.
another class. And,
Yeah. How's this been?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the park?
You know, I've never been, but I've just been blown away by the views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
I've been just awestruck about all the lakes here.
Yeah.
And
The
they're
lakes
just
are amazing.
beautiful. And I just didn't imagine how great this place would be.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
I mean,
It's
been a great
yeah,
experience.
took me by surprise the first time I came here too.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of parks, but still, it's just there's something about it. Just
Yeah.
like every park, there's something about it. Yeah. What have you been working on this week?
I kind of been taking a step back and doing a little bit of photography, but
Nice.
I kind of focused on an app a
Mhm.
little bit, a hiking app based on just looking at, the types of people. There's all different types of people come from all over the world here. And it seems like they've been, maybe unprepared, I've
Uh-huh,
noticed.
uh-huh.
I saw a couple people walking up in just like sandals and without water.
Yep,
And,
for sure.
you know, for safety reasons for park rangers, I thought it'd be nice for people to be educated about their trail that they're
Yeah.
going on. So the app I've been kind of designing is based on a little bit of an app that's already been out there. It's
Mhm.
called All Trails,
Mhm.
but I took a little spin off of it, and I've kind of created just something that's easy to use and shows all the trails around you.
Yeah. Do you have?
Yeah, it's actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just shows a quick picture of the your hike that you're supposed to go on
Uh-huh.
and the rating and all that kind of stuff. With most of the park not having service, I thought
Right.
it'd be nice to download
Right.
a map so that
Mhm.
you know what direction to take and that
Sure.
kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
if it's not super data heavy, then
Yeah.
you could pre-download a bunch of stuff.
And then another quick thing I wanted to do was like have a check-in, so that if you like maybe go on a serious hike, you're gone for maybe a day or two, you could check in
Mhm.
and then check back out, make
Mhm.
sure people know where you are if you're just by yourself.
That's cool.
And
So if you checked in and if you had like a profile
Mm-hmm.
page or something, somehow people could see if you had checked back in or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome because that's that's something that we try to impress upon people. And I mean, it's easy to forget, but
just
you should
letting
always let somebody know where you
especially
are.
if you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, even here, I think like our trails are so nice. Like our trail crew does an amazing job, and they're just beautiful. And there's so many nice bridges, and there's paved roads, that it kind of gives people the impression that whatever. But yeah, when you're 5+ miles away, and we have people get hurt not even that far from the trail, just
sprain an
'cause-
ankle maybe.
Yeah, or like you said, they just don't bring water or just things that are preventable. I think people just don't know. So that's cool that you're trying to
Just get
integrate the
people able-
education part into it.
I also thought I'd maybe integrate like a medical part aspect of it, maybe that just the park rangers could see. Whereas it could have your medical information on it if there was a rescue
Interesting
mission or something like
yeah,
that.
like it could be built in that you would give consent or
Yeah.
something to have that information shared.
Maybe you're diabetic or something like
Yeah,
that. And
that's cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So how has being out here been different for you in terms of, well, I mean everything, but design? What kind of influence do you think that's had?
It's been different because you're not in a studio. You don't have, other people. It's been kind of just on your own this week in
Yeah.
terms of designing things, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, I don't know, people telling you what to do or that kind of stuff, and so you kind of go on your own. We've been as a class just all over the page with projects, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I wish we'll get some photos from you guys after, so we can post it maybe with the with this podcast episode. We'll put it in the blog post. But yeah, it's really really cool stuff, and like very high production value for working out of a campground too.
I mean, we're working with no Wi-Fi, just little to no supplies, and I mean, it turned
nice,
out
right?
great. Yeah, it actually is.
One
to
thing that
get
always
away.
amazes me is how much more time you seem to have when you
Yeah.
don't have Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
you don't
it's
have
been-
internet access and movies and stuff.
It's been nice to
And
get
you're
away.
waking up early because
Mhm.
it's, I don't know, maybe there's people here who still sleeping, but
we-
I usually am a sleeper inner, but when I'm camping, I get up.
Sun wakes
Yeah,
you up
exactly.
in the tent.
I'm
Yeah,
just like, and you tend to fall asleep really early.
You're so cold, you're ready to get
Like,
up in the morning.
yeah, like backpackers midnight.
Yeah.
When I would be backpacking, we'd be like, "Oh man, it's late. What time is it? 8." Like in the spring when it's not quite as light as it is now. It's really light.
Mhm.
What time is it right now?
8:30.
8:34, and plenty of light in the sky. It's interesting. What is your fiance's cousin's husband? Anyway, he's my cousin. He's my cousin now. He's from Hawaii, like born and raised, and hadn't traveled a ton until he started doing travel baseball. Anyway, he was here visiting in the summer, and he was just like, "Whoa, like the sun stays up so late." And I never thought about. I've never lived anywhere like near the equator at all, so that's pretty interesting. It is. I worked up in Alaska for a while. There, it's real interesting. I was in Denali.
Oh, okay.
And so, like, on the summer solstice, we just stayed up all night. I mean, you could read a book in, like, the darkest it got.
Really?
Yeah. Which was, like the sun sets at 12:40 in the morning. And it comes back up at a little after 3, I think. Or maybe, no, earlier than that. Anyway. Yeah, it's super nice out. Yeah, that's cool. It's been interesting to hear from everybody how it's influenced their design. What kind of things do you normally design? Do you normally do app development?
No, it was not really. We've been kind of all over with our industrial design class back at KU, but we've been doing electronics. What else? Tiny homes. I mean, pull toys. A lot of
That's
different
really
stuff.
cool.
Shoes. But we haven't really been doing apps or anything like that software-wise.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to explore that.
Yeah.
And see what ideas I could bring.
Yeah. Yeah, industrial design is something that I know like nothing about, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always done flat stuff. 2D.
Yeah. I wish I could be graphically, but I'm not really.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting, how like I feel like there's such a huge range of different types of people in design, and you can be effective in such different ways.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends that I worked in Alaska with him, he can just draw like anything. Like he can kind of, he's just incredibly visually original. And I'm not like that at all, but I'm really good at like, I'm going to come up with a structured newspaper template and like the relationship between all the typography and that kind of super logical stuff, or photography where I can capture it. But when I just have to put it down, I'm better than that in music, I think. That's really cool. Yeah. So, gonna come back?
Yes, definitely. I don't know about this class because I'll be graduating, but I will definitely be back to Rocky Mountain National Park.
Awesome. And were you backpacking in Bitterroots at all?
No, we did a little bit of hiking.
Okay,
but
nice.
Not a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of it takes a little, like we were talking about, it takes a little bit of gearing up. But if you ever have a chance to do that here, it's like next experience level up in some ways.
It was nice not having to worry about grizzlies or
that's
mountain
true.
lions or anything like that.
It is very different here that way,
Yeah.
because I worked in Yellowstone and Denali, and it's a different feel.
Yeah.
It has its pluses and minuses, I feel like.
It makes you not worry too much about wildlife, but at the same time, you kind of still have to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, like
kind
the
of thing.
wildlife here, as long as you're intelligent about it, they're not,
Yeah.
I mean, people sometimes aren't.
Yeah.
Sometimes get a little close, but it's nothing like, like I went backpacking in Yellowstone all the time, and it's just, you just kind of accept that at some level, even if you do everything right, there's something out there that if it chose to,
you're not at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very different feeling, and I agree. I think that that's part of everything that goes into giving Rocky. Like, it's beautiful and jaw-dropping, but it is also a little bit approachable. Like, you don't have to have the same fears.
Yeah.
And
it's a little more family friendly, I would say.
I
guess less threats, but
there's definitely still things to watch out for.
Oh, definitely.
But
we kind of had a little run-in, maybe possibly with a black bear that came through the camp.
Yep.
We're not sure. I was the only one up for it. And
really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Unfortunately, we try really, really hard to get the bear message out about storing your food and doing everything properly. But some people still don't do it, and bears are very smart and very hungry, and so they tend to be around the campgrounds sometimes. But we're putting in more and more of those bear boxes, which I think are helping, because it's just easy, just like put all your stuff in there. So I think we're trying to get a bear box for every campsite eventually.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we got there with Aspen Glen.
Okay.
That's a whole interesting industrial design challenge. Bear cans.
Really?
I don't know if you've ever looked at. Yeah. So when you're backpacking, obviously there's not bear lockers usually, and so you have to carry something with you the whole time to keep your food in. And if you're in places with trees, if you know how to do it correctly, you can hang your food.
Hang it
right.
up, yep.
But like in Denali, like
There's
you're above
no-
tree line all the time. And so, yeah, it's literally just like a canister
Oh, really?
that you just set 100 yards or more away from your campsite. And so it is interesting to see the different designs out there. Like the one that I use has tabs that you push in, and then it kind of lets you unscrew it. And over the years, they've had to keep adding tabs because there would be very smart bears out there somewhere
They'll get into it.
who have figured out, like, oh, if I bite this tooth here and this tooth here and push in here, like, they're super smart. Yeah, so there's certain areas where you're you're required to use one, actually, in the backcountry. And like the Sierras they have the most devious bears. So there's like a whole agency that tests and approves these things. And every now and then a new one comes to market.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. The one that has been really interesting is called Ursac.
Okay.
And it's Kevlar. I think it's Kevlar. Maybe it's even Dyneema now. Anyway, it's like an extremely, strong fiber. And then they try to like they make a bag out of it that you put your food in.
That'd be nice. So it's
And
not
then,
so bulky.
yeah, it's way lighter. But it, for the most part, isn't approved in places. It's not foolproof enough for a lot of agencies. So there's space out there.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I think there's like there's two major people, and then there's people that make one out of, it's like carbon fiber, so it's really light, but very expensive.
Yeah.
All right. Have we harassed everyone we should harass?
Nope.
No?
No. The three girls. You got
We haven't
Molly, Maggie, and
harassed you
Beth.
yet?
They're actually one.
They're one?
They're one group.
Three as one?
Come on.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. Nice. Check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Why don't we introduce? You can start with yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Molly.
Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Where in Minnesota?
It's called Woodbury. It's like 5 minutes from St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
I just figured there'll be podcast listeners who know exactly where that
Relate
is,
to
so,
Minnesota.
yeah,
Yes,
we're
Woodbury,
trying
home of the Royals.
to- Yeah. What kind of design do you specialize in?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Oh, yeah.
All these industrial designers. I'm like,
I know.
that is
I
super
think
cool. I don't know anything
Well,
about it.
there's 4 of us here, yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
So it's interesting to be around a bunch of ID kids because we really aren't after a freshman year.
Yeah. What do you think is? I've never interacted with
With ID?
Yeah.
They think a lot more 3D than us.
Uh-huh.
They can see like physical copy a lot better than we can. It's a little hard for us. We see pretty flat.
Yeah, I
digital
was just
things.
I was just talking about that actually.
Yeah.
With Baxter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, about like I was like I'm in the 2D world.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works.
I feel like a lot of their projects too were a lot more like practical and like used where we just made cool things. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean there's lots of different ways of graphic design for us in the Park Service. For me, it's like just how to communicate with people well. Basically, how do we make something that has that nice balance, of like that kind of nice tension that you always want that makes a good design, but is also really clear. Because that's a big thing for us is that, people are on vacation. There's crazy stuff going on. They're seeing all this crazy,
Yeah.
and we want to teach them stuff, but we don't want to like
get in the way of
throw the book at them. So yeah, kind of learning how to use design to do that, super important. Yeah. How about you? What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have a cousin in Kansas. Two
Oh, yeah.
cousins in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you graphic design as well?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll finish introductions and then we'll just
Yeah, I'm Beth. I'm from Wichita,
Wichita.
Kansas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we do have a lot of Kansans and some upper Midwest people. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Nice.
Yeah.
So have any of you guys been to Rocky Mountain before?
No, I think this is the first time
No?
for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys been in mountains before?
Yeah.
I've been to Colorado and
Yeah?
other places, just never the park
Yeah.
before.
I went to Vail
Okay.
I've been to Estes, just never really to the park.
Okay. Yeah. So you've seen some mountain stuff. So what do you think? What do you think about Rocky?
It's awesome.
It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Especially with what we see every day in Lawrence. It's
very flat.
Yeah.
Right, very
Geographically
different.
a huge contrast. So it's nice
Mhm.
to see everything. And we went hiking a lot, especially the first day, and
Elevation change.
yeah.
We
That hits you, right?
Yeah, we decided
yeah.
the first like 15 minutes
Yeah.
are the hardest, but once you get to the destination, it's always so worth it.
Totally. Yeah. I'm my body's especially stubborn, so for me it's like the first 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Especially if it's really early. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh man. But yeah, every
Yeah.
time once you get into it, you're like, I'm so glad I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This just feels so good and engages your mind in a different
Yeah.
way. Yeah, how is it's been interesting hearing from different people how the camping and hiking and being outside all the time has affected lots of things. But
Yes.
your design, how is that? What do you think the benefit has been there? How has it been different? I mean, because a lot of people have said and I'm the same way. I'm on the computer all the time. I'm pretty much in, Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop and
Yeah, I think I was going to say, having not as much technology at your fingertips all the time was a huge thing for most of us. It's also just, I think this week, specifically in my project, and I guess in all of ours, we pulled a lot more from the environment around us and stuff that we don't normally see. So if I hadn't have been here, I wouldn't have known what this stuff looked like, and I wouldn't have been inspired to do that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a different environment, helps you pull different ideas and things that you would never normally see. If I was in Kansas, I wouldn't be looking at the same things and making the same things. So
That's
that was
super
a
cool.
big.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know, this is my own personal pet theory, but national park visitation has been going up for sure the last few years, at least like at Rocky it has hugely, incredibly. And I think part of it for me, and you guys would know even more because I'm 32, so but I had the internet and stuff for a long time, and like you have to be here. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, like you have to be here and have the experience. It doesn't really translate any other way. It's not really reproducible.
Even in pictures, like it's just
Exactly.
Not the same.
Yeah.
So it's something that it's cool that we have these places, like experiences that are here set aside specifically
Yeah.
for you to be able to like have a genuine experience that you can't have anywhere else. That's cool.
Yeah.
What about you guys? How did it?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was not being able to rely on outside sources. So having to come up with things that were like personal experiences, things that you are familiar with. And then also for me, a big thing was like not being able to compare what I was doing to other things that have been done. So it was kind of figuring out a way, or I guess it was just not having the ability to go out there and look at what's already been done. So just
I hadn't even thought about that, but that is huge because we all do that. Like when I'm starting a project, I'm just like, oh, I have this feel in mind, and you start looking at references,
and then you get lost.
You kind of like if you had, you still come up with something original, but like maybe you had some idea before you started looking that now has gotten kind of drowned out, maybe. And then I think the comparison thing is huge too, because I know for me, like I feel like in everything in life, like you do best when you aren't self-conscious about it. But it's really hard when you have like the world of design and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this. But it's like, well, they're one of the 10 best designers of all time.
But at the same time, I thought like it's been a really long time since I've been told make whatever you want. Like there's no like guidelines or prompt or anything. And at first it was like, oh my gosh, like what should I do? I can do anything. And like just this pressure to make something awesome. Because you have the 1 week.
Sure.
And everyone here is so talented too. And seeing everyone's together, everyone around you is making really amazing stuff.
Yeah,
so
I agree. When I looked at everything.
Yeah, there was definitely panic. Like, what do I do?
That's cool though. Like that's a good, that's a good group dynamic. I think when you have a bunch of people together who are good at something, it makes everybody kind of step their game up.
That's true.
Yeah, I love a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna try to get pictures up so we can put it on the blog.
Oh, cool.
Good.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys have had a good time. and that it's been valuable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Do you think there's things from this experience you'll take back with you? Getting smoked.
I feel like I'd be more likely to go visit other parks now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's really good.
I think especially aside from the design and just the camping aspect of being here, none of us have ever camped for an entire week.
Yeah.
So that was really tough at times, but
Right.
now, I think the longest I've ever camped is really a night or two.
Right.
So a weekend. So.
Yeah, I think it's that day like 3 to 4 where the game starts to change.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're like, wait, there's nowhere for me to go.
Yeah.
I live here.
Yeah. But after this, I think I'd be a lot more willing to do stuff for longer periods of
That's
time.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's like a time-based thing, you know. You almost have to you realize, I mean, I've done backpacking trips and you kind of sense this pattern where it's like day 2, day 3, day 4, and as you get deeper into it, you become more and more comfortable.
Yeah.
It's cool. Get your mind in a different gear.
Yeah, but we've also heard a lot of people around camp saying like this is the nicest campsite they've been to, and like how all the facilities are really close and Estes is right there. So it'd be really interesting to even go somewhere more remote.
Oh yeah,
where we like can't go
actually,
to Estes for
actually
showers.
that's a really good point. Yeah. I've talked about this with people before, like those of us who work here. You know, it's very unusual to have a park of this size and type, but then to have a real community right at the doorstep, and then an airport an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Because like when I worked in Denali, and even there's some stuff compared, but like there's no grocery store. Although I heard that they're building one, but there's no grocery store. So we would drive to Fairbanks. So it's 4.5, 5 hours round trip for groceries. Yeah, and so it's and so you're right. There's a whole realm.
Yeah.
Also, what I would encourage you to do, there's 417 units in the National Park Service system. Wow. So there's national parks, which I think there's 59 or 60 of now, but then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and like national monuments. We run a lot of those. Forest Service and BLM run a lot more. There's historic sites. Anytime you have the chance. The job I had before this, I went to all sorts of different parks and made brochures for them. It just, so many places are really cool, even if you wouldn't think to stop there. Like little Revolutionary War battlefields and Civil War battlefields. And oh man, I'm blanking on the name right now. It's a Congaree National Park, which is a swamp area, kind of right on the border of the Carolinas. Like, it was incredible, and I'd never heard of it. So that's cool that you're more interested now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You can go if you go to findyourpark.com, or if you go just go to nps.gov. Like, we have maps of every park unit.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Keep it up. Future park visitors. All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Our next episode will be released on Friday, August 25th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Bye for now.
Welcome to Headwaters. This is a science and history show from Glacier National Park.
I'm Daniel.
And I'm Perry.
This show is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as always.
And this is a bonus episode for those of you planning a trip to Glacier sometime soon.
So not so much as a deep dive as much as a shallow...
A dip.
A quick dip. Okay. We're going to talk about place names. I think the place names around here can be a little confusing.
I remember when I started here and people just were throwing out like Mini Glacier and the North Fork and the Middle Fork. It's very confusing.
There's a lot of forks.
This is true.
So, first of all, we're talking about Glacier National Park in Montana.
There is also a Glacier National Park in Canada and also Glacier Bay National Park in Alaska.
Not those. We're talking about Montana.
Okay, so just to note up front, a lot of place names in Glacier come from a lot of different languages. Perhaps least of all, English. Originally, the landscape had a lot of names from Salish, Blackfoot, Kootenai, and Cree languages. Then French trappers came into the area, and lots of other people have come here over the years with lots of different names for many of the same places.
So if you're encountering a name that you're not understanding right away, it might be because it's a name coming from a language that you're not familiar with.
Right, or like a direct translation from a language that is not English. I always reach for a book called Place Names of Glacier National Park.
I got it right here. This is probably the best book that I know of, that it's, a few hundred pages of all of the place names from a park map, and it's got a little bit of history of all of them.
Yeah, here's maybe my favorite quote from that book. It says, "Each language portrays a universe of its own, and it will often be difficult to fit the universe of one language into the universe of another," which kind of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, where all these names come from all these different languages, and they don't always make sense in translation.
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting. All right, well, with that in mind, Perry, let's start really broad. Take me around the park. I know that the North Fork has nothing to do with like a spoon or a fork, but it has something to do with a river. So maybe start there. What's the North Fork?
Okay, so the North Fork refers to the North Fork of the Flathead River, which splits into three forks. One comes down from the north along the west edge of the park. Confusing.
Yeah.
The Middle Fork flows along the south of the park. Also confusing. And the South Fork is not in the park. Did that help?
But at any rate, they're all forks of the Flathead River, and they all come together to form the main stem of the Flathead River.
Yeah, which flows west of the park towards the Flathead Valley.
Right. Now, I hear people talk about the east side a lot. There's more to it than that, though.
Yes. So the east side of Glacier has a series of big valleys, each with more or less confusing names. So there's Many Glacier, St. Mary, which some people call St. Mary's. It's controversial. And Two Medicine.
Okay.
And then there's a town called East Glacier, which is not the same as the whole east side. East Glacier also has its own history of many different names.
Yeah.
It at one point was called Glacier Station because the railroad stops there. And it also was called Midvale.
Yeah.
So in 1950, they changed it to East Glacier. And we are on the west side. We are in the town of West Glacier, which is near Lake McDonald and Apgar.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. West Glacier, according to the Holterman book, was formerly called Belton. And then they changed the name just so it would be more friendly to tourists, I guess.
Or more confusing.
Maybe. So it used to be called Belton, but today it's called West Glacier. And again, it goes without saying probably that indigenous people have their own names for these places. The Kootenai have a word for the Belton area that means something like spotted foot mountains.
Okay, so 3 of the main entrances to the park are West Glacier, East Glacier, and St. Mary. I feel like we probably confused people even more about those, but...
Well, let's zoom in. What's in between West Glacier and St. Mary?
Going to the Sun Road.
That's what everyone's here for.
This is true.
So it's...
The road to the sun.
Yes, going to the Sun Road is not between East Glacier and West Glacier.
That's Highway 2.
But between St. Mary and West Glacier is going to the Sun Road. Now, Jack Holterman here has a little bit of history on the name Going to the Sun Road. You would expect nothing less.
I would not.
Okay. This most unforgettable name in Glacier turns out to be a bit disappointing. Well, at least if we follow James Willard Schultz, who bluntly told the Geographic Board of Names in 1929, quote, "I myself named Going to the Sun Mountain. There is no Indian legend in connection with its name." But then Jack Holterman goes on to explain that there actually were a bunch of different indigenous legends associated with that mountain and with similar names.
Okay, so James Willard Schultz is a big character that pops up a lot in Glacier.
In early park history.
Yeah. And something that I learned just a few years ago is that when you look at the map in Glacier, You see a lot of names that you might think are native names for things like Going to the Sun Mountain or Rising Wolf Mountain, all of these places. However, James Willard Schultz actually applied those names to all those features that probably already had different, much longer standing indigenous names, and probably many different ones from many different tribes.
So in some ways, some of these names are kind of a blending of Euro-American early trapper explorer names mixed up with the indigenous names that existed at that time.
Yeah, and confusingly, James Willard Schultz did a combination of naming things because he thought certain names sounded cool, but also naming places in honor of actual indigenous people.
People he was friends with.
Yeah, his contemporaries.
Yeah, so I guess we've just made this all more confusing than it started.
Well, I'd like to think we've sparked some interest, perhaps, for people.
At the very least, all I can say is, take out your park map and ask some questions.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping eras of history here and a lot of different cultures that have been a part of this landscape.
And names really kind of capture all of that history in an interesting way.
Totally.
Well, this has just been a quick dive into some park names and history. We'll be releasing some new episodes soon, so stay tuned.
And if you have more questions in the meantime, or if you want to try and stump the ranger, we love trivia questions.
So you can send us an email.
Yes, at glac_media_lab@nps.gov.
We'll put that in the show notes too.
If you want to learn more about what the Glacier Conservancy does, you can visit their website at glacier.org.
You can also just support the show directly by leaving a review in Apple Podcasts. It used to be called iTunes, but Apple Podcasts, or
You're really dating yourself.
Whatever app you use for podcasts, go leave us a review. Even if you haven't listened to all of Headwaters yet, you're not sure you like it.
Just give us 5 stars anyway.
Yeah, and then go back and listen to the past 5 years of episodes that we have. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and we got more coming, so stay tuned.
If you like the show, tell your friends about it.
Thanks for listening.
Surrounded by carpets of wildflowers in the summer, Lunch Creek flows down a natural rock staircase from the striking backdrop of Pollock Mountain. It was named for its popularity as a lunch stop for early visitors to the park and remains a popular stop on the road today. No formal trails exist here, so please enjoy the area from the paved parking. Over time, park visitors have continued to venture off the road and up the creek, exploring the area, and in the process have created a network of social trails into this sensitive and fragile habitat. In order to protect the area from curious feet, Glacier National Park has performed extensive revegetation work to rehabilitate Lunch Creek and eliminate the traces of trails by replanting native vegetation. Please notice the signs marking these rehabilitated areas and do not venture in them. If you're interested in the process of revegetation, plan on visiting the park's native plant nursery at the headquarters area in West Glacier. Each year, as projects are identified, native seeds are collected prior to the disturbance, grown in the nursery, and then returned to the disturbed sites when the plants are mature enough to survive on their own. This helps to maintain the genetic integrity of specific locations around the park and provides the plants with the greatest opportunities to survive in the wild. Every Tuesday throughout the summer, tours are conducted at the Native Plant Nursery at 10 a.m. Join us at the nursery for this interesting look at an important aspect of Glacier's natural resources preservation program.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Welcome to episode 10 of season 1, which has 10 episodes total, which means, you guessed it, this is Sad Face, the last episode for this first inaugural season of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. So, first of all, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in, whether that was one episode or multiple episodes. Hopefully you became a subscriber if you are into it in whatever podcast app you like to use. If not, consider doing that. Some stuff you can do while we're on a hiatus for the winter. We may have some bonus episodes in the winter, but we're going to be on a hiatus overall. Here's some things you can do. If you like the podcast, first of all, if you go to iTunes and give us reviews, that helps us show up higher in search rankings. It helps us spread the news about Rocky and reach more people. So think about that. Another great way is to just tell people that are your friends that you think you might be into our podcast, just let them know, hey, this is kind of cool. Check it out. Or maybe you'll listen to an episode together. I'm also going to go out on a big limb here and give you my email address so that you can send us any comments, positive, critical, negative, whatever. And more importantly, you can give us ideas for things that you are interested in hearing about for next season. We are going to start on pre-production after a little bit of a break here. So we're going to start thinking about it, planning it out for next season. And, we're open to any great ideas that you have. So send them my way. My email address is miles_C_Barger. That is B as in boy, AR, G as in girl, ER, miles_C_Barger at nps.gov. Send us your comments, send us your ideas, just send us a hey, thank you from wherever you're from. We enjoy listening. Whatever kind of notes you want to drop, go ahead and send them there, and we will read as many of them as we can. So, let's finish this season up with an episode about Long's Peak. Today, we're joining Everett Phillips, who is a Long's Peak climbing ranger. We're going to talk about what being a climbing ranger involves, why we have climbing rangers at Rocky. We're going to talk about how Everett became a climbing ranger, and then we're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route. Everett's job this summer and last summer has focused, as you'll hear in the episode, on doing what we call preventative search and rescue, or PSAR, on Long's Peak, specifically the Keyhole route, to help have people have a better time, help keep them safe, and help prevent search and rescues from happening before they ever happen. So, super interesting episode, obviously a huge topic here at the park, and we hope that you find it enjoyable, fascinating, and if you are thinking about climbing Long's Peak, very useful. Here we go. All right, let's get started. We're here, we don't need to say where we are because we're in my office. That's boring. A lot of times we recorded outside, but we're not recording at 13,000 feet.
Yeah, being in an office is novel for me, though.
That's true.
It's exciting to me.
All right, we're in a novel environment here in an office in the indoors. Gonna do an interview. So, if you could tell us your name and your title here at the park.
So I'm Everett Phillips, and I'm one of the climbing rangers on the East District in Rocky Mountain National Park.
East District, so the Estes side.
Yeah.
So climbing ranger, we haven't talked about climbing rangers yet on the podcast, so maybe we can do a little overview of that program before we dig into what you specifically do. So how many climbing staff are there here in the park?
There's 8.
8.
2 of us are here year-round, and I'm one of the 6 who are here seasonally, so from May until the end of October in my case. And our role, it's Rocky Mountain National Park, so it's rocky, and we have a lot of spectacular mountain terrain here, and that terrain is inaccessible in part for many visitors and many employees because of its precipitous nature. So we have a visitor use group, mountain climbers, that access that terrain for recreation. And when they get in trouble, or perhaps when they impact the resource, the park has to become involved with that terrain, either to go rescue them or to maybe make regulations. A great example would be if a cliff is closed for nesting raptors, you need some people who could get up there to tell people to leave that terrain or to post signs.
Gotcha. So basically we have, as anyone who's been to the park knows, a lot of steep terrain,
Right.
especially on this side of the park, but on both sides of the park, a lot of steep terrain. And we have people who like to climb it, And so we need people who know what they're doing to get up there and help them out and talk to them, and also to know the community, right? And to know the concerns and to know all those sorts of things.
Yeah, that definitely is part of the job. When I first began working with the Park Service, I was on the rescue team in Yosemite, and we were volunteers, and kind of having your fingers on the pulse of the climbing community helps in doing the job.
All right, so you're a climbing ranger. What is your position specifically?
Well, I was hired 2 years ago, mostly to focus on Long's Peak, and specifically to focus on the Keyhole route, which is probably our most popular mountain climbing adventure in the park. Almost 10,000 people come out here every year just to try Long's Peak. And the climbing route's accessible sort of people with advanced hiking skills, but it's not just hiking, it's mountain climbing. And so the park definitely, at the very least, has a duty to inform people of the hazards that they face going up there. And definitely we do quite a few rescues related to the Keyhole route. So I'm here to talk to people about what they're getting into, be available to answer questions when I'm out on the mountain, and then be where I put myself in a good position to respond for rescues on the upper mountain especially.
Right. So as much as you have a typical day, what does your typical day look like, to paint the picture for listeners? Because it's even to me, someone who works in a park, it's pretty cool.
The foundation of my job is having an intimate understanding of the mountain, which requires going up there regularly because conditions change so often, and the experience and the hazards are completely dependent on those conditions. So my bread and butter day is to show up for work sometime before 7 a.m. and get a pack together and go start up from the Longs Peak trailhead towards the summit using the Keyhole route, and be available to talk to people along the way. Sometimes you end up going all the way to the summit because it's a nice day and conditions are in your favor, and you don't get sidetracked by some other project or a rescue or something of that nature, and then maybe descend a different way. Clark's Arrow is another good route that you can do alone as a climbing ranger. But that allows you to do a few things. One is get our safety message across to the visitors who are actually climbing the mountain. The other thing is I can take photos of the route to post on our conditions blog, and that helps people understand whether it's icy or whether the rock's dry, what sort of equipment they might need to bring. That's really what I should be doing at least 2 days a week. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less.
Sounds all right.
Yeah.
So I'm sure people out there are thinking, like, what? You get to climb Longs Peak for your job? That's crazy. I know we can get into we will get into the details of why it's also a challenging job. How long have you been climbing? How long have you been a climber?
I've been leading rock climbs, placing my own gear and building my own anchors for just over 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from New York, Westchester County, New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Westchester is New York City, kind of?
Yeah, it's the bedroom community.
Bedroom community?
Half an hour and an hour north of New York City on the Hudson.
Oh, okay.
That area.
Was there a climbing community around there when you were growing up?
I think in my experience, there's a climbing community just about everywhere.
Oh, nice.
But the closest rock climbing destination are the Shongunks, or the Gunks, as most people know them.
Yep. I haven't been there, but
yeah, and I think
I've heard that term.
That's actually the first place that I roped up and went climbing.
The Gunks.
where the climbs had a name, I was already scrambling around cliffs and stuff in my backyard. I had a few boulders that I could try to summit.
Yeah, how did you get into it? Were you always kind of scrambling around as a kid and into stuff like that, or did you have a friend or a family member that inspired you, or a movie, or what?
I did have a friend of mine, his name was Josh Garrison. We were soccer players on the same soccer team, but he got into Outward Bound. He was an instructor there, and he's been involved in outdoor recreation. And I think, to get into climbing that is more adventurous for you, it's helpful to have a partner to hold the other end of the rope. And I think I got recruited to hold the other end of the rope. And I guess in some ways he opened that world to me. So it was fortunate.
Thanks to him.
Yeah.
So he kind of got you started on it. And what kept you going? Like when you started, what was the appeal? What drew you in?
I think I really like the responsibility that comes with climbing. As a young man, I didn't have a lot of responsibility, and I think I was trying to grow up. And the great thing for me about climbing is that once you're involved in the activity of it, once you've launched, you're out there leading up a cliff, you are ultimately responsible for everything that happens to you. And there's no time for anyone else to save you. There's no time for, if you leave the lights on in your car when you park it, someone will come and help you jump it. But if you make a mistake when you're leading a rock climb, then you're going to face the consequences of your mistakes. And I think as a young man, that was an appealing challenge.
So the, I guess responsibility, the way you put it, just that immediate, visceral challenge.
Yeah, I
drew
think
you in.
In a sense, climbing's quixotic. You get to the top of the cliff and you just come back down, and there's no real material change in your life. But in another sense, it's as serious as business gets. You have to do things the right way. Otherwise, over time, there are going to be really bad consequences. So, you're trying to do your best.
Right.
It demands your best.
So, were you climbing through college? Did you go to college?
Yeah, I did go to college.
And were you climbing it during that time?
Actually, I spent a lot of time climbing on boulders, but it was mostly for fun.
Okay.
I did rope up a few times, but it wasn't a focus for me. It wasn't until I graduated college and I worked on a trail crew in New Hampshire, and got out in the mountains a lot and saw a lot of cliffs that captured my imagination, and go back and with a partner and go climbing on the weekends.
Oh, nice. What was the trail crew with?
It was the Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew.
Yeah. They do amazing stuff. That's one thing when I was because I've spent a lot of time out west, but I went back to the East Coast. I was just amazed at the level of organization and dedication to trail maintenance.
It was a really unique place to work on. The Appalachian Mountain Club's trail crew is mostly young people, and it turns over. People usually do about 4 or 5 years with that trail crew. But the trails there go straight up the mountain, which if you do a lot of trail work, you know that's really bad planning, because the erosion just turns the trails into big drainage ditches. So you build a lot of rock staircases out there, and yeah, it was a great place to learn.
Tough work. Yeah. The trails there are crazy.
Yeah.
I hadn't been up there, and then when I lived near DC, we would take trips sometimes up to the Northeast for a little more, as close as we could get to Alpine, and we would just, just straight up on boulders.
It was also a great place to break into climbing, because there's really great rock climbing. It's the Granite State, but there's also good ice climbing in the winters, and it's got an alpine zone just because of how harsh the winters are, and so there's this alpine tundra, and you can do a little bit of Arctic mountaineering, So you can train for the Alaska range there. You can train for Patagonia there. You can train for Colorado there.
Right. It's gnarly.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot gnarlier than I realized it was before I'd first
Yeah.
gone there. And I was like, oh, okay. Especially the winters. Yeah, they're hardcore. So you were up there doing the trail work, seeing stuff you wanted to climb, climbing it, doing some ice climbing at that time?
Yeah, I was. I was passionate about ice climbing at that time.
Nice. So where did you go after that? Where did life lead you?
It led me to Yosemite Valley.
Yosemite. Is there climbing there, or I'm just kidding?
Yeah, it's not an original story for a climber, but
That's all right.
I was really fortunate. I left New Hampshire because I was hired as part of the Yosemite Valley SAR site program.
SAR is
search and rescue. And the SAR site is basically a campground within the climbers' campground in Yosemite, where they give free housing in wall tents to 8 volunteers. And the deal is that 4 of you, at the time anyway, I don't know if the contracts changed, but at the time, 4 out of the 8 of us were available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help the park with rescues. But we had no other time commitments except for maybe 5 or 6 days of training at the beginning of the season and 1 day a month after that. So the idea was you went climbing all the time, and then they had fit and well-trained rescuers that would respond to their pager when a rescue was needed.
That sounds like a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that like? How long did you do that?
I did that for 4 summers.
Yeah.
So it was a 6-month season. It was May 1st to October 31st. And it's still, this program still goes on, and they do incredible rescues.
Man, you must have learned a ton there.
Yeah. And, they do a good job these days of bringing in people who are just getting passionate and are developing skills. And I was fortunate to be in that position. I was at kind of one level with my mountaineering and my rescue experience when I started in Yosemite, and I was in a completely different level of experience when I left.
I bet. Yeah, that's like the place, right?
It's a place.
It's one of.
Sometimes people come out of Yosemite, really beating their chests about what they can do, and I definitely fell prey to that, I think. But it is a really great place to learn how to move, especially in on alpine walls, big walls, because the weather's really stable and the rock's really clean in most cases, and so you can, what would have taken you all day before you start climbing in Yosemite becomes something you can get done in 15 or 20 minutes.
Wow.
When you leave.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think when I got to Yosemite, 3 pitches was a full day for me, and by the time I left Yosemite, 30 pitches was a full day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Factor of 10.
Right.
Nice. That's pretty cool that you were able to get all that experience, but also be helping people out, and that's with the Park Service.
Yeah, it was with the Park Service.
How long has that been going on? Do you know?
Well,
is it established or?
Yeah, so Yosemite Search and Rescue has a really interesting history. Royal Robbins and Warren Harding were putting up routes and doing in the heyday of their climbing. The Park Service didn't have anyone who would go anywhere near the places that they were going. And from time to time, those guys and their contemporaries needed rescues. So what the Park Service was doing was going down to the climbers' campground to round up the climbers to go do the rescue. And
that makes sense. They're like,
so
we're not going to do this, but can you guys help us out?
Yeah, so the Park Service would provide the logistics,
right,
and the climbers would do the rescue itself. And so you can see the evolution there, which is that the park nowadays, probably the leaders of the team and the most capable rescuers are park rangers, and they're helped out for manpower, and skills and understanding of the routes, by the SAR site. They also have climbing rangers in Yosemite as well too, just like they have here. And so they have park rangers who are professionally accessing that terrain all the time. So it started out organically, and now it's kind of become part of the institution there.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. I'm not a climber, so it's fun to learn about all this stuff. So you would do that in the summer. What would you do in the winter?
I've been a ski patroller for the last 9 winters, which for anyone who's interested in work in the mountains, doing adventure sports like skiing or climbing, and also for anyone who's interested in rescue work, I think ski patrolling is the best. It's the most fun. It gives you the best experience. Yeah.
Where did you do ski patrol stuff?
Started in New Hampshire when I was on that trail crew. I worked at a little ski resort called Attitash and did a ton of medical stuff. The slopes are icy, the terrain parks are big because the snow's not great. And so just running sleds and splinting broken bones.
Were you an EMT then?
I was an EMT before I started that. I did a wilderness EMT. That's what got me my job on the trail crew.
Cool.
And that's what got me my job as a ski patroller. So
that's something that I've wanted to do, wilderness EMT.
Yeah,
I've done the Wolfer, and I was like, oh man.
I will recommend the wilderness EMT class to anybody. It's been a great investment for me, but also it's just really interesting. And I think that if you spend a lot of time taking risks, whether you're skiing or hiking or climbing, I think the wilderness EMT is just great education for what to do if something bad happens. But I think it also convinces you that something bad will happen at some point,
Yeah, I had that experience in my wilderness first responder for sure. And I was just like, oh, okay. Just makes you much more aware of what can happen, and also how hard it can be to really help someone or get help, even if you're not, quote, that far from a trailhead, unquote, it can be a long way.
Yeah, it continues to amaze me how challenging mountain rescue is. I think every time I think I have it down or that I'm super capable, then there's a rescue that surprises me, ends up being more challenging than I expected. It's definitely not short on challenges.
Yeah, I mean, I was amazed just how hard it is to carry someone in a litter. Like, it's exhausting. And just how many people it takes, because you have to rotate out. You just get, if you have the manpower to do it or the person power to do it, you have to rotate out.
Yeah.
It just wears you out.
Yeah, and I think sometimes people, when they think about mountain rescue, it seems glamorous, and you can see photographs of rescuers hanging from beneath helicopters in front of these amazing mountain faces. But the truth of the matter is 95% of mountain rescue is the litter, which is a titanium or steel basket that someone lies down in. Hopefully they have some good padding underneath them and a sleeping bag around them and a good splint and maybe some pain medication while they're taking the ride. But that sits on top of an ATV wheel that has a welded frame that attaches to the bottom of the litter. And that kind of, in the best case scenario, rolls gently down the trail. But if it's a long litter carry out or people are tired, then sometimes it bumps down the trail. But that's if you're committed to this business in the right way, I think you'll probably do more of that than anything else and take pride in it.
Right. Yeah. And I really, when I did my class, I really appreciated the instructors being really like focus on your patient comfort, focus on, minimizing their pain and doing further injury and like keeping that focus, even if it's hard, even if you're tired, even if it's cold, whatever, which it makes sense, of course, but it was really, I just never thought about it in that way. It really changed my perspective in a good way, I think, about like, you need to work really hard to help this person be not just get them out, but like help them be as comfortable and keep their dignity and, all these things as possible.
I think that's one of the things I really enjoy working here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And not that this doesn't happen other places, but we have a really great medical staff here on our mountain rescue team, and we're really committed to making sure that every single patient that we take care of is getting the best care we can possibly give them. And we do a lot of these wheel outs, and we have great paramedics here that do pain management along the way and give fluids, and it's a great team in that respect.
So you were there, you were in Yosemite for 4 years doing that. In the summers, you were doing ski patrolling. In the winters, starting in New Hampshire and then other places.
Yeah.
And
I worked
then
in Washington briefly, and
Okay.
Not briefly, for 4 years, and worked in California for 2 years as a ski patroller.
So when did you come to Rocky?
2 years ago.
So was there something in between Yosemite and
worked,
Rocky?
I worked for a year at Mount Rainier National Park.
Oh, okay. Nice. A little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Rainier is great because it's got the biggest glaciers in the lower 48, and I didn't have a ton of experience on glaciers there, and coming from climbing on El Cap to walking on these huge glaciers was a big transition.
Yeah.
And it was probably not a long enough tenure to, become an expert in that terrain, but definitely was good to round me out as a climber.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Being on glaciers is like amazing and incredibly frightening.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I worked in Alaska for a while, and people get a certain amount of comfort with glaciers, or at least the lower end of glaciers, because they're around, and just when that happens, someone will have an accident, or you'll just see something happen where you're like, I know one of the first times I went out on a glacier with someone, and there's just a huge crevasse opening, and they're just like, throw a rock down there.
Yeah.
Threw a rock down there, and they're like, here when it hits the bottom. Never heard it hit the bottom. And I was just like, oh, okay. Because you have this illusion. There's a lot of dirty glaciers where you have kind of a lot of moraine on top of ice, and so you almost don't realize you're on a glacier sometimes. And then you'll come to a spot like that, and so it was basically just someone trying to wake me up to like, hey, this is a moving, living thing.
Yeah.
Don't get comfortable.
No, I think that was one of the things that surprised me. I was excited to work at Mount Rainier because I think needed a little bit of break from El Cap, and but I definitely would have trouble sleeping the night before climbing the upper part of Mount Rainier. I have a bunch of friends who are guides at Mount Rainier and friends who are climbing rangers there, and there are a lot of them that do that, have done it 400 times even. But I think it's really serious, and I think they're aware of that. They may just be braver than me.
Yeah, and glacier, of course, and we'll talk more about this as we get into this. Mm-hmm. So I'll fill in podcast listeners. Everett and I this summer have been working on a video project, and so we've gone up on Long Peak a couple times together and talked about some of this stuff. So I definitely want to bring it out, is that idea of risk and risk that you can mitigate and risk that you have to accept, and all those kinds of things like that. So we'll get into that more, but yeah, I think there's definitely some pretty big objective hazards with glaciers.
Yeah,
with any climbing type of endeavor. So you were there for a year.
All right. Well, it was another seasonal job, so I was there from April until the end of September, I guess.
And then after that, you came here to Rocky?
Yeah.
And when was that? That was
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Actually, my supervisor at Mount Rainier is a guy named Van Roberts. I guess you move around this business a little bit by the partnerships that you form. And I think meeting Van was really, really good, and we both decided, and he'd worked at Rocky Mountain previously, and we both decided we'd go back to Rocky together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you had a friend when you came?
Yeah, I did. He
great.
Brought me back with him.
Nice. So you came here 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Oh man, so much stuff. Okay, so I guess first we'll start with rocky compared to Yosemite, compared to Rainier? What's the kind of, as a climber and as a climbing ranger or rescuer, what really sets it Rocky apart or defines Rocky in your mind?
Well, I think what defines Rocky is alpine rock climbing, in terms of my job. So if you had to pick one skill that the climbing rangers here have, is that they're comfortable as alpine rock climbers. There are 3 of them put up an incredible route on Fitzroy in Patagonia. They called it the Colorado route. That was Max Barler and Mike Lukens and Quinn Brett, who are fellow climbing rangers here. And that kind of epitomizes the skill that you should have to do this job.
So a comfort in high altitude environment.
Yeah, so alpine rock climbing, the best way to describe it is that the activity is still rock climbing, but you have a really long day. It's probably at high altitude here in the park. Most of our alpine rock climbs are between 11,000 and 14,000 feet, or 10,500 and 14,000 feet. So you're contending with the altitude. There'll be something between a 4-mile and a 6-mile walk to get to the base of it. Then you got to do that at the end of the day, and then the rock quality is always something that you have to assess for yourself. It's oftentimes the rock quality is poorer up on the alpine than it is at a crag in the valley.
What makes rock quality poor?
Well, to a certain extent, it's the rock type. To a certain extent, it's the way it weathers, the direction it faces in relation to storms and the wind, and whether it's in a corner where water seeps or whether it's out on a dry face where the wind keeps it.
So is it like how prone it is to fall
apart.
off
and then
break
I
off?
think, for me, the most important part is how secure the protection is. So in really good quality compact granite, you can fully trust the pieces of equipment that you put in the rock as you climb past it. But in poor quality rock, they may be worth nothing to you. So you have to be, I think in the alpine, you have to have a better eye for your placements, but you also have to be sure-footed and careful, because falling's not always an option. So then going back to Yosemite, Yosemite, it's rock climbing. That's it. It's sunny. The weather's good, but the climbing's really, really hard and really, really intimidating. And so you're just focusing on your rock climbing, really. And then in Rainier, it's glacier mountaineering, which has its own challenges. And like we talked about before, there's a lot of objective hazard, avalanches, crevasses, ice fall.
Right. And so here, that the defining thing is the alpine and those long approaches and all, and then weather too.
Right. Yeah. Certainly. Here we have
super
afternoon
exposed.
Thunderstorms are a big deal during prime climbing season. This summer, it seemed like they were almost rolling in every single day, and they were, really, really intense lightning storms.
Yeah, we had quite a few weeks in a row of really intense weather. I felt like, So you came here, started last year. What was your first? So were you Longs Peak specific last year too?
Yeah,
right?
I was.
So what was was that the first time? When's the first time you went up Longs Peak? Had you done it before?
Yeah, it was May 20th last year.
May 20th last year. What was it like?
It was great. It was early season, so there was snow at the trailhead. So what we did was we did the approach. We climbed up to the keyhole on our skis. You have climbing skins on your skis, and we skied up to the base of the route. It's about 6 miles in, and then we climbed the keyhole in crampons with ice axes, and it was a mountaineering experience. We were mostly walking on steep snow slopes, kind of assessing the snow stability and plunging the ice axe every step. And it was a great way to get introduced to the mountain because, you know, those conditions can exist almost any time of year, and you need to be really aware of that. So that kind of planted in my mind that Longs Peak was a real mountain and that I had to take it seriously.
Nice. Yeah, that's one thing I was wondering about is like how it struck you the first time. You know, your first time up. I mean, that's so we'll get into longs and all that stuff. So, you know, the majority of people are trying to climb in that little window in the summer when they aren't dealing with those kind of conditions.
Yeah.
But it's a short window because that's May 20th and it's full on, like you said, skiing up, crampons, ice axes, snow slopes, May 20th.
Yeah.
So, so clearly it hit you as like, this is a serious mountain. And what was your kind of general feel for the whole thing? Because you'd been on a lot of mountains by then.
Well, I think I was really excited for a couple reasons. First of all, the guy I did it with was Mitch Musey, was the other ranger hired the same year to be focused on Longs Peak. And so we've done a lot of work on the mountain together and a lot of rescue work together now. And that was his first time climbing Longs Peak as a climbing ranger. And so I think I could tell at that point he was someone who was really excited about doing this job and doing it as well as he could. And it's great to have that trust in someone that you're going out in the mountains with. And so that was going really well. And I mentioned that we skied all the way up to the keyhole. Well, we also skied all the way down from the keyhole to the parking lot. It took us about 20 minutes.
Whoa.
And it was really fun. So, yeah, I think my impression was that there was a lot of room for me to grow and a lot of good adventures to be had. And that I, you know, found myself in a good situation.
Nice. So let's talk about Longs Peak. Let's talk about the keyhole. Let's talk about all that stuff.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Great.
So Longs Peak, 14,259. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. So it is it's a tall mountain.
Yeah.
It is the only 14 in Rocky Mountain National Park.
That's right.
It is, as a geography geek who used to make maps, I'm excited about this. It is the farthest north 14,000 foot peak in the Rocky Mountains. There are no 14ers farther north than Longs, which is kind of cool. Really weird shaped mountain, I think. It's really like an amazing looking mountain with that big block on top and like this flat summit. And yeah, interesting looking, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just a weird coincidence to me that like the tallest mountain in the park is also the craziest looking mountain in the park in some ways. Or most unusual.
And the other thing about that is that it has kind of all these different ramps and crack systems and chimneys, and there are, you know, 6 or 7 good ways to end up on the summit and just as many ways to bail off of the summit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mountain that takes a long time to know. I still, you know, after 2 seasons, I still wouldn't say that I know it very well.
That's interesting. That's very interesting to me. So it's drawn people for a long time. Of course, a famous early mountain guide who's pretty connected to Rocky, Enos Mills.
Yeah.
I mean, you had people who spent their whole life basically guiding people up and down and getting to know this one mountain.
To me, I think that's one of the most fascinating parts of my job or aspects of my job is that Enos Mills has such a role in founding the park. And he, you know, as a guide, he made his living off of Longs Peak, and so much of his writing is about experiences on Longs Peak. And so I feel as a park ranger, it's great to be able to focus on Longs Peak of this park. I think I get, you know, close to the spirit of the place.
I feel like that when I'm up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just something about it. So many people have invested themselves either for one climb or for their whole life. You know, there's just a certain something about it. It beckons to people all throughout the Front Range, at least the northern part, because you can see it from a real long way away, and it is very recognizable. And so, like you were saying, 10,000 a year now we're up to about.
Yeah, it's the ballpark.
I mean, it's a rough number
we throw out there.
Yeah, so it's calling out to 10,000 ish people a year to try and give it a go. So that's kind of the general outlier or general outlay of the thing. So there's, like you said, there's lots of routes up, which involve, depending on your skill level, technical climbing and protection, even ropes, things like that. But the thing that really attracts the general public, right, is the keyhole route, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So
it's inescapable.
It's inescapable. So let's talk about the keyhole route. Let's just walk through it, and stuff will come up about it. So keyhole route, you start at
the Longs Peak trailhead,
right,
where there's a parking lot and a small ranger station where you can get information and purchase backcountry permits and bivouac permits. And then it's another 3.5 miles from the parking lot to reach tree line. You wind in and out of the forest and eventually come out in a place called Jim's Grove.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I went up there for the first time this summer. Yeah. And when you come out there, it's just like, whoa.
Right. And you get this incredible view of the east face of Longs Peak and
it's
Mount
gorgeous.
Lady Washington's right there. But you can also, if it's early in the morning, which for a lot of people when they're trying to climb Longs Peak, they start really early in the morning.
Right. Yeah.
What time
do people generally start? I mean, of course it varies, but
yeah, I think for your average person, a 2 a.m. to a 4 a.m. start's pretty common. If you think you're on the slow side, I meet people who have done a really good job of getting back early. You know, they're coming down the same time I am, around noon, and they tell me they started at 12:30 or 1, and I think, whoa, that was hard work for them to do that, but it paid off for them.
Yeah. I know when we were up there filming at, what time was that? Like 5 or something? And we saw so many headlights coming up the trail.
Yeah.
And we were away, we were quite a ways up the trail. So
yeah, they
started earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so people are starting early. They're headed up through the trees, standard hiking trail.
Yeah, so you break out at tree line, and if you're on time, you look out and you can see the lights of the Front Range cities, Boulder and Denver.
Yeah, which is super cool.
Yeah, it is cool. And so then now you're above tree line, and the trail winds around Mount Lady Washington, and that's another 2.5 or 3 miles of hiking. And that puts you out in the boulder field.
Okay, so you're at the boulder field. So from the trailhead to the boulder field is 6 miles?
6 miles.
And
yeah.
How many feet of gain is it? Like
the boulder field is about 12,000, between 12,500 and 12,800. That's
so you've
the
gained
boulder
like
field.
3,500 feet?
Or think about this. So I'm just going to round it up to 13,000 and round the trailhead up to 10,500.
Okay.
Sorry, 9,500. And so that's 3,500 feet.
Okay. So this is just to get to the boulder field.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much, it's a trail. Well,
right.
It's safe to call it that.
Yeah. No,
I would call it that from when I
hiking.
did it. It's hiking. So then you get to the boulder field.
You get, the keyhole route is so named because of this break in the northwest ridge of Longs Peak, and it looks like a keyhole. It's pretty obvious, at least from the boulder field. It's pretty obvious,
right?
And the keyhole is at about 13,000, so you have to go up from the boulder field a little ways to reach the entrance to the route, which is right through that keyhole.
And what I found interesting there is that it's a pretty. I feel like it's a pretty nice, smooth transition of difficulty. I felt like, to let you know what you're getting into. Because I'm on a trail in the woods. It's getting a little rockier. Now I'm on boulders. Now I'm boulder hopping. Now I'm starting to use my hands and get a little scrambly, right?
You get a great feel for what the route is like after the keyhole by the type of terrain you move through from the boulder field getting up to the keyhole.
Yeah.
And right as you're just making it into the keyhole, I like to tell people that kind of scrambling to get to the keyhole itself, the last 100 feet up to the keyhole, is what the rest of the hike to the summit is like.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that to me.
And a half. So it gives, I think for people who say to themselves, and I think this is a good plan to have, I'll make it to the keyhole and see how I feel, remembering that last 80 or 100 feet getting up to the keyhole is
what you're in for the next mile and a half one way, right?
Right.
3 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Ish.
You could look at it as it's a good setup because you progressively increase your difficulty, but it's also one of the traps of the keyhole route in Longs Peak that you don't really get your difficult climbing until you're really tired and you're at higher altitude. So things start to compound in terms of difficulty the closer you get to the summit.
Right. You've already been climbing, your legs are getting tired. You're already, if you aren't acclimatized, especially the altitude is getting you.
And you maybe some people fall into the mental trap that I've come all this way, I only have this much further to go. But in reality, that last mile and a half is going to take as long as the whole first bit.
Right. Yeah. And so you get up to the keyhole, you get there, and I mean, when we got up there, that definitely took my breath away. You pop out through this, and now you're just looking down into Glacier Gorge, like all of Glacier Gorge right below you. It's an incredible view. Just the keyhole. I've told people that who are like, I could never do longs. I'm like, well, you should try to at least go to the keyhole, just because if there were nothing else past that, it would be a worthwhile, stellar top 5 hike in the park for sure.
And then on the opposite side of the boulder field, you have chasm view, where if you kind of walk up to the low point in the ridge between the north face of Longs Peak and Mount Lady Washington, you have this incredible view down at Chasm Lake.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And you see the whole east face of Longs Peak, and so that's another reason to hike up to the boulder
Thought that was
field.
pretty breathtaking.
Oh yeah.
So you've made it to the keyhole. Let's say you're feeling okay.
Right.
You've got snacks. You got water. You're feeling okay about the last 100 feet that you just climbed up. How do we go from there? Or first, I should say, before we get to that, what should people be going through in their mind when they're getting to this point about whether or not they should keep going that day, or whether or not they should feel proud of what they've done so far, call it good, and decide that they're going to come back and try it another time? Like, what are the checkpoints in your head for people who are thinking about doing it?
Yeah, I think the most important thing there is time and weather. And so you need to make sure that the weather isn't deteriorating when you get to the keyhole, because it's not only a mile and a half further to the summit, but that mile and a half is going to take you almost as long as the 6 miles it took you to get there. So you don't want to be starting that adventure when a storm is building. And that can be kind of, if you don't get a lot of opportunities to go up and try to climb Longs Peak, it's hard to say to yourself, well, there's a 50% chance of thunderstorms after noon, and I already see some little white fluffy clouds that look innocent enough, but the wind's blowing them closer, and turn around right there for those reasons.
Sure.
But if you want to be conservative about getting struck by lightning or climbing across a rock slab that you can't fall off of in a rainstorm, that's your last chance to make that decision. So you have to be aware of how much time you have left before that forecasted weather is coming, and you have to know enough about weather forecasts and what approaching weather looks like in the mountains to make a good decision there.
And I think one thing that you talked about when we were going up that made a lot of sense to me is like kind of create set points for yourself, maybe even ahead of time when you're more rational and you're not so pumped up and excited or maybe tired or whatever, and say like, you know, if I'm to this point by this time range, I'm okay here. Like just say like if the weather looks like this and it's this time, but if you're an hour past your timeline or something, try to set that up ahead of time so that you can kind of try to keep your emotional desire to get the summit a little tamped down and to be like, hey, you know what? It's actually better to not get struck by lightning and come back.
Yeah, that's,
which is hard.
I
brains
get that. Play tricks on us.
Absolutely.
We all know this. So yeah, you kind of have to outthink yourself and outplan yourself.
It's hard.
And I think the other hard thing about it is that most people aren't going mountain climbing as much as I'm going mountain climbing. So for me, I have to really work on my system to give myself the best chance of being safe in the long term. Whereas there are a lot of people, I see it all the time, that come up to climb Long's Peak and make bad decisions and get to the summit and come back and they're fine.
Sure.
And they don't get stuck with it. But over the course of the summer, I see all the people who do that, and I get to meet the 4 or 5 or the handful that I have to rescue. So that's something, just getting the summit, climbing the route doesn't always indicate success or mastery. You know, that's something that's harder to find.
Interesting. So you've made it to the keyhole. Let's say all those check marks that you've thought about beforehand. You've done your research. You're good. You've got the weather's looking good. All that. Now we're getting into the real meat of this climb.
Yeah.
Where do we go from there?
Right. So the technical or more technical sections of the route, the sections where now it's a mountain climb. It's not just hiking anymore. It's mountain climbing.
Right. That's a big message.
Yeah.
It's not a hike.
That's
hike.
the one talking point I've really developed.
Yeah. It's a good one.
To it.
It's a good one.
Actually, we used to grade the keyhole route as technical or non-technical, depending on the season. And they'd hang a little plaque up there at the keyhole saying, no, the keyhole route is technical. It's closed to all except for real serious mountaineers. And we don't do that anymore. I think it's because it can become technical again at almost any time of year. Certainly it's good to forewarn people that in the winter it's very likely to require advanced skills. But at any time during the summer, it can get to be the kind of conditions that require a lot of experience and specialized equipment.
Right.
But there are names for all of the portions of the route beyond the keyhole. And the first portion of the route that you get to is called the ledges. And it doesn't gain any elevation. It crosses the backside of the mountain, going in between big rock slabs on a series of ledges, and that delivers you to the bottom of the trough, which is this huge rock chute or gully or couloir or whatever you want to call it. It's a trough of broken rock that's not very steep, and you can climb up it. And
that often has snow, right?
Yeah, that holds snow latest. It's the most north facing.
Like of course it varies every year, but
it's going to have snow to a certain extent until July at least. It's probably going to linger a bit longer. People start climbing it without specialized gear maybe earlier than that because you can find ways around the snow, but there's typically snow in the trough for quite a while. It's actually a good ski run.
Oh man.
Yeah, but that has its own problems because losing your footing on snow or hard snow in summer there, that's one of the places it'd be easy to have a serious accident. So the trough is where you gain most of your elevation. You just hike straight up this thing for 1,000 vertical feet about. And when you get to the top of that, you move on to another aspect of the mountain. So the west side of the mountain. And there's this narrow ledge section of ledge that takes you around to the southwest side of the mountain. It's about, a football field long, and it's called the Narrows. And a lot of people think of that as the most dramatic and exciting part of the route because you do have a pretty big drop below you there and a cliff above you, and it's only a foot or so wide at the narrowest part.
Yep.
Right. So
yeah,
you keep once you've made your traverse of the Narrows, you wrap around a rocky shoulder, and there's a ramp. It's a rock slab with a few cracks in it that goes up another 500 vertical feet or so, and we call that the home stretch because it puts you out on the summit, which is this flat plateau that, again, is about a football field wide.
And then that's the route. And then you have to come all the way back down.
Right.
And as a non big on scrambling climbing person, it definitely took my breath away when I started getting on even the beginning part of that. And I could tell that it was having that effect on a lot of people. So what are some things people can do before they are even thinking or making the plan to come up, to just get a sense for, whether they're going to be comfortable enough with the route? I mean, of course you can't really know until you do it, but what are some resources?
Well, I think when I started mountain climbing, I thought of it as a test of my physical strength and endurance. And when it comes to that sort of scrambly terrain you were mentioning, I don't think that's a good way to think about it. Climbing through what I'd refer to as third class and terrain, which just means you're maybe using your hands for balance or to pull yourself up once in a while, but most of the time a fall isn't catastrophic. Although on the keyhole route, there's a few places where if you fall, the best you can hope for is a trip to the hospital. It's a skill. It's something you practice, just like playing an instrument or a sport or anything like that. So you need to, if you want to be able to move confidently and quickly, and I guess quickly is not the right word, efficiently in that sort of terrain, you just need to seek out terrain that's like that and practice. And that's one of the things that is a problem with the keyhole route, is that terrain is so remote on the route that people aren't getting to it and realizing that they're not well practiced until they're already really far away from the trailhead, and the consequences are really high for even a twisted ankle. So the key is really just to move around in boulder fields and steep mountain slopes, and it's something that just comes with time.
So kind of purposefully pushing if you're like, for me, I'm a hiker, but I'm like a trail hiker for the most part.
Yeah.
And so purposefully finding maybe places where you can push yourself off of a nice maintained trail and start getting into more and more scrambly terrain, boulder hopping, loose rock, or just different types of footing,
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just think about it like that. Like you said, just think about it. It's not a matter of how strong you are necessarily or your fortitude as a amazing person. It's just like anything else. Like, would you expect someone to be able to just sit down and play the piano amazingly if they've never done it before?
Right.
No, you would think that they would want to build up to it.
And I see a lot of really strong, fit people fake it till they make it up there.
Sure.
And I don't think that's a great approach, because there's always this trade-off between efficiency and security in the mountains, right? Getting on your hands and knees and crawling along a narrow ledge with a death grip around every rock around you, you're not going to fall if you do that. But if it takes you an hour to go 100 feet, the storm's going to catch up with you, and then the rock's going to get slick and wet, and you're never going to be able to make it down, no matter how hard you grip the handhold. So there's a trade-off, and if you find yourself really terrified and wearing a hole in the seat of your pants, scooting down
the whole thing,
a rock slab, then I think that can be avoided with 4 or 5 days of practice moving around in that sort of terrain, so that you get your sea legs.
Right. Okay. So practice on some non-maintained trail terrain to kind of get a feel for that and find your comfort level and build your skills. And then what's another thing people can do to up their safety if they're thinking about doing the route?
Well, again, in the trade-off between efficiency and security, I think that I see people underprepared in terms of equipment, and I see people overprepared with equipment. So you don't want to be up there on a stormy day in late August, early September, when you're starting to get the fall snowstorms, in shorts and a t-shirt, because if you do roll your ankle and there's no one around, you're at the mercy of the elements and you might freeze to death up there. But at the same time, I see people with 50-pound backpacks carrying 9 liters of water, and they're moving along precipitous and tenuous ledge systems where if they stumble, they're going to take a really bad fall. And, if my life depended on moving carefully across a rocky ledge, I'd want to have as little weight on me as possible. So your pack's got to balance the need to have a little food and a little water and a raincoat, with not carrying so much weight that you're sandbagging yourself for some really important climbing.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like, we can't, we, the Park Service, or any land management agency, we can't tell you what to carry, because it's always going to depend on you as an individual. It's going to depend on the actual conditions of that specific day. It's going to depend on all sorts of factors. But you and the other staff do put out the conditions report, which gives you a feel. You can go on our website and research general weather for the time of year that you're thinking about. You can go on our website and get a forecast that is point specific to, as close as we can get it, to the summit of or the upper part of Long's Peak. And you can use all that stuff. And then I think the other side of that equation that people need is that you need some experience in the mountains or doing outdoor stuff. Like you don't know how heavy a coat you need when it's 40 degrees until you know what you need.
Yeah.
And it's better to find that out in a lower risk situation, I think.
Well, that's the other thing about alpine climbing and just having fun in the mountains in general, is that there's no right or wrong way to climb Long's Peak. There's no right or wrong season to climb Long's Peak in. But it's only by mountain experience that you know whether your system and your plan is right for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, just like you were saying, the more time you spend in the mountains, the better off you're going to be. That's practice makes perfect, right?
Right. And so this kind of stuff that we're talking about, and a lot of what you focus on your job, is what we in the Park Service, and not just the Park Service, I guess, call, of course, we have an acronym for everything because we are the government, PSAR, which is Preventative Search and Rescue.
Right.
So we're not giving this information out, like you said, to tell somebody yes or no. That's your personal call. It's your personal responsibility. We're just trying to give people the information to make the best decision they can for themselves. And the reason we're trying to do that is to prevent search and rescue situations, right?
Right.
So, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to make it sound dire or anything, but what are some of the search and rescue situations that you and your coworkers do get into, and how does that motivate the preventative search and rescue side that is the focus of your particular position?
Right. I think all of us got into this work, got our jobs because we wanted to do rescues. Now, personally, I'd prefer to do PSAR. And so the way PSAR relates to search and rescue work is that you do everything you can to prepare and inform visitors about the risks they're taking and the hazards that they face. And that way you have less accidents to deal with. And at a park that gets as much visitation as Rocky does, that's critical because it's very easy to overwork a rescue team. Some of the rescues can take, more than 24 hours. You have multiple shifts on the rescue. You can wear out your people, you can break your equipment, and
physically and mentally.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, mentally especially. Mountain rescue can be traumatic for rescuers. The sorts of injuries that you see and tend to, and the reactions of people's loved ones when someone's hurt in the mountains, it wears you down. So, you try and manage that as best you can, and PSAR is one of the go-to strategies there. It can be as simple as having your trail signs be accurate and be in the right place, or as complicated as tapping into social media networks to advise people of changing conditions if there's just been an ice storm, and then trying to make people aware of what they're going to be dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, I just wanted people out there to know that we have all these people like you on staff who know what they're doing to do rescues when we have to. But obviously, our goal is to have 0 rescues needed per year. That's what we're always going to shoot for.
Right.
Whether or not it's possible, that's always going to be the goal.
Yeah.
And just trying to, like you said, we're the park. Part of the reason that a park like Rocky is here is for people to challenge themselves in whatever way that means for them. And so we respect that. We just want to make sure that everyone is well informed and knows the decisions that they are making for themselves.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, we've talked about this a lot. Your responsibility when you're out in the mountains is for yourself.
Yeah.
You need to be responsible for yourself. That's part of what makes it adventurous and rewarding. Like you were talking about at the beginning, is what attracted you to it, is that responsibility. And so, we're here to help when it's needed, and if we can, and if it doesn't put our staff in too much peril. But we want to try to keep that from happening to anybody.
I think that's a fair way to put it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, second season in Rocky, maybe you'll be back, maybe you won't. Who knows? It's a seasonal lifestyle, but
yeah, I don't know if there's anything that has come out in this podcast is I'm a bit nomadic.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty common theme on this podcast, and I think it's been interesting, I hope, for listeners to get a sense of that, how important that is in Park Service culture. Sometimes as your whole career, sometimes different phases of your career. So yeah, that's definitely been a theme with lots of people that we've interviewed, is that kind of nomadic stuff. So maybe you'll be back to Rocky, maybe you won't. But either way, this is something that we like to ask everybody. Maybe actually I'll give you two questions. One just is specific to Long. So for you personally, what has Long's Peak meant to you, or what does it mean to you? What has it meant in your life? Is there any like big lesson that you've taken away, or any skill, or just what comes to mind as kind of the big picture takeaway from Long's?
Well, it's a mountain that I think gets its significance from humans. It's just another spot on the ridge in Rocky Mountain National Park. It happens to be a few feet higher than the mountains next to it. But people are really drawn to it. And it's one of those places where, whether you're a guide or you're a ranger, it's a place where you can make a living off of your relationship to the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And that I've really appreciated, having a place where I feel like I earn my keep by being outdoors and
being of service.
Yeah, it's great. I think going mountain climbing is really enjoyable for me, but it's great to have mountain climbing be a community thing. The Long's Peak's obviously important to the park, but it's also important to Estes Park, and it's important to the whole Front Range. And it's great to be of service there and be a part of the community. So.
Mm-hmm. And then the question that we have asked everybody, similar question, but slightly bigger picture: Rocky Mountain National Park. What is your time here? Either the park environment itself, or your coworkers, or what it's meant in this time in your life. Just kind of, again, that big picture. What does Rocky mean to you?
Well, I learn this more and more all the time as I spend more time here, but it's a really tight-knit community here at the park, in Estes Park also. And I think being in this park, it for me has a lot been about the relationships I've formed here. And maybe that's a good thing to bring up too, is when you're going up on Long's Peak, you're definitely becoming part of that community. And it's a tight-knit community, and it's a small world. And so I think having respect for the people and the places that you're involved with, the more time you spend up here, and I certainly hope people come back again and again and again, the more connected they become to that network. So being courteous, helping people who are having trouble, and sharing information in a positive way, that's something I hope everyone takes away from their experience on Long's Peak.
Nice. Yeah, watch out for each other out there.
Yeah.
We're all in it together.
You're not alone.
And I feel and you see that happen, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you do see that happen when things maybe don't even go bad, but if someone's having a hard time, people check on them, people.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I love about the outdoors and all the different ways you can enjoy it, is that it really strengthens your connection with other people in a real way, almost like an accelerated way.
Yeah.
I feel like you can go out on a trip with somebody in one weekend and be closer friends than you would have if you'd casually hung out every month for like a year.
Yeah. And I like it. I like going up there by myself, but for safety and for enriching the experience, go with a friend. You know,
Take a friend.
All
right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to?
No,
You got it.
Yeah, it's good for today.
All right. Thanks for being on the podcast. I guess you're leaving pretty soon, right?
Yeah,
End of
my
October.
Season's almost up.
So
ski season's here.
Yeah, heck yeah. He's got a big smile on his face. You can't see it in the audio, but he's excited. This man loves to ski, I know. All right. Well, thanks for coming on and filling everybody in, and thanks for your work on Long's Peak, and for keeping people safe and saving them when they're in trouble.
Yeah, and thank you, Miles, and I listen to your podcasts, and I enjoy them. So,
all right,
happy to contribute.
I'll accept flattery. All right. Our next episode will be ... Who knows? We're not sure when our next episode will be. We may have some bonus episodes throughout the winter when something comes up or the fancy strikes us, but we're not going to be returning to a regular seasonal programming until sometime in 2018. That's scary to say, but sometime in 2018. We are starting on pre-production soon, though, like I said in the intro, so we'll have more great stuff coming to you sometime. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers. Have a great winter. We'll see you soon.
All right, Andrew. My first season working for Glacier, I was a receptionist at park headquarters.
Okay.
Lowest paid position in the park, mind you, answering questions people had via phone, email, and letter.
Gotcha.
Occasionally, we had people in person come to the front desk with a question. And one of the most challenging questions we ever got was, where is your World Heritage Site plaque?
Our what?
We are a World Heritage Site, recognized by the United Nations for protecting natural and cultural resources that are important to the whole world. And every World Heritage Site gets a plaque to commemorate this designation.
Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. Where was it?
Well, that's the thing. Nobody knew. I told them I'd never heard of it, and neither had my coworker. So they described to us a 2-foot by 3-foot bronze plaque, and we started asking around. We asked our boss, who coordinates exhibits around the park. He didn't know. We asked facilities management. They didn't know. We asked the superintendent. Nope. We asked everyone in headquarters and started calling all over the park to see if anyone had any idea where it might be. And then It turned out it was in Canada.
Oh, that explains it.
Glacier National Park's northern boundary is the 49th parallel, also known as our border with Canada, and right across the border in Alberta is Waterton Lakes National Park. And the World Heritage Site plaque was displayed at a pavilion in Waterton. So I wanted to call up somebody who works there.
You know, that's a great question, and I don't know that I fully know the answer to that. We've recently redone the pavilion in Waterton, so I don't know if that plaque is actually still visible there or not. That's something I'll have to go look for now. Exactly.
That's Natalie Hodge.
My name is Natalie,
who works for Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS.
I am the interpretation coordinator in Waterton Lakes National Park.
Waterton, a literal stone's throw away, has been Glacier's neighbor since the very beginning.
Yeah, Waterton was actually created in 1895, and it was originally titled the Forest Park Reserve.
2 years before Glacier was established as a forest preserve in 1897.
Wow, that's really early.
Not to mention that Parks Canada, the Canadian counterpart to the NPS, also beat us to the punch.
Parks Canada was actually founded in 1911, and it actually became the world's first national park service.
Predating the National Park Service by 5 years.
The two parks, administered separately in their respective nations, oversee a contiguous landscape that doesn't recognize the political boundary that separates them.
There's many jokes about animals not needing a passport in order to go back and forth between the two nations. We've seen black bears go back and forth across the border with no issue. Sometimes same with moose as well.
Now, that elusive plaque that I mentioned.
Yeah.
If you manage to find it, wherever it is, it wouldn't say Glacier National Park on it. So we refer to our park, each of our parks, in kind of abbreviated names: Glacier National Park, Waterton Lakes National Park. But what is the full name of our parks together?
The full name of our parks together would be Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Our two parks share more than an international border. Waterton and Glacier National Parks agreed that this incredible landscape deserves our cooperation, setting aside political divisions to cooperate in the management of everything from invasive or endangered species to wildland fires.
For example, if there's a fire in Waterton Lakes National Park, often fire crews from Glacier will come down and help, and then vice versa.
And while there are over 100 international or transboundary parks and protected areas today, back in 1932, we were the first ever international peace park.
Which, on top of signaling management cooperation, was a symbol of goodwill between nations, a statement of unity that in 1932, in between two world wars, must have been refreshing. With a passport, Waterton is just a few hours away from most places in Glacier, and there are a lot of ways to experience it.
Yeah, there's some remarkable hiking opportunities in Waterton that range from short trips to all-day outings.
And a personal favorite of mine is to visit some of the phenomenal restaurants in Waterton townsite.
Yeah, we don't have quite the same variety down here.
But Natalie leads what I think is the coolest way to see the place, a way to really experience the international part of our title, the International Peace Park hike.
I have definitely been fortunate over the years and have been able to lead that Peace Park hike, and it's probably one of the coolest elements of my job working for Parks Canada. The hike is unique really in the sense that participants start out hiking in Canada, get to cross an international border by foot, and finish the hike in the United States. And our audience members are generally quite excited about the opportunity to be able to hike in two countries in one day.
It's so cool. They even hold a little hands across the border ceremony.
And this is where participants line up on either side of the international border, and they shake hands as a sign of peace and goodwill with those across from them. And it's a long-standing tradition of the hike, and it's been ongoing since the creation of the hike in 1978.
The International Peace Park hike, or IPP, is 14 kilometers long, or just over 8.5 miles. You essentially walk the length of Upper Waterton Lake to wind up back in Glacier, where you'll finally catch a ride on the International, a 200-passenger boat that's ferried people across Waterton Lake since 1928.
Yeah, and from having taken that ride myself, it really stands out as one of the most unique experiences anywhere in either park.
Yeah, I agree.
Even just looking into the other country, let alone getting to hike or boat into it, is powerful.
Now, again, you do need a passport to visit Waterton, and you need a reservation to ride the International or to join the IPP. But no matter what you do on your visit, seeing both sides of the border will only enrich your experience. So the next time you come to visit, make sure you visit our sister park. Keep that spirit of goodwill alive, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could even find that plaque. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here. Now, we've mentioned so far that Glacier has a lot of titles.
National Park, World Heritage Site.
But today we're going to focus on just one of them, International Peace Park, an agreement between the NPS and Parks Canada to cooperatively manage our shared resources.
And no place better represents the International Peace Park than Goat Haunt, one of the most remote and least visited regions of Glacier.
Okay, real quick, what's with the name? Goat Haunt?
Yeah, it's kind of an archaic term, but a haunt is a place where someone or something hangs out. So essentially, Goat Haunt is a place where the mountain goats like to hang.
Oh, I see. Well, odds are, even if you've been to Glacier before, you probably haven't made it to Goat Haunt. And for good reason.
Yeah, there are no roads leading to it. And the shortest hike to get there is 22 miles.
Shortest hike from the US, that is. So you could either backpack for a few days south of the border, or you can drive to Canada.
Yeah, Goat Haunt sits at the southern tip of Upper Waterton Lake, one of the largest lakes in either park, which stretches across the border into both Canada and the US.
Meaning Goat Haunt is just about 3 miles from the Canadian border.
Yeah, so people overwhelmingly access Goat Haunt from Waterton Lakes National Park.
Oh, now I understand where the name comes from. Waterton Lake, Waterton Lakes. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, so some people get there on foot, like on that International Peace Park hike, but most people arrive to Goat Haunt by boat.
Including even the rangers that work there.
Yeah, talk about a commute.
So in this episode, we'll be looking at what it means to be an international peace park, how it happened in the first place, and how it has affected those that live and work here. All right, Andrew, where is our border with Canada?
I think it's about 20, 30 miles north of here as the crow flies.
Yeah, well, could you be even more specific? Where is the border?
It lies on the 49th parallel.
Yeah, exactly. The 49th parallel was first proposed as a border by the Hudson's Bay Trading Company in 1714, which is a story for another day, but it was ultimately adopted by the US and British governments, because at the time, Canada was still under British rule. Now, British and American teams surveyed the border in the 1860s, with brief interruptions for the Civil War, and monuments were erected that cemented a border nearly 4,000 miles long.
But did you know that that survey was actually wrong?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The border was first surveyed when we still thought the Earth was a sphere, but it's actually an oblate spheroid.
What?
Essentially, it's a sphere that bulges at the equator due to rotation. All that to say, the original line doesn't perfectly follow the 49th parallel.
Really?
No, it's close, but it's not exact.
Spheroid and all, it does transect present-day Waterton Lakes and Glacier National Parks.
And visiting the border between the parks today, you'll notice the only thing separating the two countries is a swath of cleared trees, a 20-foot wide unvegetated line continuing into the horizon.
And as far as this area is concerned, the most meaningful discussions of that symbolic boundary occurred not in the halls of Congress or Parliament, but on the trail and around the fire.
Two of the earliest proponents of a jointly managed park were John Kootenai Brown and Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds.
Big fans of nicknames.
Yeah, Brown was the first superintendent of Waterton Lakes National Park.
And Reynolds was the first ranger stationed in the present-day Goat Haunt area.
Yeah, and it was these two that hatched the idea that two parks in two countries could be managed together.
And the story of their friendship is an origin story of the Peace Park itself.
We actually know an awful lot about John Kootenai Brown. He was raised by his grandmother in Ireland during the Great Famine and led a colorful life after leaving home. He joined the Royal Militia in 1858, but never saw combat. In search of excitement, he chased a fortune in the goldfields of British Columbia, working as a prospector, constable, trapper, guide, mail carrier, swamper.
Swamper? What the heck is that?
Yeah, it's someone who steers canal boats. 50 years later, he had garnered a reputation for knowing the region as well as anyone, which led to his appointment in 1910 as the first supervisory forest ranger of Kootenai Lakes Forest Reserve, which is now our northern neighbor, Waterton Lakes National Park. At age 70, he earned $75 a month to manage the whole area.
Wait, only $75? That's like the highest ranking position in the whole park.
Yeah, it's about $2,000 in today's money.
Oh, all right. Now, much less is known about Albert Death on the Trail Reynolds. Born in Wisconsin in 1847, he and his wife moved to Montana's Flathead Valley in 1871 so he could work at a lumber mill. And to escape the nervous strain of work, 30 years later, he retired from being the supervisor at the lumber mill to become a ranger at the then Flathead Forest Preserve. When that preserve was converted to Glacier National Park in 1910, he was stationed on the southern end of Upper Waterton Lake. And while there have been biographies written of Brown, most of what we know about Reynolds we learned from his diary. Take this entry from 1912 where he's looking for poachers.
Found where some hunters had camped and hauled down a sheep or deer from the mountains. But it was in Canada, about 6 miles from the boundary line.
Which had been brought to life here by the voice talent of Ranger Bob Adams. Reynolds lived in one of the most undeveloped and least visited areas of the park, often with only wildlife as company.
Friday, October 25, 1912. When I arrived at camp, a bear had been there last night, and he raised hell. All around camp he went, looking into all 3 windows. Took a bath in the wash tub and stood in front of the looking glass and combed his hair with his scrubbing brush.
His nickname Death on the Trail was self-ascribed, and his disdain for horses led him to walk everywhere. He regularly walked 17 miles south to get his mail.
Wow. I walked just about 1 mile to get my mail, and I thought that was rough. But Reynolds would also walk north to visit Waterton, where he befriended Brown.
Yeah, he walked the full 12-mile length of Upper Waterton Lake, which starts in Montana at Goat Hunt and ends in Waterton Town Site in Alberta. Walking that whole way to visit his friend Kootenai Brown, unless he could catch a boat ride.
Sunday, October 20, 1912. Left at camp 7 a.m. in one of Mr. Hazard's boats. Went as far as Weeks Landing, where I walked to the post office, got some mail, then went to Mr. Brown's.
His duties as a backcountry ranger included looking out for poachers, forest fires, and other, quote, threats to the park.
Okay, so what constituted a threat to the park?
Well, in the early years, the Park Service was guided by a fundamentally different understanding of ecology than it is today. And Reynolds' writing illustrates this really well. Early park managers were especially eager to protect ungulates, like deer. He would actually follow deer in order to chase them towards better foraging habitat.
Left camp as soon as I could. Went up the trail that the deer took up the mountains. I located them up on a high bench, almost to the top of that mountain. I managed to get above them. There were about 40 of them. I got above them after a hard struggle. The snow was deep.
He thought he could get them to go somewhere where they'd be happier and safer if he could only jump out and surprise them.
Some went one way, while others took my trail and went down. Last of them that I saw was about 2 miles and still going. They're safe.
I think if I did that in a uniform today, people would think I was totally crazy.
And on top of chasing deer around, he would actively hunt and kill anything that could harm them. To kill coyotes, he even enlisted the help of his friend Brown, the superintendent of Waterton.
I went to one of Mr. Brown's baits for coyotes, and I found that a coyote had been there this morning and had taken a meal out of it. I followed his tracks for nearly 2 miles, and he did not show any signs of the poison, so I left. Canadian poison is no good.
In the years since, we've come to understand that predators like coyotes, wolves, and mountain lions play essential roles in the ecosystem. The practice of poisoning them has long since been abandoned.
It's not part of our job anymore. No, it's nice that attitudes have changed in that respect and decided that all animals have a right to be here and not just the ungulates.
That's Tracy Weiss.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Weiss. I've been working here at Belly River for the last 16 summers.
The Belly River Ranger Station where she works is one of the northernmost in the park. In fact, to hike in to meet her, I parked at the Canadian border, spitting distance from the customs office. And while Tracy and her husband Bruce work here in the summer, Reynolds worked and lived near Goat Hunt year-round with only a wood-burning stove for warmth.
It was 12 below freezing this morning, and now 6:30, it's 10 below.
Even on holidays.
I made a bread pudding for dinner and took a cup of cold water. That was my Christmas.
I honestly cannot imagine the rangers that spent winters out here in that kind of cold and that kind of wind.
Yeah.
It must have just been phenomenal.
But rain or shine, Reynolds would travel north to visit Brown.
December 27, 1912. The snow was deep and soft. The wind was awful. Took till 4 p.m. to make Mr. Brown's.
From what we can tell, the two were fast friends. Even though Brown, who wrote poetry and spiritual musings, never seemed to write much about Reynolds.
Yeah, and Reynolds, in the journals of his that we have, he doesn't write about his friendship with Brown either. His journals are really utilitarian, the simple summary of what he did that day, often signing off with the number of miles he had traveled. But even still, Reynolds wrote often about his trips to visit Brown.
Wednesday, December 4, 1912. Left camp 9:15 a.m. with Mr. Brown. He went as far as Weeks Landing with me to see if I got safe over the river. I had to break ice about 100 feet before I got into the main stream, but I made it okay.
They collaborated for work, they shared notes, they sought one another's advice, and they socialized. And as you know, Andrew, the winters here can be pretty drab.
Yeah, cold, gray skies, socked in.
Which, by all accounts, gave them plenty of time to discuss the philosophical facets of their jobs, like the artificiality of the lines separating the two parks they were sworn to protect. One person who met Brown and Reynolds was Samuel Middleton, an Anglican reverend in Canada. And after meeting the two rangers, he wrote about their discussions of the boundary.
Emblematic of the trouble with dividing the two parks was Upper Waterton Lake, which lay partially in the United States and partially in Canada.
Reynolds suggested that geology recognized no boundaries, and that as Waterton Lake lay in its glacial cirque, no man-made boundary could cleave its waters apart. It'd be better then to accept nature's creation by removing the boundary line and acknowledging one park, one lake, in its own territory.
And Brown agreed. He said that since the lake could not be physically divided, it was senseless to divide its management.
This was a powerful idea at the time.
A subtle suggestion, through the lens of a landscape, that a political boundary could not divide us.
This idea of theirs to jointly manage the two parks would not come to fruition in their lifetimes.
Of all the days I ever saw, today has put the cap sheaf on them all. Talk about wind. It has been a corker. I had to face it every step of the way, 18 miles. "9 p.m., fearful storm raging. Don't know where from and can't open the door to look out. Snow drifts all through the house."
Reynolds was clearly an incredibly tough person with a fortitude that's hard to fathom today.
Wednesday, January 15, 1913. Went up to the lake. Had to use my snowshoes. It has snowed hard all day. It was so soft, I sunk in above my knees on snowshoes. I reached home camp, found 6 feet of snow on the roof. I had to go up and shovel away from the stovepipe before I could build a fire. It took over 3 hours. Did not get it nearly all off. We'll finish in the morning. It was 10 below zero all day and snowing hard. Distance 6 miles and 1 frozen toe.
But as tough as Reynolds was, the winter of 1913 began to catch up to him, and he caught a cold he couldn't shake. In one last journey, he ventured north to visit Brown, who mentioned Reynolds in his own journal for the first and final time.
4 February 1913. Mr. Reynolds. Here. 32 below zero. Rode and snowshoed west side of park to pass. Miles 20. Reynolds very sick. Up all night with him.
4 days later, Reynolds died.
And 3 years after that, Brown passed away as well.
Over the course of the next 20 years, the parks remained under separate management. A new Waterton superintendent was appointed to replace Brown, as was a backcountry ranger to replace Reynolds. Visitors came, people enjoyed the parks, and life continued. But Reynolds and Brown's idea of an international park lived on, because in July of 1931, the local Canadian Rotary Club called a get-together of Montana and Alberta Rotarians to discuss for the first time the creation of an international peace park.
And while Reynolds and Brown had entertained the notion, it had never before gained traction. In fact, this would be the first international peace park in the whole world.
Yeah. And this new idea was drafted in a resolution by the newly inaugurated president of the local Rotary Club, Samuel H. Middleton.
Who just so happens to be the same guy we quoted earlier, who had interviewed Reynolds and Brown about their thoughts on the border.
The very same. Now, it's worth noting that Middleton first came to Waterton in search of a summer camp for St. Paul's Indian School, of which he was the principal. One of many schools of its kind that sought to suppress native culture, taking kids from reservations away from their families to boarding schools where they were taught, more or less, how to be white.
This policy was called at the time, "Kill the Indian, Save the Man."
Yeah. But acknowledging his racist efforts towards indigenous people, he was an important advocate for the establishment of a peace park.
A bill establishing the peace park passed the U.S. Congress in December, and it was echoed by the Canadian government the following year.
The details of this new designation were not clear-cut, leaving park managers to decide how they would jointly oversee the two parks. Parks that have evolved a great deal in the years since. In his day as a backcountry ranger, Reynolds hardly ever saw anyone. But Tracy, the modern backcountry ranger working along the border, she says her main job is to work with people.
I really see the main part of our job as educating people in the backcountry.
Today, more people visit Waterton Glacier on an average summer day than the parks used to see in a whole year during Brown and Reynolds' time. But that hasn't changed why they're protected or why they're important.
People that do come here, and there are more all the time, they're looking for something real. To go backpacking, to reconnect with nature. That's what these parks are all about. And I think every day that goes by, they're more important than they've been in the past.
But throughout the last century, with all the changes it's brought, the two parks have strived to work together.
So whenever our two parks share wildland firefighting resources, whenever we lead cross-boundary hikes or boat trips, you know who to thank. A couple tough old curmudgeons with an idea.
Sunday, December 29, 1912. Oh heavens, how it does snow and blow. A person can't see 200 feet, and it is coming harder and harder. I wish I was back in Helena.
So, Michael, we've been talking about the International Peace Park today. What does Waterton Glacier International Peace Park mean to you?
Selfishly, it makes for a pretty awesome place to work. You know, I've got to hang out with a lot more Canadians than I ever did. And the coolest visitor center around here is the Alberta Visitor Center. I feel like Wilson from Home Improvement, like peering over the fence at my neighbors, because from a lot of trails in the park, you could actually see Canada. So I think it's pretty unique to be part of that symbol of cooperation as an employee and as a visitor.
I totally agree. It's pretty cool when you think about, the ecosystem here, the plants, the animals, even the rivers and lakes. They don't know where the border is. They don't care where the border is. They're just interacting with each other in the way they always have. And to think that we can overcome the challenges of the border to manage this place jointly and to take care of this ecosystem as a whole instead of as two separate parts that are divided, just by a line on a map is a pretty special thing, I think.
Yeah, two countries, two parks kind of choosing to work around or to work through a political boundary for the joint management of a place like this is neat.
Yeah. And on that note, I think we should move into our next story about how scientists from two different countries came together across the border to study some important animals that spend time on both sides of the international boundary.
Yeah, but always look back in there.
Back in there.
Yeah. And you're good at recognizing ducks. So
it's 7 a.m. and Lisa Bate is thinking about ducks.
And every year, the weather channelizes things differently. But usually this is really deep on me, the path, go through.
Are they talking about walking through that water?
Yeah, duck science, as it turns out, involves a lot of water.
So I don't think you're going to be able to do that for safety reasons. So then you just exit and come out.
Today we're doing a brood survey, where we'll review the river to see if any of the female harlequin ducks there have new chicks with them.
And Becca, since you're going to have to wait for a while, what you could do is just walk up the boardwalk and look for ducks on Avalanche Creek, and then when you're finished, come back down here.
Lisa Bate is a wildlife biologist here in Glacier National Park, and one of her projects is to study the park's harlequin ducks. Observing these birds takes a lot of eyes, so Lisa enlists a ton of volunteers to help her collect that data. It's a pretty fun project to be involved with, and as it so happened, all of us in the podcast somewhat independently got involved with it. This year, Michael and I and producers Daniel and Alex have all gone out with Lisa to study the ducks. Michael even ended up pretty wet from his experience.
Yeah. If you want to hear that story, you got to go to the Mini Glacier episode.
Before we get into the study I did that morning, there's a few things you need to know about harlequin ducks.
First, the name. Harlequin ducks are named for the male's breeding plumage, which resembles the makeup of a harlequin, a jester-like character popular in early modern European theater.
And harlequin ducks are migratory birds, but unlike most migratory birds,
they don't migrate north-south when the breeding season arrives. Instead, because they're sea ducks, they actually migrate east-west.
But just because these birds migrate east-west doesn't mean they're not international.
How so? I know a bird that migrates north-south, like a robin, will spend time in Canada, the US, and Mexico, but if you migrate straight west of here, you'll just hit ocean, not Canada.
Yeah, it turns out the migration path isn't quite straight west. Check out this map of one duck Lisa tracked.
Oh, wow. Spent part of the year in Washington, part in British Columbia, part in Glacier, and part in Waterton Lakes National Park. The next thing you need to know is that these birds love whitewater. They feel right at home in crashing surf and fast-running creeks, and that's part of the reason why they're so hard to study.
And the last thing you need to know is that harlequin ducks are very loyal.
Extremely loyal. As far as we know, the females only nest on the streams where they were born, their natal streams. Though we've banded nearly 300 harlequins in Montana thus far, we have yet to document a breeding female dispersing to a stream other than her natal stream to reproduce.
Well, what if something happens to the natal stream?
Yeah, that's kind of what makes them such a sensitive species. They seem to not be able to just find a new home.
I think this is one of the leading reasons that harlequins are a species of concern. Their range has shrunk. We used to have harlequins in Colorado and many streams in Idaho and Montana, and we no longer have for a variety of reasons. And right now, I think it's highly unlikely that those streams would ever be repopulated unless we can document that females will disperse to other streams.
It's not just streams they're loyal to. I asked Lisa if the ducks are loyal to a particular mate as well.
If you asked me that question at the beginning of this study, I would say very loyal. The first 3 years of this study, we just saw incredible, I think 100% mate fidelity. Since then, we have seen some so-called divorces, but I'm working on a paper with some Canadian biologists, and they just documented a female with a certain mate 1 year, the next 2 years with a different mate, and then in the 4th year, she returned to that original mate. So we know that sometimes things happen, we don't know why.
And if a duck's mate dies?
We've documented times when the female died, and the males have already migrated back to the coast, but the following years, those single males will come back here looking for those females. And we've seen 3, possibly 4 males return looking for their females. I assume that's what they're doing. And we have one male who I know now has returned 3 years in a row, always single, never with another female, and never with the original female. And we just assume that that female has died.
I can picture the Hallmark movie now. Lonely duck wintering on the coast and spending the summer searching the Rocky Mountains for his missing mate, looking for a love he'll never find.
And Lisa told me that there's about 33% more males than females on the wintering grounds. So these single males are pretty unlikely to find a new mate.
At the beginning of her research, Lisa didn't really know how many ducks there were here.
When I first started this project, I thought maybe there were 40 pairs of harlequins throughout the whole park. And you can't tell because they look identical. It wasn't until we started putting colored bands on them that we realized that we had more ducks just on Upper McDonald Creek drainage alone than we realized.
So to tell individuals apart, you've got to catch them and put a unique band on their leg.
Biologists have developed lots of ways to safely catch birds, but none of them could really account for the challenges of dealing with a bird whose preferred habitat is whitewater.
In the spring, when both males and females are in Glacier, the water on the creeks here is dangerously high and fast. Wading out into a raging creek to try to catch a duck was potentially deadly, so for a long time, we knew very little about these birds.
But it's not just raging waters that Lisa has to deal with.
There's some years that we're walking over like 40-foot deep avalanche drifts still.
So there were lots of challenges, but there was a lot of pressure to understand these birds better because they seemed to be disappearing.
Biologists throughout the western half of their range have all documented a decline or a shift in distribution.
But today, when I joined Lisa, we weren't catching any ducks. We were just counting them. We broke into teams to comb every foot of the creek and observe if any of the hens had chicks. If we found any chicks, then later in the summer they could be caught and get a ban before they migrated back west. But this wasn't just walking down a trail. To stay along the stream was a lot of bushwhacking.
Yeah, and it gets really bushwhacky when the water's high. And at some point we're going to just start walking in the creek because it'll be a lot easier than bushwhacking.
Okay.
Because the bushwhack is like through hawthorn and real fun stuff like that.
And eventually we just went right into the water. We walked in the creek through water that was above my knees.
Well, did you find any ducks?
We did. Lisa and I saw 7 harlequin ducks that day. And we were able to collect data on other birds as well. We saw some American dippers and spotted sandpipers. The sandpipers had just had little babies, and they were about the size of a piece of popcorn. They were so tiny and fuzzy.
Popped popcorn, though.
Popped
yes?
popcorn,
Okay.
yeah. So we actually ended up seeing a lot more pipers and dippers than harlequins.
What is that?
Yeah. That's great.
The dipper just flew downstream singing. Hear it? Yeah, that sound. Yeah, it's unusual to hear them this time of year. They're more like February, March, and April when they're really singing up a storm. Flying and singing. Andrew just saw a spotted sandpiper.
As far as harlequin ducks, we had seen 5 single females so far. Is that a lot?
I don't know. It sort of depends on what they get down low.
Yeah.
Like I said, like a high count norm would be 12, so we still have a long ways to go.
So how did this research get started in the first place?
At first, Lisa just wanted to figure out if the ducks were even successfully breeding here.
And I was like, okay, well, to do that, we'd need to find the nest and monitor them. And so we started like looking for nests, and we never found one. I think in 20 or 30 years of surveys here in the park, only one had accidentally been found when someone almost stepped on one. They were walking along the shoreline. So I'm like, well, how are you going to monitor nests if you can't find them?
Luckily for all of us, we're not just in Glacier National Park, we're in Waterton Glacier International Peace Park.
Waterton Lakes National Park and Glacier National Park, every year we have Science and History Day, and we
A full-day science conference where experts from both sides of the border present what they've been working on.
here. In my first year as a biologist here, I met Cindy Smith. She's the retired conservation biologist in Waterton Lakes, and I knew that she had done research on harlequin ducks in Banff National Park. So I was lucky enough to meet her and introduce myself, and I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing some research on harlequin ducks and trying to find their nests. I said, we just aren't having any luck. I was like, how did you do it? And she's like, telemetry. You have to put radios on them. And she was totally right, because when we first started trying to find their nest, even with radios on, I mean, I think it'd be a 1 in a billion chance trying to find those nests because they're so cryptic, they're so hidden. And some of them literally were like 2.5 miles up off of another drainage and on a cliff and a burned habitat. I mean,
But to put radios on them, first you have to catch them. So Lisa and Cindy, an American and a Canadian biologist working together, developed a mist-net method of capturing harlequin ducks.
So that must have been what I saw.
Yeah, do you remember how it worked?
Well, Gerard Bird, who joined us on the Grinnell Glacier hike in the Mini Glacier episode, and a friend of his paddled an inflatable kayak full of a couple people and a pole across the creek. The pole had a rope attached, so there was the near end and the far end, the one that stayed on shore and the one that went across the creek in the boat. And when the crew on the far side of the creek got out, they pulled the net taut.
Oh, That makes sense. So no one had to be in the water.
No, that you floated across, but you stood on either side and pulled it tight. And because harlequin ducks, unlike mallards that fly way up in the air, harlequin ducks fly down low, right over the water, so they go straight into the net.
Okay, so what would you do if you caught one in the net?
So the net is suspended on a cable that runs from one end to the other. And if they catch a duck in the net, the crew on the far side will twist their pole to close it, disconnect it from their side, and then the near side crew will pull the net all the way along the cable until the duck is in their hands.
And then they can handle it on shore without having to get into the water.
Yeah, precisely.
So what was your job then?
Oh, I had a really critical, a very important duck catching job.
Oh, yeah? What was that?
I sat probably a half mile up the road just looking at the creek with binoculars to see if ducks were coming.
Okay, that sounds pretty important. How many ducks did you see?
None. Well, okay, no, I saw mallards and I saw some mergansers. I saw mergansers. But no harlequins. They didn't come down the creek that day.
Well, hopefully you still felt useful.
I did for all the lofty ambitions I had of catching a duck that day. Lisa valued, all the effort we put in.
Lisa reminded me that even if you don't find any ducks, knowing that they're not there is useful data for her too.
People get disappointed when we don't see many ducks or zero ducks, and I always remind people that 0 is a real number too. It's a sad number, but it's an important number.
And even though you didn't see any ducks that day, this method has been incredibly successful here.
We have not had any serious injuries to any people, and we have not had any injuries or mortalities to any of the birds. And we have probably captured 250 birds now.
Do Lisa and Cindy still work together?
Yeah, they do. In fact, Lisa spoke really glowingly of their collaboration.
Cindy Smith has been a mentor of mine for years. She's amazing, even though she's retired. As she told me, she's retired from bureaucracy, not biology. So I've worked with her on a number of publications, and she still mentors me on several projects.
That's a real Peace Park success story.
And the success isn't just with the science they've done.
We're not just colleagues, she's become a very close friend.
A friendship that's been able to thrive across the international border. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask him about a very special bird.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew.
Hey fellas, how we doing today?
We are doing great, but we have a question for you. Are you much of a birder?
I am not much of a birder, but I am anxious to learn.
Okay, well, we've got a great little bit of audio trivia for you. We're going to play a bird call and want to see if you can guess who that call might belong to.
Okay, I'm up for it. I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Does that ring any bells for you?
I'm going to default to one of my very favorite projects in the park, and I'm going to say harlequin duck.
You got it.
You nailed it. How do you know about harlequin ducks?
I have come to know harlequin ducks, to be honest, through my work here at the Conservancy.
We actually got to see a few of them with Lisa Bate.
Boy, count me jealous. I have not, to my knowledge, seen one. My wife has. She watched a mom harlequin duck kind of teach her young to navigate the rapids there on McDonald Creek. It was, as she said, a really neat experience. Yeah, they're a very, very special, beautiful animal.
So are you involved with Lisa's research at all?
We've been very fortunate here at the Conservancy to be able to support Lisa's research in a number of areas, including with these harlequin duck studies, and also trying to do some work repairing some of the trails. There are some social trails that can be disruptive on the McDonald Creek area. So we've been very, very fortunate to be able to be part of that process as it's been ongoing.
That's pretty cool. It sounds like it might allow some more people to have an experience like your wife did when they visit the park.
Yeah, I think that would be great, right? That's what we're all about at the Conservancy, is preserving the park for future generations to enjoy and to be able to think about being able to protect this species and have people later on be able to enjoy that is really a special thing to be able to think about, right? That's work worth doing.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking some time out of your day, Doug. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
So, Andrew, neither of us grew up in Montana, right?
That's correct. I actually grew up in Washington State.
Yeah, and I grew up in Ohio. So the fact that we not only met, but became friends is something that just flat out never would have happened if it weren't for Glacier.
Absolutely. Over the course of a year, this place serves as an intersection of people all over the world. A couple years ago, I was working as a ranger up at Logan Pass, and a guy asked me if I was the same Andrew who had refereed his kid's soccer game like 6 years ago.
What?
And I was.
No way. So the Peace Park provides a unique opportunity to meet other people and experience cultures on both sides of the U.S.-Canada border.
Just by virtue of having the Alberta Visitor Center near the west entrance here, we've had the chance to meet and befriend a lot of Canadians over the years.
From the little things like celebrating Canada Day on July 1st to having them go out of their way to get me Canadian candy, ketchup chips, or Fruitopia that you can't find down here. The International Peace Park is like a confluence of two countries coming together into one unique thing. I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And just in this episode, we've heard a few examples of employees befriending their counterparts from across the border.
But I want to close us out today by meeting some folks that took the whole cross-border friendship thing to the next level.
You know, I would say we got the full story from the Peace Park perspective.
Meet Justin and Kim.
Yeah, I'm Justin McEwen.
And I'm Kim McEwen.
We're currently at our home in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Some Canadians?
Well, yes and no.
I'm from Ohio.
And I grew up in the prairies of Canada in Saskatchewan.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Justin and Kim both worked in Waterton Glacier in the early 2000s. Justin, how did you wind up working here?
My uncle was park superintendent down in Waterton Lakes National Park, so I had some exposure of going out there and visiting him and my aunt. It was a job and lifestyle that appealed to me at sort of a younger age.
Appealing enough that around the time he went to college, or university as they call it up there, he got a job with Parks Canada.
Started at Elk Island National Park and then moved down to Waterton Lakes.
What did he do at Waterton?
He was an interpretive ranger just like we were, leading guided hikes, campground programs.
You know, I can probably look back on it and say it was like the best job I ever had.
And Kim, how did you wind up working here?
So my dad decided to come out and play park ranger from Ohio. I missed him and I came out to work for the boat company in 2003, the year before Justin and I met.
What was the name of the boat that you captained?
What is the name of the boat? The Morning Eagle is on Lake Josephine, and on Swift Current Lake is Chief Two Guns.
Oh, so she worked at Many Glacier.
What is memorable specifically about the job of being a boat captain?
If I think back now, like it seems like it should have been a more difficult job than it was. It didn't feel difficult to drive these boats, and I really enjoyed like giving the talk on the boat, and I liked making people laugh. You're getting sometimes to show people bears for the first time, and the hotel there employed a lot of young people, and so you're just around a lot of other basically university-aged people. It's like summer camp for adults.
I think they call it college down in the United States, dear.
And Canadianized.
And they actually met at work.
We actually met on the boat dock at Many Glacier. It was one of the other boat captains that was like, he's cute, you should go for a hike with him.
Justin, a Parks Canada interpreter, was milling about in Many Glacier in the first place for his job.
Yeah, so this would be part of a long-standing exchange within the Peace Park whereby a Parks Canada interpreter would go down to Glacier National Park and deliver a program every Friday evening, and then a counterpart, an interpretive ranger from Glacier National Park, would come up to Waterton to the Falls Theater to provide exposure to each other's parks within the International Peace Park.
But work wasn't the only reason he wanted to go to Glacier.
Pretty soon after, I think I invited myself to come for a hike with Justin in Waterton. And yeah, after that first hike, it was basically like, it was a thing. It was the start of a relationship.
Well, that's adorable. And not your typical workplace romance. The two parks brought them together, but they're from two different countries. Long distance is hard enough without a border in between you. How did that even work?
Well, as you can imagine, it did make it tough, but they were able to find a way. So how long did you do the distance thing?
We dated cross-border for 7 years.
Kim worked as a teacher on the Blackfeet Reservation living in East Glacier, and Justin could find year-round, off and on work in Waterton.
Okay, that's only a few hours apart.
So relatively close, but they still crossed the border a lot, to the point where Customs and Border Patrol got to know them by name. I'm wondering, when you started seeing each other, how normal in your brain was the idea of dating somebody from another country?
It became quite normal. I mean, it definitely took a while, like figuring out the differences between the two countries in the early stages of dating. I remember at one point making Justin a little paper dictionary, translating Canada speak into America speak. And then Justin made me like his edition. So I think I had put things on there like, it's a beanie, but you call it a toque for a winter hat. And
I don't remember that, to be honest, but I know
yeah,
you've
so
mentioned
there were like
this before.
lots of things like that. And eventually it just kind of melded into like, this is normal. Like my Ohio accent kind of became a Canadian accent, although in Canada for a long time, they still thought I talked like an American, but my American family would like make fun of me when I came home because I was speaking like a Canadian.
Yeah. So they made it work for years. But as time wore on, crossing the border to see one another grew more and more cumbersome.
We sort of recognized the fact that we were dealing with an international border, and
it was really cramping our relationship style.
Yeah.
And one way to remedy that would be to put a ring on it.
And plans were afoot. You know, I realized like I wanted to ask this girl to marry me. Somebody was kind of getting impatient at some point in time. They're not thinking it was actually going to happen. So we went out on a hike some evening, sort of on the shoulder of Galway Mountain in Waterton. So it's up the Red Rock Road, and sort of found this little offshoot. Had a great view of the valley. You know, asked Kim to marry me, and obviously she said yes.
So they found a local justice of the peace that liked hiking, and they hiked up Avian Ridge in Waterton with a few friends and got married.
We have that date. That's our proper wedding anniversary, and we have that date stamped on the inside of our rings. And yeah.
The following year, they had a full-blown ceremony in Waterton with family coming from all over. Although it was September in Alberta, so the weather was a bit of an adjustment for some.
My grandmother actually came from Florida, and the wedding was in the fall, and she like moved to Florida because she does not like the cold, and my uncle as well, so he kind of had brought her. And I know that he had to go to the drugstore in Pincher Creek that morning and buy her long johns that she could wear under her dress clothes because she was too cold in Canada.
It was like 50 or 60 degrees. It was a nice day as far as we're concerned, right?
And I, for one, learned a thing or two about Canadian weddings.
Yeah? Like what?
So they ask a family member or close friend to preside over the event instead of a DJ or MC. And they have something called midnight lunch, essentially a full-blown late-night snack. People eat at the reception, then they get up for dancing and drinks, and then a little while later, bam, poutine.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Yeah, but what Kim and Justin did the best, I think, was the dessert.
We didn't have cake at our wedding. We had pie. We had like a variety of pies, but our wedding pie that we cut into was apple, Saskatoon, huckleberry, and it was apples to signify Ohio, and Saskatoon berries to signify Saskatchewan, and huckleberries to signify the Peace Park. And so that was the kind of pie that we cut into as like our ceremonial cake cutting.
Oh, that's something else. Today, 16 years after they met at the boat dock in Many Glacier, Kim and Justin are raising a family together in Calgary.
So not too far away.
Right, close enough to visit. Now, we have spent a lot of time talking today about how the International Peace Park recognizes that the landscape we share knows no boundaries. But as this story shows, neither does love, friendship, or camaraderie. Waterton Glacier International Peace Park is an invitation to see ourselves in one another. A much-needed reminder to see not our differences, but the things that we share. Justin and Kim lived this firsthand in a way more dramatic than most of us ever will. So I was curious, what does the designation International Peace Park mean to both of you?
I think it is a place that you can sort of leave jurisdictions and politics behind to some degree or another and focus on this sort of contiguous landscape.
I don't know, to me it means family, you know? If it wasn't for the International Peace Park, we wouldn't be a family.
To see what the International Peace Park means to you? Well, you'll just have to come find out. That's our show. For more information on the International Peace Park, on Waterton or Harlequin ducks, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Natalie Hodge and our friends at Waterton Lakes National Park, Tracy Weiss, Bob Adams, Lisa Bate, Diane Stein, and Kim and Justin McEwen.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition?
Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean? If you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete
trying
system,
to anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's
Wow.
and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all, behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter to the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from from that spec sheet. But
wow,
yeah,
that is crazy.
That's a lot.
Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
My pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So like on the outside, like you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on the job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. And that was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is like, I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year, or like what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh, yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah. So been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads. And in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner, where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while, to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy
wasn't on your radar either. It was like just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here.
Being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood. That I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water, so we get the fun of we work with EPA for drinking water Region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. Yep. So, do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing?
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get to get out of the office, or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do it?
We're doing
just
it
like
a lot more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So
it's gonna be a good day.
The closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question. I mean,
what are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why, like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff, but no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say
anymore.
that sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah. And just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like, really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and you know, not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, you know, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth, that was a big deal.
And that, yeah, because that's like the whole, everything other than work, it is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and, you know, things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved, and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So you know,
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You know, if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. Yeah. You know, there's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom, be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, you know, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that, you know?
We typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire. We have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, you know, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, you know, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, you know, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Say-do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and you know, and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. So yeah. Do you have any advice for people? Like if they wanted to get started in this, you know, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, you know, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, you know, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like, it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So if you were to say, what's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year, it should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. And just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the park service. Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
Like I don't want to sit, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that. But, we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on MAC, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly, so this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, oh, that's the wastewater plant. And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
Absorbed
all of
it
the
all.
waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't like
No.
tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to
I
have.
think I've
but-
heard something along those lines.
Yeah.
But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel
Yeah,
so
thanks.
silly.
Yeah.
No.
He's winking at us
Yeah.
across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that again, getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
Hey, you rockin' Rockyites. Finally, our theme song matches reality. We have started hearing the first elk bugles around Rocky, which means the bulls are back in town and the rut is on. A few things to keep in mind if you're visiting us this fall. Fall weekends are super busy, like our busiest weekends of the year. Surprising, I know, but true. If you can come during the week in the fall, I highly suggest that you do that. It is noticeably less busy. But if the weekend is your only chance, which totally makes sense because you work, I'm the same way, then try to arrive before 10 a.m. or after 3 p.m. Those times are less busy. And also consider using our park shuttle service. Until October 31st, our popular meadow areas are closed to entry from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. That means you cannot be off of designated roads or trails between those times. This is for the betterment of the elk during the rut, to give them the space that they need to live their lives. They're not being taken care of. They're being protected, but they have to live out in the wild and do their thing. So that's to help give them time to have a successful rut. This closure includes Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, Harbison Meadow, and Holsworth Meadow. There are signs posted out there, and we appreciate you for following those signs and helping our elk live the best lives that they can. And finally, do not approach elk or any other wildlife. This goes all the time. We like to emphasize it in the fall. They are big animals. They are especially hyped during the fall rut. They're looking for a fight and they're feeling amped up, and they can hurt you. They're very big.
The minimum legal distance is 25 yards. That's about 2 school bus lengths, so you need to stay at least that far away. But any distance that causes an animal to change its behavior is too close. So if an animal starts moving when it wasn't, or because of your movement, or starts staring at you, or just starts acting differently because of how close you are too close. So thank you for keeping those things in mind. It will help keep you safe, and it will help keep our elk safe. And now let's go on to today's episode. For today's episode, I hiked to Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston, Historic Structures Technician for Rocky Mountain National Park, to talk about what the heck a historic structures technician does, the kinds of historic structures we have in Rocky, and the importance of preserving our past. Let's rock. And we're recording. Set this over here. Pick up some
Good
wind
morning,
and water.
Sand Beach.
All those kinds of things. What's that?
Good morning, Sand Beach.
Yeah. Good morning, Sand Beach. Yeah, so we're here at Sand Beach Lake with Mary Johnston.
Hello.
Mary, what are you doing here at Rocky this summer?
This summer, I am the historic structures technician for the Park Service.
Historic structures. What does that mean?
That means old buildings.
Old
basically.
buildings.
It could also include old trails, old roads, anything that's older than 50 years is technically historic. If it meets certain requirements, like it was significant in the past somehow, then it's on our radar. And when it's on our radar, it's potentially on the National Register. And when that happens, it's we're sort of expected to keep up with them based on certain standards and protect them and hopefully continue to keep them in good shape so that the history can be passed on and future generations can come look at these and see little pieces of our history that are scattered throughout the park.
So for your job, are you actually out there fixing stuff, or are you out there
Not as much as I'd like to.
Yeah. So what are you doing? Like what's a typical day?
So a
If there is a
typical
typical
day
day.
involves me having a list of structures that are around the park. Some might be in the front country, right next to a road. It might be a comfort station. It might be one of the park houses. Others might be in the back country, 5 miles away from the nearest road, like a patrol cabin that the rangers use. So my job is to go out and visit these structures and do an assessment of how well the park has been doing in keeping them close to their historical significance. So making sure any changes to the building haven't compromised the original character of it, making sure none of these buildings are being neglected in any sense. None of the changes are inappropriate, as in like modern updates or additions, because we really want to keep these buildings as close as possible to their original state and how they were built. So just making sure they are, not being neglected. Cyclic maintenance is taking care of the buildings, but
Yeah, so we have a big database
yeah,
that has
so
all this stuff in it. Is that right?
after I go out and visit all these structures, take photos, take notes, I come back and update this giant database that sort of serves every park in the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah, every park in the country has their own set of structures, and all of these are in this database. So
That's nationwide.
yeah,
Wow.
like anybody from the parks or even individuals can go onto the site if they have a specific structure in mind, or if regional offices need to know more about certain buildings in a park, but they can't go out and visit them themselves, they go into this database, and based on the work that myself and other structures technicians have, based on the information that we've put in there, it's pretty much a comprehensive timeline and update of past conditions, current conditions, any work that's been done on them, what the building looks like now, what it used to look like. A lot of different divisions could use this as a resource.
So it all goes into this nationwide database, and then
Mhm.
anywhere in the country, anyone with access to it can
Yeah.
see what's up.
Yeah, so obviously, if you're a Park Service employee, you have a little more access to read into some of the technicalities of the building, but this is a website that anybody could go into.
Oh, really? Even public?
Yeah, definitely the
What's it
public.
called?
It's called the LCS database.
What does that stand for?
List of classified structures.
List
and
of classified
Classified sounds fancy, but it really just means historic.
And so
They've been classified as historic.
Is everything on there on the register, on the National Register?
Yeah, so most of them are on the National Register, which
And
is
could we
why they kind of have.
explain what the National Register is
Yeah,
for folks?
yeah. So the National Register, once a building has been sort of deemed as special in history, as in it had some sort of association with an important event, whether that's a local event or a national event, period in time, or it's related to some significant person, and that could be on a local level as well, or even a certain style of architecture that's been deemed unique or significant. You go through a little process to have that building listed on the register, and if it retains enough of its original integrity, if it hasn't been changed too much over time, then said building or structure or road or trail is listed on the National Register. And under that, there are certain acts that protect those buildings to keep them in its sort of historical context. And there are certain
So you can't just like go into an old building with beautiful wide board floors and rip them out and put in linoleum or something like that.
Exactly.
Something that would totally change the character of the building, both structurally and also from an experience level, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. What are some examples of buildings on the register in Rocky that people might know, or buildings or other things too?
Well, one of the first ones they might see is the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. That one's actually a national landmark. So landmarks are kind of the highest tier of buildings listed on the register.
So that's classified on the register. And like, for example, in that case, it has historic importance, both in terms of the park, but also because it was...
so that one was built under the Mission 66 initiative.
Which Mission 66, I'll fill everyone really quickly.
Please do.
Mission 66, for folks who don't know, after World War II, you had a lot of families, a lot of men coming back, some women out of different types of service, or it just shook everything up, you know. But people were coming back. There's the GI Bill. People were starting their families, and there was, the baby boomer.
People were doing better.
People were doing better. And one of the results of that was that national park visitation really started going up. And so there's a recognition that, hey, we really should do something to increase visitor services to handle this capacity. And we want to get it done by 1966 because that was the 50th anniversary of the National Park Service.
The existing park facilities were subpar.
And there just weren't enough.
Yeah.
The level of visitation had grown so much.
Yeah.
So for the 50th anniversary, all sorts of stuff got built. And I don't know how we would describe it, but it's somewhat characteristic once you start seeing it. It kind of has a 60s look to it. And it's kind of angular and things. So this was built as part of that push, right? Beaver Meadows Visitor
and in
Center.
addition, it was designed by the Frank Lloyd Wright Taliesin West School.
Little somewhat famous architect.
Yeah, I would say.
His school, yeah.
You may have heard of his name once or twice.
Yeah, and if people are familiar, I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright himself didn't, but it was his firm.
Did not.
And it uses a lot of his style.
His styles and methods. And
like the high windows, the top of the wall windows.
Oh, yeah.
And Intaglia.
Give it a Google if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Before.
If you haven't seen it in the park,
building.
give it a Google, and we have a little bit of info about
Where
it.
you and I have the pleasure of working out of.
Yes, we do. It is also, a lot of people don't realize this, so it is It is Beaver Meadows Visitor Center,
Mhm.
and it's also park headquarters. So if
Yeah.
you go to the visitor center and you're wondering what's the rest of this building, it's just
Mhm.
offices, pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it's
it's a
worth
really cool
stopping
building.
and getting out and
Yeah.
looking at the building. 'cause
And there's
from
there's an interpretive sign outside that talks
Mhm.
about the architectural importance of the site. Yeah. So that's a big one.
That's one. If you've ever run into any of the backcountry patrol cabins.
Yeah, if anyone's been out hiking and seen cabins out in the backcountry.
Yeah.
Are those all on the register?
Pretty sure every single one of them is on the
Yeah.
register.
Because I
mean,
remember,
those were built.
what was it, 2 years ago? When you and I hiked out to
Mhm.
North Fork Cabin, for
Oh, yeah.
example. And
A lot of them are kind of hidden.
Yeah, they are.
They're not intended to be like seen by everybody hiking along. They're initially intended for the rangers doing patrols out in the backcountry, making
Exactly.
sure everything's okay out there, giving
Yep.
them a place to stay without having to
Right.
set up tents and
Yeah,
stuff
for anyone who does
everywhere.
see them, they're government-owned administrative facilities, so we use
Mhm.
them for like
Yeah, still used
law
today.
enforcement, backcountry patrols. If we have trails crews or backcountry crews working, they can base out of there sometimes.
Very minimal.
Very minimal, yeah,
But
really nice.
yeah,
And what I
super
thought was neat when
typical.
we were looking is that, so like North Fork, that was in
Mhm.
the 30s, early 30s that was
Mhm.
built, right? And
Yeah,
it was
late
built
20s.
with almost all on-site materials, correct? Like,
Yeah.
which is incredible to me.
It would be way too expensive to haul in that
Yeah,
stuff and
especially back then.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's-
now it would be too, but
That was what, like 8 miles from the nearest road or something? 6 miles
it was
from
a
the
ways,
nearest
and even the
road?
road that was the nearest road is
hardly
yeah,
a
you
road.
wouldn't want to be hauling a bunch of construction
No.
equipment in on
Mhm.
there. Yeah, so those are all on there. What about is like Old Fall River Road? Is that?
Yeah, so many of the roads that you're driving on are actually quite old.
Uh-huh.
Those were built late 1800s
Oh, really?
to early 1900s. So, like, honestly, some of the trails predate the roads because people were using the trails to get from the west side to the east side or vice versa. There was
Right.
no really
They would just
established
they would hike
route.
it, or they would take horses
take
and walk it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And a lot of the trails were actually established because people who lived in Estes Park or Grand Lake wanted to take tours up there.
Oh,
They wanted
okay.
to take people out there. So
So even before it was a park.
Yeah, the fact that they had people wanting to get out into the park, they're like, oh, well, maybe we should just clear these ourselves then and
Huh.
get out there. Of
So, yeah.
course, a few of these trails were used by Native Americans,
Mhm.
obviously, to travel
Mhm.
from the west side to the east side, crossing over the Rockies.
Mhm. And to get up into the mountains for hunting. and
Yeah,
things like that.
so those sort of laid the baseline for where
Where trails would go.
later people would
Yeah.
start to clear them a little more and develop
Yeah, we
them.
talked to Cynthia Langeth at Alpine
Mhm.
Visitor Center a little bit about Trail Ridge Road and how a lot of it is like exactly where the trail was that Ute and later and Arapaho people would
Yeah.
use later,
Mhm.
and early people even before that.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty cool that a lot of the routes we still use have.
Yeah.
I mean, they make the most sense, as that's what we talked about with her.
Mhm.
One thing that surprised me when I first went out with you on one of these trails was just that a lot of the trail work itself, like rock work, so like the rock walls that people see when they're hiking that support elevated sections of trail, or some bridges, or bog walks, which are elevated either dirt or wood or
Mhm.
something through really marshy areas that help
Yeah.
you hike through them without getting your feet soaked and mucky and boggy.
Yeah, it's-
those also can count, right? Because those
Mhm.
were created using they're historical. They're using
Yeah.
old techniques.
A lot of them were built back in the 30s, and you can kind of start to see.
CCC, right?
Yeah,
Civilian
the
Conservation Corps.
CCC. They had a really beautiful way of building some of those little rock walls that hold up the trail.
Yeah, I
If
remember
you're-
when you showed me some of the details. I was
Yeah,
like, wow,
if-
you're right. This is pretty
If you're
immaculate.
on a ledge where there's a bunch of stacked rocks below you and lichen and moss growing on them, it's pretty likely that those are some of the
Yeah.
original
It's amazing how well they fit together.
Yeah.
You know, that they're just doing like dry.
They're sort of characterized by, no cement or anything,
Mhm.
nothing like that, just dry laid, stacked rocks, but you can tell each course, so it's in layers,
Mhm.
and they kind of squared them off like chisels at the rocks to make sure they would fit
Wow.
together really well, and just
It's
so it's like
amazing.
really nice and tight, and some of those.
Yeah. I'm
features
continually
are
amazed
awesome.
as I go to more and more parks and work in different parks and my career goes on, how essential the Civilian Conservation Corps
Mhm.
was to the parks.
Yeah.
Like, we still rely so heavily on so many things that were built during that time.
Yeah,
We're
and
basically
we're kind of
just
repairing and
we're just
upkeeping
kind of
those.
repairing and maintaining them.
Mhm.
But without them,
They pretty much laid a huge amount of groundwork
for tons of parks, even
Yeah.
parks that you wouldn't think of. I remember, like, I did the map for Andersonville Prison, which was
Mhm.
a Confederate prisoner of war camp in
Oh, wow.
gosh, it's in Georgia. It's kind of near Americus, if people know that town. It's kind of near Plains, which is where Jimmy Carter is from and where he still lives, and he has a historic site. Anyway, it was this horrific prisoner of war camp, as most of
Mhm.
them were at that time.
Mhm.
But even there, we were walking around, and there were some trails and some retaining walls and some just things that had been built to kind of shore up
Mhm.
and make sure things would last.
Yeah.
And there's a plaque,
It's
CCC.
kind of amazing how long these things have lasted, considering like
They were just built
the
so
weathering and
carefully. They were built with such care.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because I mean, I don't know. I've just always figured because it was an employment program,
Mhm.
and the whole point was to have jobs for people to do.
Mhm.
That it was like, we're building this rock wall. We want it.
Yeah, you don't
we want it to
expect
be
it to
fantastic
be
quality.
so-
We want it to last forever. Do what
Uh-huh.
you got to do.
Yeah.
And they're using natural materials,
Mhm.
so you don't have the material cost. And so I think it was just like, let's make this incredibly nice so that it'll last
Oh yeah.
for 100 years or
Mhm.
more.
Definitely
you know?
built to last.
And a lot of them are getting close
Mhm.
to 100 years, and
Yeah, and
they look
that's-
great.
That's the point of all of this, is to keep these things intact so that there is evidence of it down the road, and that other people and our kids and grandkids and
Yep.
all those people down the line will be able to see these things. Because honestly, the older it gets, the cooler it becomes.
Well, that's the thing.
and-
That's what I think a lot about with historic things and things on the register, is that there's this weird in between point. It's almost like fashion or something.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
this
yeah.
weird in between point, like when it was like in the early 90s or something, you're like, oh,
Mhm.
the 80s, that was lame. But now people think 80s are cool because they're old enough.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way with a lot of historic things, just like a rock wall on a trail.
Mhm.
Maybe right now we're like, oh, whatever, it's a rock wall, whatever.
Yeah.
But, then people go to like the UK or something, and they see these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of year old walls. And
We'll
then
get
it
there one
takes
day.
on.
We'll get there one day.
Yeah, it takes on this different feeling.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
what-
so we have a giant national list of all this stuff,
Mhm.
and you are here at Rocky in the summers
Yep.
to go around
Mhm.
and basically look at all of it.
Yep.
And
Document
keep track of it, document
keep track
it.
of the condition,
Yeah.
and make recommendations for how the park could
Yeah.
be doing better, or how they're already doing great,
Yeah.
and ways that they can sort of mitigate any problems that I see. A lot of times there's one issue that's sort of affecting a lot of different buildings,
Uh-huh.
where it's like,
Yep,
they just need to,
just something we need to work on.
yeah.
hmm
Um,
And it's so cool to me how there's so many specialized techniques for maintaining these things. Like I
Yeah.
remember some of those, what were they, joists or
log ends.
log ends? Yeah, the
Mhm.
log ends on a cabin.
Oh, yeah.
And you were showing
When
me,
they-
and you were like, "Oh yeah, this has been cored out and filled with foam." I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
And you're
yeah.
like, "Yeah,
A lot of little
well,
ways
we don't
to-
want to replace the entire thing,
Mhm.
and so it's more the best structural integrity if it starts to
Yeah.
rot out is
And that's
to
the thing, you always are trying to like figure out ways to repair it, because
what's the best compromise.
Yeah, you try never to replace something unless it's absolutely
Unless you
necessary,
absolutely
because
have
you
to.
want to keep the originals, and if just part of it has to be repaired, then
Yeah.
just fix that.
Like I don't
part,
know if
but-
people realize, maybe they've seen it when they go around the park during certain construction. Like the first time I came here a few years back,
Mhm.
up on Trail Ridge Road, they were doing some road work and repairing some of those walls
Oh,
that are
yeah.
up there.
So
And yeah, I don't know if
meticulously.
people realize, like they take those, they photograph
Yeah.
very meticulously, take
Photograph
them
the
apart,
wall.
they number every
Yeah.
rock, and keep diagrams. And when it's done, they put every rock back and they use the
where it
same
used to be.
techniques. And we even have you might know this. It's a training area and like a facility that the Park Service has that's specifically for learning techniques for maintaining historical structures, and then they send crews out for really hard specialty jobs.
Yeah, it's called like the PAST program, I think.
Something. Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
Yeah, they send different like historians and preservation crews to different parks just so they can learn. Like, hey, this is how we're doing this, and you guys could learn from this and implement it in your park.
Yeah, so we survey things, you survey things, we keep track of them, and then who is actually going out and doing the work to maintain things or to repair
Rocky
things?
has its own preservation crew. They're called the Special Projects Crew, I believe. And they specialize in all the work done, maintenance work and rehabilitation work on historic structures.
That's
so
super
they're
cool.
separate sort of from building maintenance crews where they sort of go in and do their thing. But the preservation crew specialized in working with old buildings and sort of using these special techniques to not alter anything or do these repairs rather than replacements of building features. And they're a really experienced crew. I know Bob Maitland, the crew lead, he's been in the park for
ever.
Yeah, he grew up in this park.
Life.
His dad worked
right?
in the park, so he grew up here.
Yeah, he's a multi-generational ranger.
Yeah, grew up in some of the old houses that he's fixing up today. So he's it's really good to have someone so knowledgeable.
People probably don't even realize, like, even a lot of our park housing is historic.
Yeah.
And so there's more than enough for that crew, that specialized crew, to do all year round.
Yeah,
like too
exactly.
much, really. Yeah. So what kind of training do you have to come out and assess historic structures?
Well, my education is in architecture, and I personally had taken quite a few courses in historic preservation.
How'd you get interested in historic preservation?
Well, it was always kind of like a personal moral thing where I was into sort of preserving old buildings before building something, like before building strip malls and stuff. I'm like, well, why aren't we fixing up these old buildings that we already have in like city centers? Like, we have this infrastructure and everything. We should be using those before we're using all these resources and wasting resources by tearing buildings down.
So you felt like that even before architecture? Or is that what led you into architecture?
It hand in hand. Yeah, I really wanted to do architecture because I hated the way these suburbias were just being produced with these cookie cutter houses, and it kind of like got to me. So I was like, well, how could I get in there and do something about it? So
that's interesting.
That's sort of
Where are you from?
I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
ABQ.
Big ABQ.
Born and raised. No, sort of.
Raised in southern New Mexico,
okay.
but I do
so
love
New
Albuquerque.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Land of enchantment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Such an enchanting, beautiful place with a lot of history.
Yeah.
So we do have a lot of old structures down there.
Yeah, really old. Like some of the oldest in the U.S.
Yeah.
Outside of like Florida.
Dating back to the
Spanish.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Before Anglos even got in on that game. Yeah.
So, it was sort of just like my disgust for some of the new stuff being built, which is what
and were you seeing that like in Albuquerque or just in general?
There's like specifically this area outside of Albuquerque called Rio Rancho. It's like this new kind of city, I guess. It's now its own city. Just the epitome of like suburbia. Where just parking lots everywhere, strip malls everywhere, like.
And you're just like, this doesn't speak to me.
We like to say like anywhere America,
anywhere USA.
Yeah.
Yep.
So saw that going up. Didn't like it at all. And I was like, well, let's go back to what we already have and like what do I love about architecture? And a lot of time it's the detail and the care and the character of a lot of these structures that, a lot of suburbias are missing character. It's just all kind of
For sure.
Produced cheaply, not made to last.
Well, we were just talking earlier on the hike up. So, yeah, we didn't even mention. So, we're at Sand Beach Lake right now. You can't see it because it's audio. But I'll try to post a photo on the blog. Beautiful lake in Wild Basin. Neither of us had been here before.
Me neither. It's such a little gem.
Yeah, it's about 4.5 miles hike in, right? Some elevation gain, not completely uphill gruel, but lots of sections uphill.
Yeah.
And it really does have a ton of sand on the shore.
It's such a little gem out here. I had no idea.
It's very beautiful.
There are people off in the distance. There's a group of like 10 people with their towels and bikinis
just
right
sunbathing.
now.
Yeah, I mean,
wow, why didn't I think of that?
And this, we were talking about this lake, Sand Beach. Oh, and we have a great view of Mount Meeker and kind of an interesting view of Longs Peak.
Yeah, the south
I don't
side of
look at it from
Longs.
this side that often, so that's kind of cool. And Pagoda Mountain. And this is one of the lakes in Rocky, of which there are quite a few.
There's a couple.
There's a couple lakes for sure. How many lakes are there? There's so many. But it's one of the lakes that it's a natural lake, but it was impounded to raise the water level to store even more water in the lake. So it had a big earthen dam at the outlet.
Yeah.
And then during the Lawn Lake flood, which was 1987. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, Lawn Lake flood.
Let's hope.
We'll check our dates.
Yeah.
But the Lawn Lake flood, that's the same kind of situation. A natural lake that had an earthen dam impounding it to raise the water level, and it fell apart. It just fell apart and gave way, and all the water came down, and that is an extremely dangerous and destructive situation. So, after that happened,
a lot of damage.
You can't even imagine. People say they heard
Check out the alluvial fan.
Yeah,
and
go to the alluvial fan, and you'll
see.
see. Just look at those boulders that get moved around, and think about that. How much water it would take to do that. And so when that happened, some of our other lakes, like Sand Beach Lake, is one of them that had the earthen dams. There was a process of going in and taking them out to both return it to a more natural state and to get rid of that danger. So anyway, that's where we're sitting, and we hiked up the trail to look at historic trail structures, right? So we had some bog walks, we had a little bit of rock wall.
Yeah, some built rock walls, a few bridges. Obviously, like the bridges have been replaced.
Yeah.
Wood structures, those have to be replaced.
They don't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't found the infinite wood yet. Yeah, so we're up here at Sand Beach Lake. So had you done anything with architecture before you went to school for it? To college?
Well, honestly, I had always wanted to be an artist.
Uh-huh.
I used to tell my mom I wanted to be an art teacher.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Oh, that's great, but don't you want to do something that makes a little more money?" And I was like, no. But then I got into a single drafting class in high school, and I discovered that my perfectionism really
lent
pulled
itself well to
through.
drafting.
Yeah.
I can relate to that as somebody who likes to make maps.
Yes,
Very similar.
it's
like
so fun.
It's artistic.
It is
and
artistic. You
creative,
get to
but also
draw.
very technical.
Yeah,
and very
but there is
precise.
a right way.
Yeah.
Like you gotta be.
It's like it's creativity and art inside of very particular rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's still room for creativity.
Yeah.
So after that first drafting class, I honestly knew that that's what I
That's
wanted
what you
to
wanted
do.
to do.
Yeah, I could just sit there for hours and draw.
Yep.
Floor plans and building plans
And do the weird
sections and-
architectural hand lettering. What's that
Yeah.
script called?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny. It looks the same. Like
Yeah,
everyone's-
you just have to write in caps all
Yeah,
the
you
time.
just
No
learn.
lowercase.
Yeah,
Just-
exactly.
And then they're like, okay, now make up your own.
So you were interested in art. You
Yeah,
tried
so
drafting.
love drafting.
And the
Figured
drafting was
out
great.
That architecture was the
Mhm.
perfect balance between like art
Uh-huh.
and something like
Yep.
functional.
Uh-huh.
Like something
Yep.
that could be used and
Totally.
inhabited. So
Yep.
I like to call it like functional art, even
Uh-huh.
though that kind of I don't know undermines art as non-functional. I don't like to say that, but
Well, I don't know. Kant might agree with you. I took this class in college called The Art of Walking, which everyone thinks is like a fluff class, but it really wasn't. It was a 3-week class. And we would walk every day, but in the mornings we would do pretty hardcore philosophy. And one of the main things that we focused on was Kant's critique of judgment.
Oh.
And one of the things he says is that for something to be truly just a piece of art or an aesthetic object, or at least when you're perceiving it as an aesthetic object, that it has to be without purpose. The translation, I don't know what the German for it is, but the translation was purposelessness. So in his opinion, only one very extremely famous and important philosopher's opinion,
Yeah.
that if you're thinking of something in its functional way, it isn't like art in the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So anyway, I
And
don't think you should be
That's
feel
always
bad.
the challenge, though, is like trying to like mesh a beautiful form with its like basic function or something like.
Well, and especially in architecture.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I mean, you're dealing with appearance and form and how you want it to look and operate on an aesthetic level, but also it has to stand up.
Yeah.
and be
And
affordable.
People can't be running into each other all the
be
time.
repairable
and be efficient.
and allow for good air circulation and heating and cool. So it is creative. It's kind of similar.
And,
creativity inside
exterior
of tons of constraints.
Yeah.
That's why when you do, and for me, when I do see a building that is like, wow, this is a beautiful building. It's just like a work of art, but it works and it's fun to be in.
Only then has the architect succeeded.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Sometimes I've had the opposite too, where you're like, I see what you were going for.
Yeah, no, there's some really
this isn't the most
terrible
pleasant
stuff
building.
out there.
Yeah. So you did the drafting.
Yeah,
you
got
kind
into
of realized that was it,
architecture
and then you got an
school,
architecture school.
applied, got
where?
in, went to school at University of New Mexico
Still
in
keeping
Albuquerque.
it New Mexico strong.
Yep. Was on a budget, so
Hey.
in-state was the
man.
way to go. No, it was a really great school though.
Yeah.
Awesome professors,
Yeah.
really good facilities.
And when was your first? Is this a job that you're in or an internship now?
This is a graduate assistantship.
Oh, that's right. Or it's like a program.
Yeah.
Right.
So
when was the first time that you did this here at Rocky?
My first year in Rocky was 3 years ago.
3 years
so
ago?
in 2014.
Had you done a summer thing before that?
Yeah, the summer before that in 2013, I was doing the same position in Yellowstone National Park.
Nice.
So it's really interesting to see the difference in areas, difference in parks, like both the magnitude
Just
of the
size, yeah.
structures, the quantity.
Yeah, I mean they're 8 times bigger in area.
Yeah.
Than us.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah,
just crazy.
and
how
even
much-
just like here,
Actually, maybe a little
like
more than
Rocky doesn't have any hotels or lodges or anything in the
Yep.
park, whereas Yellowstone has a ton of
Yes,
those
and they're
in
big.
the park, and a ton of restaurants and a lot of concession-run facilities.
whole other scale.
Yeah, so definitely different, like entire little towns in the park.
Yes.
Where here,
Yeah.
we've managed to keep those out.
Yeah, the
of
towns are
park.
the towns are at the entrance. Yeah, you're right. In Yellowstone it is. It's like a few small, really small towns.
Yeah.
Although Grand Canyon not Grand Canyon. Old Faithful, not that small, but
yeah.
um
Pretty big
and they're all inside one national park. It is kind of amazing. So you did that for a year. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I worked in Yellowstone for 2 years.
Oh, nice.
Yellowstone has a special place in my heart. I would go back anytime.
Could really only explore like
Oh yeah, it's
a 50th of the park
It's
in
crazy.
one summer. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, my first summer there, I was a room attendant for Zane Terra.
Oh,
at
I'm
Canyon.
sorry. I'm just
Yeah, it was
kidding.
okay. It was chill. It was laid back, no stress.
Yeah.
So I would just make up rooms, and sometimes you'd have to wait for bison to move off of porches. And things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But the nice thing was, because it was no stress in terms
Mhm.
of like, it was not a lot of thought went into it.
Yeah.
We just hiked
Oh,
all the
yeah.
time on the weekends.
Those are the kind
and
of people
after
who get
work
those
and-
jobs.
yeah, exactly. That's why
Like,
we're
what
all
else
there.
are you doing there?
Yeah,
if not
and
going around
so
hiking and being
I hiked
outdoors?
around a lot, like all the time, and yeah, I saw
Mhm.
just a fraction.
Yeah.
It's so big,
Mhm.
including like some areas like the southeast and southwest corners,
Mhm.
where you're never going to see them unless you have time to hike, 50, 60 mile
Yeah.
round trip,
Mhm.
because it just takes so long. Like the thoroughfare, getting down in there.
Yeah.
Or,
Isn't it like one of the most remote places.
I think that somewhere down, way down in south
Just
east.
in terms of being farthest from roads.
Yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
somewhere
like,
way down in southeast Yellowstone is
Yeah.
the spot in the lower 48 that's the farthest from any
Mhm.
road. I don't know if it's paved road or town or something, but I think it's
Mhm.
by some measure, the
Yeah.
most remote spot in
Yeah.
the lower 48.
Right.
And then the one up in
One
Alaska,
point.
there's one up in the one in Alaska is on a whole other scale.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 300 miles from the nearest thing instead of 30, but
Yeah.
that,
They win by a
that's
long
different. But
shot.
yeah, Yellowstone's huge.
Yeah.
So you did that, and then you came
Yeah.
here
Mhm.
year 2. What's the name of the program that you're in? Is it a defined program, or was it just a
No, it's
relationship with
like
with
an
the university?
internship through my university and
Yeah.
through my architecture school
Yeah.
specifically.
Mhm.
So students from either the School of Architecture or the School of Landscape Architecture or Historic Preservation or Regional Planning,
Cool.
they can all apply to this, and then they hire a handful of us, anywhere from like 4 to 6 of us,
Mhm.
and then we're each sent out to our own park for the
Mhm.
summer. So there's pretty
Yep.
much just one of us in the park. Our specific program is just the Intermountain region. So
Mhm.
pretty much from northern Montana up in Glacier to like southwest Texas.
Yep. Is it Intermountain region as the Park Service defines it, or just?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For folks who don't know, the Park Service were divided into geographical regions,
Mhm.
mostly for management purposes.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
and
so.
Intermountain is huge. I
Mhm.
mean, it has so many parks.
Mhm.
If you go online and search like NPS or National Park Service region
Mhm.
region
There's what,
map,
like
it'll come
8,
up.
7, 6?
Oh gosh, there's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest, Pacific West. Alaska
a little
used to be
rusty.
included in that, but I think Alaska is its own. I don't know. I would
Okay.
have to look at a map, but
Yeah.
and then Intermountain. So you were there, and then you went back to school for a year, and then came here.
Mhm.
So you already talked a little bit about how Rocky compared to Yellowstone in terms of just
Yeah.
the scale in terms of buildings is very different. How else did
Mhm.
it compare? Had you been to Rocky before?
No, I'd never been to Rocky
Yeah, what'd you think
before.
when you first got here?
I was bewildered. I was like, this has been
What'd you think
my
about this?
neighbor
Yeah.
my whole life,
Yeah, because
and I've never
that's
been
true. It's
here?
not that far.
No,
I mean,
it
it's a
really
day's
isn't.
drive.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think about it compared to Yellowstone in terms of like the scenery? Very different.
Different, yeah, for sure. Both in the sense of the wildlife that's around. There are
Yeah.
a lot of
We're missing a few
bison and
species here.
wolves up there.
Yep, we're missing a few species in Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not being in
love-
grizzly country is a very different
Oh my
experience.
god, it's so nice. It's so nice hiking when there are no grizzlies to worry
it's
about.
very
It's
different.
kind of always in the back of your head
It
when you're
is,
hiking
yeah.
in Yellowstone.
I've talked to people about it because Yellowstone and then
Yeah.
Denali, and I miss it in a lot of ways because it puts, I
Kind
don't
of
know,
puts
it
a little
just
edge on
it just
your...
puts a whole different feel on the trip. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the danger still statistically is really low, relatively speaking.
Yeah, but they are
it
around.
it is a danger.
Yeah,
You know,
I remember just
and-
taking a walk around my dorm building in Yellowstone. It was like sun had already gone down, walking back to my dorm, and this ranger rolls up. He's like, "Do you guys have your bear spray on you?" And we were like, "No, we're just taking a little stroll." He's like, "Okay, well, someone just spotted a grizzly by your dorm, so
Yep. Where did you live? Mammoth?
yeah, Mammoth Hot
Yeah.
Springs."
Yep.
So that was a fun
Yeah,
walk
you
home.
I always had bear spray on.
Yeah, from
always.
then on, you're like,
Just-
okay, it's worth it.
Because
It's-
even like when I
it's
was in
worth the peace of
Denali,
mind.
even walking to the hangout spot for all the employees,
Yeah.
even there you would see
Because
bears.
they are around everywhere.
They're
They're like,
everywhere.
yeah.
They can go wherever they want.
They
and they can do whatever they want. Exactly.
And no
that's
one
what
can
That's
say
what puts a
boo.
different feel on it. Is when you're
Yeah.
out there at some level, you're just like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah. So that's definitely a big difference.
Also, there's, I would say, over 1,000 historic structures in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Whereas here, there are probably around 300 total.
So still a lot for the size, but
Yeah.
way less.
Yeah.
And a lot of them way smaller.
Mm-hmm,
Because
exactly.
like Yellowstone Lodge, that counts as one, right?
Yeah, that took me like a whole day and a half
That's
to
huge.
take
It's
photos
an
of
amazing
and
building.
take notes of. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, I can't believe that when who's the architect on that? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting his name now. But he was
Oh, the
so
Yellowstone
young.
Lodge?
He was so young when he designed that. It's just kind of mind blowing. Anyway,
Yeah.
And then the other thing that surprised me when I went to Yellowstone for the first time, because I'd never been out west, so I had this thing in my head of just like mountains, and there are mountains for sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mountains, but there's a ton of it that is not mountains. It's kind of flat, lodgepole forest as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, you're like up in the
or
mountains, but
geyser basins.
once you're there, I feel like the mountains here feel more prominent.
Yeah, they dominate.
Yeah.
Everywhere. No matter where you go, you don't get away from them. Whereas there, depending on what part of the park you're in, it's very mountainous. But you can be, like, if you're in the center of the park or down, like, southwest corner, it's not mountain.
Yeah. And I love the alpine country up here.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite parts about the
beautiful.
park is just the hikes through the alpine country.
So this is your third year.
Third year here.
Doing this.
Yes.
What keeps you coming back?
Oh, everything.
Yeah, everything.
Have you seen Rocky Mountain National Park?
I have seen Rocky Mountain National Park. I definitely have. It is very amazing.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a blessed place to be.
Honestly,
for sure.
if you study architecture, you're probably going to end up getting a job in a city, in an urban area.
Vast majority.
So just the fact that I get to come out here and be surrounded by wilderness and forests and lakes and stuff, like I consider that a rare opportunity. And the fact that I get to sometimes come out and look at old trails for work and go into the backcountry and find these little cabins. Sometimes I'll go find little cabin ruins that nobody has really looked at for years just because it's not something that the park maintains. But we sort of have to keep account of those things. Like, so just, it's a combination of all those things. And then being able to stay on this little historic ranch called
that's right.
Good Old McGraw.
You live at McGraw, don't you?
Yeah, it's this historic dude ranch.
McGraw is amazing.
Made for, or rehabilitated for researchers to stay in when they need to come into the park and stay for a week or 3 months or something.
I forgot that you live out there.
Yeah,
so nice.
It's
so peaceful.
Yeah, gives me a good appreciation for all things natural and built and just how those interplay with one another. And it's also interesting just to note that this park has really pulled back in the amount of built structures in the park. Like, I would say
good point.
Now it probably has maybe a third to a quarter
of what it once had.
Yeah,
I don't think people realize. I didn't realize that when I came here, that there were tons of lodges and
real big lodges, restaurants. In Moraine Park, there used to be a golf course and
9-hole
some swimming pools. Yeah. So.
And over time, the park has acquired those things.
There's just a period of time too when it was, fortunately, pulling back from all of its developed areas and realizing, hey, we need to really protect this and sort of convert it back to its natural state, which is why it's so beautiful and undeveloped today. And in hindsight, like, some of those buildings were really cool and great, but there has to be this balance. You obviously, nowadays, I think it's really great that we don't have any lodges in the park and too many campgrounds or swimming pools and golf courses, like that just takes away from what a national park is.
Especially a park like this where, like we were talking about, you're never that far from town.
No.
You're never that far from a gateway community. So
exactly,
it's
and
not like
you have big cities around. If you want those amenities, they're close.
It's not like Yellowstone where it's like, well, if there weren't any lodges in Yellowstone, then everyone would be driving like 3 hours plus a day to get anywhere.
3 hours just to get through the park. Another like 2 hours to the nearest city.
Just to get out, exactly.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that is.
It's an interesting dynamic, but
that surprised me when I first learned about that when I came here. That so many things had been removed over time, and that it's just a decision you have to
One day soon, maybe I want to make a map of all of the structures that used to exist.
That'd be really cool. Yeah.
So people can gauge like what it used to be, and then what it is
really
now.
Cool. That's a great idea. There was a student group from CSU, I think, or something like that did one of those just for Moraine Park. They mapped where everything had been to kind of explore the history of it, and it was really cool. It'd be neat to see that for the entire park.
It's a big undertaking, but
yes,
there are a lot of like resources and places to pull from, but not one big comprehensive
So as
mapping
an
over.
architect and as someone interested in historic structures and keeping things repaired and using what we already have and all those things, what would you say to visitors when they're coming to visit? Like, what tip would you give from that perspective about the park?
I would say inquire about it because
Just be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, just like notice the buildings around you and know that those are a lot older than anyone's houses that they're living in or a lot of the cities that they live in. You know, like, and just to sort of appreciate the people that were there before you and just think
Yes.
about their lifestyle and how they lived before you and what they were thinking of when they passed through the place and just pretending like you were there 100 years ago or even before that. And then just having a respect for it, you know, not sort of like the leave no trace thing, like don't be tampering with any of the stuff that you're seeing. Don't be messing with any of the buildings or carving your initials into them, you know, like
Yep.
it might be cool for you in the moment, but
Yeah, but then
it's not really cool for anybody else later down
ruins
the
it
road.
for everyone that comes after you.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a very good point.
We just want these things to be like in the best condition possible for generations way down the
Yeah.
road. You know, like even buildings that you think don't look that old, well,
You might be
in
surprised.
100 years they're
They
going to
will
be
be.
really cool.
That's true.
And people are going to be like, "Oh, I wish these were taken care of a little better in the past."
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's great. I would definitely recommend that to everybody is just remember that it's not just a park, like it's not just hiking and backpacking and wildlife. It is all those things for sure, but it's also a place where people come and live and work and stay. And for that to happen, there have to be facilities and structures. And, you know, even when you're out hiking, just taking a moment to think about how hard a group of people worked to make that trail.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I didn't for a long time have an appreciation of just how hard it is to build a mile of trail.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know, it's so much work that people are doing
Much
for us
respect
so that
for
then
their-
we can enjoy it. You know,
Yeah, for the trails crews
they're
then and
unthanked.
now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get with the trail crew and cover some of that work.
Nice.
Maybe in depth so
Yeah.
people can kind of
And definitely check out some of those backcountry cabins. If you see them,
if
go
you
up
see
to
'em,
them, peek in the windows. They're
Yeah,
cool.
you can go up to them and look around.
Yeah, for sure.
Just, you know,
Don't try getting in.
Don't try getting in. And sometimes there may be a ranger staying there, stationed there, and
Yeah, they'll let you
be
peek
perfectly happy
inside.
to talk to you and
Yeah.
check in with you and say, hey, say what's up.
It's really cool because some of those old cabins have logbooks from back in the
You can read
60s.
you can read
like just
you can
rangers
read way
who's-
back.
Yeah.
It's funny how much things haven't changed.
Really puts in perspective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wow,
like,
same
oh, yeah.
problems, different day.
Exactly.
Different decade.
Especially back there where it's so, you know, your phone doesn't work back there. Or anything,
Yeah.
You know, so you pretty much live in the same way, pulling your water out of the creek, and filtering, and
Yep, using the privy out in the back.
darn right.
Spending the night with the squirrels and the mice.
Yeah. Anything else you want to cover or that you want to make sure listeners know about?
No, I think we've done a
we've
good
covered
job
it?
and hopefully not bored them to death.
Oh, no, definitely. Definitely not.
I know I get excited about it, but I forget not everyone.
Our listeners don't get bored.
No.
And if they do, they can just skip to the next episode.
Oh, okay,
It's no
yeah.
big deal. But
If
no,
they've
our
reached this
listeners
point, they've
are
done good.
are scholars with interests that run the gamut, I'm sure. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you is because I think it is just something that people, including myself, it's just easy to forget about.
Yeah.
The cultural side, the all the resources that we have in the park, and
Yeah,
you know,
plenty
just
of
think
natural,
about
also
like
lots
last year we
of
had 4.5
cultural.
million people come to the park,
Mhm.
and so it is a place that it's like
It's a destination.
a destination with a lot of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
A lot
just
of history.
think about that and remember it, and think of our cultural resources folks who are out there surveying and working on things and maintaining things, so that hopefully they'll be there, 100 years from now, 200
Yeah.
years from now, 300 years from now.
Yeah.
Hopefully forever. At least that's what we're going for. That's our goal. You have to have high goals. Yeah. So one final question before we sign off from Sand Beach Lake. We've been asking everyone this question.
Oh.
It's a pretty open question.
Okay.
What does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in your life or...
Rocky has honestly become like my second home. I don't know if I'll be back next year because the work I'm doing is kind of getting wrapped up this year, but it's kind of where I feel.
And you recently graduated.
Yeah. I kind of just feel like more human out here.
Yep. That's interesting.
Yeah, I feel more human when I'm around less humans.
I can
for some reason.
I can very much relate to that, and we've heard that from a lot of people already on the podcast we've talked to. They're like, I don't know, I just feel more myself, or
Yeah, you just like. It's very introspective. It's inspiring. It's humbling. Just the scale of the mountains around you and the vastness of the trees and the power of the water that you see, like, really puts you in your place.
Yes.
As a human. Like, we tend to get on our high horses and just get stuck in the bustle of the city and think that whatever we're doing that day is the most important thing in the world and nothing else is as important. But then you come out here and you're like, this is what's really important.
Absolutely. Snaps you out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a choice. If you get out in it, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I love feeling like less powerful than nature, and like I don't know, at nature's will.
The mountains are really good at that.
Yeah, so Rocky has become this place that I think about all year.
Yeah.
Until I get to come back.
And do you think that your time here, even if you don't come back, is gonna influence your career and life going forward?
I knew like nothing about the Park Service until my first year as an intern. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's that much that goes on. Like there's people doing this stuff and entire divisions dedicated to this. So I really opened my eyes and gave me a new respect for the Park Service. Like I always tell my friends, like, okay, yeah, I'm going out to my internship for the park. And they're like, oh, you're a ranger? Like, everyone just assumes there's just rangers out here. And I'm like, no, that's like one little part of what the Park Service is about.
Yeah,
but
that's why that's one of the reasons why we're doing this podcast.
Nice.
Just to talk to people and let people see all the amazing folks, interesting folks doing stuff that you would never even know about.
Yeah. So even if I don't come back as the historic structures tech intern next year, I'm sure I'll be back in my future.
We'll always be here.
Yeah.
Rocky will always be here.
Aw.
Great. Yep. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. I guess we'll pack this stuff up and doesn't look like thunderstorms, so that's good to go.
Not
pack
yet.
up and head back down the trail.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Miles.
Bye, Mary.
Bye. I love that.
Isn't it fun? Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 22nd. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
It's Thursday, August 10th, 2017, and I have the day off.
For context, we were both rangers here in the summer of 2017.
Yes, and the job of leading guided hikes, campground talks, and staffing the visitor center is very rewarding, but can also be exhausting. So when the weekend rolled around, some friends and I planned a relaxing backcountry camping trip. We got a permit for the backcountry campground on the west shore of Lake McDonald, one of the few backcountry campgrounds that you can paddle a canoe to. So we loaded our gear into dry bags, packed our life jackets, and set sail for some R&R. The campground itself is known for being sunny. It burned over in a wildland fire in 2003, and the remaining lifeless and limbless trees offer little in the way of shade.
That's an understatement.
So we set out in the afternoon, thinking we'd arrive after the heat of the day had passed. The first half of the paddle was nice and sunny, but the further we went, the clouds began to roll in. With each stroke, the sky seemed to grow darker, and we paddled faster and faster and faster to reach the shoreline. We thought we'd beaten the weather as we pulled our canoe ashore, but a clap of thunder echoed off the mountains and signaled the night that was yet to come. As we frantically assembled our tents and shabby burritos, the storm arrived. Rain came in a torrent, instantly soaking me through my jacket, and we hung our food up so we could retreat to our tents, but then the wind began to pick up. In my memory, what came next was a loud, deafening blur. Rain pelted the ground and began to sound like angry radio static. The wind was strong enough you had to brace yourself against it or be blown over. It began to topple the trees around us, and as they crashed down left and right, we ran to the lakeshore for safety as lightning and thunder reverberated up above. But just like that, it was over. The air was calm, the rain had stopped, and we breathed a collective sigh of relief as we returned to the soggy rice and bean burritos we'd put away. As we ate, we tried to make sense of what had just happened, pointing out the trees that had fallen down, comparing how well our jackets had worked, but only then, with mouthfuls of burrito, did we notice a column of smoke across the lake. Smoke that would eventually grow to become the Sprague Fire that burned 17,000 acres and the Sperry Chalet.
Wow, that's crazy that you sat through the storm that started it all. I was actually just straight across the lake from you at the same time at the Lake McDonald Lodge. I was supposed to give the evening ranger program up at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium that night. It was super stormy as I drove up from Apgar. And while I was getting ready for my talk, the power went out in the building. It was pitch black in the auditorium. I didn't think people would really be able to safely walk around the room, so I just decided to cancel the program. So if you were trying to attend the ranger program at the Lake McDonald Lodge auditorium on August 10, 2017, I'm very sorry. You'll have to catch me another time. When I canceled, I stood outside the building to let people know that the program wouldn't be happening that night. It was at 8:36 p.m., a few minutes after the talk was scheduled to start, that lightning struck the hillside above me and ignited the Sprague Creek fire. With no program to give, I drove back down to my office in Apgar. There were lots of people just standing around and watching the flames. So, in a routine that would become common over the coming months, from across the lake, I watched the fire glow against the dark night sky. I was still wearing my ranger uniform, so I stayed on the beach there for hours, answering questions from concerned visitors.
The fire became a spectacle. At night, people would gather to watch it burn. Slowly at first, then rapidly as one hot and dry week was followed by another.
In all, the Sprague Fire burned for about 3 months on the east shore of Lake McDonald, until it was finally extinguished by autumn snow.
Here on Lake McDonald, wildfire is a fact of life. For plants, animals, and people alike, if you want to exist here, you've got to learn to live with it.
In this episode, we're going to learn about something that's becoming an everyday concern for people around the American West. What happens when people and wildfire come together?
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're in the Lake McDonald Valley.
Near the west entrance of the park, the Lake McDonald area is the most visited region of Glacier. Lake McDonald itself is one of the park's most cherished attractions. At 10 miles long and over a mile wide, it's also the largest lake in Glacier.
This area gets hit with a ton of lightning. And that means that wildfires start with considerable frequency.
What happens in a place dense with people and fire? And that's what we're going to explore in this episode. To start out, I wanted to talk to someone who knows the park as well as anyone, even better than most rangers.
My name is Chris Peterson, and I am the editor of the Hungry Horse News.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Hardly anything happens in Northwest Montana without Chris writing or at least knowing about it.
Seems like he's been here forever. How long has Chris been around?
Since 1998, which would make it, this will be my 23rd summer.
I've seen his byline a lot, but he's a photographer too, right?
Yeah, you're right. After graduating college, Chris started working for a small town daily newspaper in New York, where he started to pick up photography.
Back in New York, at the Daily, you had to shoot your own photos. So my photos were terrible. I was an awful photographer. Didn't know what I was doing. And so I started shooting Buffalo Bills games. You know, at a Buffalo Bills game, there's like 85,000 people there, but there's also 120 photographers. So you could learn a lot just by watching the other guys.
And after he really developed his photography skills, he landed a new job.
So that kind of set up my portfolio. And then the Hungry Horse News had put out an ad for a photographer, and I applied and I got the job. And the rest is kind of history, I guess.
That's a big switch to go from photographing Bills games to bald eagles.
Yeah, it's a big adjustment, but he took to it. But part of covering news in the West is wildfire, something Chris didn't have any experience with from his time in New York.
Oh, well, in New York, there aren't, big fires, yeah, but they were all houses or, tire dumps.
But it didn't take him long to get experience. His second summer, he covered the West Flat Top Fire. 2 years after that, the Moose Fire, then the Anaconda Fire.
So I'd cut my teeth.
All of which led up to 2003. You had a couple seasons of experience then covering summer fires. What was the feeling going into the summer of 2003?
In retrospect, we probably should have known that we were going to have a big fire year. But I can remember in June, people just having fun because it didn't rain. June typically is one of the wettest months, if not the wettest month in the park. It didn't rain. So everyone was having, everyone's camping and fishing and floating and, the park is just full of people. And
the fire danger rating has been moved up and is now high.
But by July, fires began to crop up. In fact, on July 17th, after a morning storm, 6 fires were spotted in the park.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, more fires than the park sees in some whole years, just in one morning. The next day, Numa Ridge Lookout spotted the Wedge Canyon fire in the North Fork, which within 2 days had grown to 4,000 acres, and due to the number of homes in the area, was the #1 priority fire in the nation.
Wow. So what was Chris doing at the time?
We were out running around taking photos of them. Drove up and looked at Wedge Canyon, and man, it was ripping across the ridge one day. So we knew, unless it rained, that things were probably going to get worse, not better. I don't think we thought they'd get as bad as they did.
At the same time the Wedge Canyon fire was burning in the North Fork, a fire was burning in the heart of the Upper McDonald Creek Valley, the Trapper Fire. The fire at the heart of our story was, at the time, so remote that it was seen as a low priority. Park employees like Chris Baker, the lookout stationed on Swift Current Mountain, described what it looked like. She wrote an article after the fire all about it. Here, can you read the first part?
Okay. When I arrived back at Swift Current, Flat Top Mountain was puffing here and there, but the smokes just weren't that impressive. The lightning storm had planted its seeds, but nothing much was showing yet. So for a while, Trapper was underwhelming?
Yeah, it was.
But that obviously didn't last forever.
No, it did not.
July 23rd comes along. Changes everything.
The forecast for the 23rd called for extreme winds, 30 miles an hour or more.
Right, exactly. And so that's why we're at the loop on the 23rd.
Now, if you've ever driven the Going to the Sun Road to Logan Pass from Lake McDonald, you may remember the loop as the single hairpin turn on the whole route. As the road turns back on itself, you've got 8 miles left till Logan Pass as you rise above the trees, getting a view of the McDonald Creek Valley, and Chris hoped the Trapper Fire.
Okay, it's a pretty windy day. Let's get up there, see what's going on. Let's take a look at it.
His instincts were right. Chris Baker, the lookout at Swift Current, watched the Trapper Fire grow that day. And rather than have you read everything, Andrew, I had a friend read the rest of her quotes for us.
There was no mistaking it when Trapper decided to make its move. I was looking right at it when it did. That wimpy white column suddenly grew tall, turned to brown, then black. Then it was wider and moving.
And you could see that fire probably, I'm guessing, 5 miles away. And it's just starting to look like a tornado. If you can imagine a really big tornado in the sense that it's like this big circular cloud of black, and it just starts spinning, and you can see it, and it's coming closer and closer and closer.
Wow, that's nothing like what I expected.
And Chris was far from the only person at the loop watching this unfold.
I mean, more and more people showed up, and we're just watching it, and there were other people there. Everyone's taking pictures.
So there were reporters like Chris there, visitors had stopped to take pictures. There's even a corporate marketing team there.
And one of the more memorable things was there was this couple of women in their 20s with like tank tops on, and they had a Red Bull pickup truck. You know, Red Bull, that energy drink, but it had like a big fake can on the back of the pickup truck.
As the fire was coming closer and closer and everyone was taking photos, the Red Bull staff was running around with free samples.
Okay, I think watching a fire race towards you is a situation where you definitely would not need the extra boost from an energy drink.
Yeah, I think you're right. But with or without the Red Bull, Chris described the atmosphere being charged with anticipation and excitement.
So we're taking pictures of her with the smoke and the fire and smoke and stuff in the background, and they're taking pictures, and it just kind of got into like almost a party type of atmosphere in the sense that here it comes, and it came like right to the edge of the the canyon. It was just a freight train.
But he must have gotten out safely.
He did.
The fire gets to the loop, everyone he takes off because it's going to burn over the loop. It's obvious it's not going to stop.
As it burned over the loop, it claimed anything in its path. Vehicles that were parked there, trailhead signs. Heck, for years there were stains on the pavement from where porta potties melted into the asphalt.
That's kind of gross. What happened next?
Well, the Trapper Fire continued to burn uphill straight towards the Granite Park Chalet. And, well, you'll have to wait and see. I talked to Mike Sanger, one of the employees that was at Granite Park Chalet that night, later in the episode.
I see.
But Chris's experience goes to show that even when it's coming towards you, even when it's endangering your own safety, you can't help but watch fire. As powerful and destructive as it is, it has a sort of magnetism.
My name is Tony Cashola Sr. I'm a director for the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes.
People interacting with wildfire here is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. To learn more, I decided to talk to Tony and Cashola Sr. about the role that fire plays in the traditional Salish way of life. We talked about how, from Tony's perspective, not enough people understand the significance and value of fire. This misunderstanding of our environment makes fire more dangerous. And he talked about how national parks are a place where we can learn to connect with the natural world. So Tony, if we have listeners from other parts of the country or the world who aren't familiar with the Salish people, what do they need to know about Salish history?
According to the stories from our elders, the Salish speaking people have been in this area since the last ice age. My group, my band of Salish are the most eastern Salish speaking people here in Montana. And our Aboriginal territory consisted of about 22 million acres. And then came along in 1855 when more settlers and homesteaders moved into our area, a treaty was negotiated, and it took several days before the leaders of the tribe agreed to be put on a reservation. And so that's why we are where we're at today on our 1.3 million acre reservation here. So that's kind of in a nutshell from the past where we started and how we got to where we're at as Salish-speaking people.
So I wanted to have you in today to talk about fire. What role does fire have in the Salish tradition?
The Salish people, they would set fires to their favorite hunting areas, their favorite spots. When the weather was predictable, they would set fires, knowing that the fire would be put out as soon as the snow got here. So there was no fear of that being a wildfire. When they did that, they could go back in the springtime, and where they had set fire, they could see all the new growth coming up, the green grass, clearing the underbrush for the berries and for all the other foods that were necessary, both food and medicinal plants. It would clear it out. It was like doing work in a garden. You know, as you go in a garden, you clean out all the weeds. That's what they used fire for.
Were there other advantages to setting fires?
The other thing they used, of course, before they had horses and before they had rifles, you know, getting buffalo, hunting buffalo sometimes was very difficult on foot. So sometimes they'd look at certain areas and they'd see these areas and they'd use fire to bring the herd to certain places. And then once they get to these certain jumps, that they'd build these running lanes, and they used these cliffs for these buffalo jumps to go over there. So that was another way of using the fire.
That's really interesting, using fire to manage vegetation and to drive buffalo over cliffs to hunt efficiently. It's a pretty amazing technique. How did traditional people actually manage these fires?
It's just like our professionals today. We have professional fisheries, water, people in those areas. Well, back then they had these people that were dedicated and assigned to fires. And they were the ones that were only ones that would set the fire, because they've studied fire, they've understood fire, and so they're the ones that were allowed to set these fires.
And how did they actually start the fires? Where did the embers come from?
They used buffalo horns or different things to carry these embers of fire, because it was so hard, you know, to make fire. So they'd make a fire and then take these embers and store them in these buffalo horns or something. Then they'd have these fire starters, what they call them, fire starters. They'd gallop to these different places and they'd set fire. And like I said, only those people were allowed to do that.
Why do you think so many people have negative feelings about fire?
One, I think, is misunderstanding exactly what fire is, what it means, and what it could do. The other thing is fear. Naturally, it's frightening. I mean, you look at California today, how dry, how brushy some of those go up like matchsticks. And I think that's what people are afraid of, that because they don't understand fire, not knowing how our environment works, how the trees, how the animals, how the rain, how the fire, everything has a role in our ecosystem. And the people today don't understand that. You know, they don't understand how our ecosystem works. They need to know that fire is necessary. Fire must happen so that we don't get what we're getting in California today.
What's the reason for this poor understanding of ecosystems?
I think because of the value system that we created, and the values that we think are more important now today, that our lives are put first rather than together with other things. You know, everything goes hand in hand. One of the things when I was growing up, my grandparents and my parents and all of my elders that have always taught me and always said, every living thing is an equal. You treat it as an equal. You don't think you're better. You don't dominate, because you dominate, you destroy. And that's what we have as human beings. We've dominated certain things, we've changed certain things, and we've destroyed that. And so I think a lot of that is misunderstood. And national parks are kind of a stronghold of what used to be. So national parks are places that continue to be very important, especially to me, especially to natives that understand what the park is, because it used to be this whole country. And there's still a need for parks. There's still a need for the areas like this, for our spirituality, for our well-being, for our minds. How many times have we, in our lives, have got so frustrated with our jobs, with the things that we do every day over and over, that we need these areas of solitude to go to, touch the ground again, to put your feet back on the ground and kind of soothe everything, that all that weight seems to lift and create something, a peace of mind that lets you move forward again. We need these places.
So, fire has a long history in this place. It can be a creative as well as a destructive force. And whether you like it or not, it's a factor that has to be considered in deciding how to manage this park. To learn more about what role wildland fire plays in the ecosystem here, I decided to talk to Dawn LaFleur.
My name is Dawn LaFleur, and I am the vegetation management biologist for the park.
What does a vegetation management biologist do?
What does that entail? It basically manages the vegetation for the park. So that's anything from forest management, basically making sure we have healthy forest ecosystems, as well as maintaining native plant communities. So whenever we have disturbance, human-caused disturbance, we go in behind the disturbance and utilize native plant materials that we've collected and grown at our native plant nursery. So basically trying to manage the native vegetation as well as the invasive vegetation to maintain healthy ecosystems.
I met Dawn on the site of the Howe Ridge Fire, which in 2018 burned about 14,000 acres on the west shore of Lake McDonald. It was 1 year after the Sprague Fire, which we talked about at the top of the show, and on the opposite side of the lake. At times it can be a bit noisy here now that there's not much of a forest to shelter you from the wind.
That was a pretty intense fire.
It was very intense. It was very unusual. We had the extreme fire behavior happen at night and came down here very fast, very quickly, and burned very intensely.
About 2 weeks after this spot burned, Dawn was one of the first people to come back here and start to assess the impact.
So what we were looking for were signs of vegetation, any potential signs of vegetation recovery already, as well as the impacts to our soil.
The type of soil impacts Dawn is looking for are things like how burnt is this soil? Will things be able to grow in it? Then she'll look at hillsides to see if any of them have potential for erosion now that root systems that were holding them together might be burnt out.
Do you remember what your initial impressions were at the time?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. All we have left are toothpicks, was my initial impressions.
For a fire to burn up essentially every tree was unusual. Typically, when Dawn visits a recently burned area, the fire
doesn't wipe everything out. It'll find a section of vegetation or trees, a pocket of trees to burn in and move around and kind of skip and create a mosaic or little islands of vegetation, which actually helps for rehabilitating the landscape afterwards.
So why was this fire so intense?
It was a combination of factors. For one, the summer of 2018 was extremely hot and dry. But fire suppression efforts in the early 1900s had also disrupted some of the natural cycles here.
Fire has a huge role in this natural ecosystem. We have plants and tree species like lodgepole pine that are fire dependent.
These are species that have evolved to rely on fire to succeed. Lodgepole pines, which need a lot of sunlight, have special cones that are tightly bound shut by resin. The seeds are trapped inside the cone until there's a wildfire, the type of event that would clear out the canopy and make it sunny enough for them to grow. When fire passes through,
the cones get heated up and release their seeds.
In Dawn's career, she's witnessed summers get warmer and drier. and the snowpack disappearing earlier in the spring, allowing soil and vegetation to dry out. These effects are changing the role that fire plays in the ecosystem.
What it is climate change. We're getting drier and hotter sooner. And then the other thing we're seeing is with the extreme fire and not enough moisture in the spring, what takes advantage of those open niches after a fire are non-native plants, the opportunists. We're seeing a lot more non-native invasive plants coming into our burned areas than we have had in the past.
But Dawn hasn't lost hope. She still has a clear and optimistic vision of how this area can recover.
My hope would be in 5 years we should have conifers that are 3 to 4 foot tall. A good diversity of conifers. I would hope a lot of larch in here because they tend to be fire resistant. It'd be wonderful to see pockets. I don't expect it all across the landscape up here, but little pockets of moisture where we could see cedar hemlock coming back. And this would be completely green, and you've got woodpeckers utilizing the snags and everything. We would be standing here and we would have vegetation over our heads.
Sounds lovely.
Bless. And as we get more vegetation established, that will outcompete, as we get an overstory, it'll outcompete these newly established invasives. So much more native plant diversity.
Protecting plant diversity in Glacier National Park is a collective endeavor. Dawn can't do it alone.
She asks that when people visit here, they take a moment to think about how their actions will affect the plant life around them.
Stay on the trail. Definitely stay on the trail. Walk in the mud. Don't go around mud holes. And don't pick the flowers.
Oh, yeah. That's a big one.
Please don't pick the flowers.
The reason to walk through the mud is that if you go around, you'll widen the trail and disturb the vegetation around it. And we leave flowers where they are so everyone can enjoy them, and because they're part of the ecosystem here.
Yeah, minimize your impact by just being respectful of the vegetation.
The plant life in Glacier National Park evolved in the presence of fire and is adapted to frequent burning. Fire can be a source of renewal and even catalyze the processes of growth and change that make Glacier home to an incredible diversity of plant life, over 1,100 species.
As climate change affects the behavior of wildfire and fire ceases to behave in the way plants are adapted to, its destructive tendencies can start to outweigh its constructive ones.
It's something that scientists in Glacier like Dawn will continue to monitor.
When a wildfire changes the makeup of a forest and what kind of species grow there, the effects aren't limited to just plant life.
These changes to the vegetation are going to have consequences that ripple down the whole food chain, affecting everything from the bushy-tailed woodrat up to the moose and grizzly bear.
Mule deer in particular are browsers, and so they rely really heavily on shrubs and other kind of nutrient-dense species. So
that's Tegan Hayes. She's a wildlife biologist. Her master's thesis was about ungulate forage in wildfire-dominated landscapes. In other words, how deer food is affected by fire. One of the study areas was not far from where we're standing right now. Tegan explained to me that wildfire
allows for species to get the nutrients they need in their home range or in their population range. And so for my research, when I was looking at mule deer don't really change their home ranges very much geographically. And so change is especially important for a species like that, where if you never allow disturbances to happen, then they will not be able to find the food they need. So, and that's the same for a lot of species in the park.
In other words, mule deer need fire. It promotes the growth of shrubs that are the bulk of their diet. And they aren't keen to move around to find these plants. They need the fire to happen right within their home range. A deer population, in turn, is necessary to support grizzlies, mountain lions, and wolves. A whole thriving ecosystem, dependent on regular wildfire. I took Tegan to the Forest and Fire Nature Trail. Near the Camas Creek entrance to the park, this trail is a great spot to get an introduction to the fire ecology of Glacier National Park. Burnt in the 2001 Moose Fire, it's now home to a thriving lodgepole pine and aspen forest.
So we are now in a young aspen stand. Of course, you have the nice rustle of the leaves, which aspen are named after the quaking aspen. The vegetation, the shrubs in the understory are a bit taller. So there's a little more diversity here.
Aspen is one of the habitat types that responds best after a fire. Aspens that burn down are able to resprout from underground roots. In no time, a recently burned stand of aspen will be a lush and suitable deer habitat.
They tend to love aspen. Aspens provide a different kind of cover, and they provide a different suite of forage species, and they tend to stay kind of cooler and wetter for longer. So I think they offer that kind of that multitude of things where you have higher diversity of plants, you have longer blooming period often, or period where things are fresh and nutritious. They tend to provide pretty good security as well.
As we move down the trail, Tegan pointed out a flower, which I was surprised to hear was a good food source.
Oh, we've been seeing rose, which despite its prickles is also actually usually pretty sought after by ungulates too, so they'll nip just the ends off and avoid the worst of the prickles.
Wildfire is kind of a contradictory thing here. On one hand, it's natural and totally necessary for many of the plants and animals. But on the other hand, climate change is making it much more common and severe. And regardless of whether it's good or bad, it's always tough to live with.
Yeah, I mean, some of the most interesting and kind of disheartening research is when there's abnormally hot fires or more frequent fires than would normally be occurring in a forest, and they'll actually burn so hot that seedlings can't establish anymore, and so you can end up having what was once a forest become a grassland, or you'll see that the tree species that used to grow in an area are no longer suited to the climate or the climate that a disturbance has created.
Still, she recognizes the importance of having natural fire on the landscape.
Fire, because it's a hot and dry climate during some of the year, it's one of those natural disturbances that glacier and other mountainous places are adapted to, and so it's a necessity.
Of course, what applies in a national park where there are no subdivisions full of houses will be different from a policy that makes sense in a more densely inhabited area.
We can't always let fires burn due to all kinds of challenges, whether that's with human structures or infrastructure. So we're really right now just trying to find the balance between what the ideal situation is for fire and what the ideal situation is for living in this area.
In places like Glacier National Park, where natural processes still dominate and where we try to minimize our intrusion into the web of life, fire will continue to play a part. And scientists like Don and Tegan will continue to try to understand it. In the Lake McDonald Valley, where humans and wildfire are both common, we need to learn to live with fire, to let it play its natural role, creating the rich, diverse, and thriving ecosystem that we come here to enjoy.
We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Trapper Fire saga after this break.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about Sperry Chalet.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking.
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are my favorite podcasters today?
Oh, we're doing well. Just enjoying the beauty out here. Got to go up and check out the new Sperry Chalet, and it was phenomenal. It looked just like before, even down to the stonework.
Yeah, it's really incredible what they were able to accomplish. I'm glad you brought up the stonework. I was talking to Zach Anderson of Anderson Masonry, and you know, his family were the original stonemason family. So if it looks the same, there's a reason, and the care they took to make sure that it looked the same way it did when it was originally built in 1913 is really rather remarkable.
Yeah, and it's a great thing for people to check out while they're visiting and go see all the attention to detail and craft that went into it.
It really is a remarkable discovery. I was able to hike there this year with some people who had never been there, and we hiked through Gunsight, and to come over the top and see Sperry, it's almost like you just have to stop in your tracks, as they did, to see how is this possible. I've hiked 13.1 miles into the wilderness, and look at what is there. It really is something.
Yeah, we wanted to talk to you about it because we know the Glacier National Park Conservancy, as the park's official nonprofit partner, played a huge role in helping restore the chalet.
We were in the superintendent's office the very next morning at 10 a.m. after the fire burned Sperry, and by later that week we had taken our loan credit card down to the hardware store here and bought the pieces of wood that held Sperry up over the winter, and it really was a remarkable public-private partnership that really made the improbable happen.
Thanks for taking some time to talk to us. It's always great to hear from you, Doug.
Always great to talk to you guys, and thanks again for all you're doing.
Absolutely. Thanks for funding it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, cheers.
Bye. So we just heard from Dawn and Tegan about how plants,
like lodgepole pines,
and animals,
like mule deer,
can benefit from the presence of fire in the ecosystem.
And from talking to Tony, we know that the Salish and other indigenous communities have a deep understanding of fire's role on the landscape and would use it, as he put it, almost like a gardening tool to invite new and healthy plant growth.
Working here, a big part of our job has been sharing that knowledge with visitors, talking about the plants and animals that thrive in fire's aftermath. Yet knowing and understanding these things won't change how you respond to fire when you're faced with it, when the flames themselves are bearing down on you. So we met Chris Peterson earlier, who watched and photographed the 2003 Trapper Fire as it made a run over the loop.
Yeah.
But after it burned over the loop, it kept going, racing upwards towards the Granite Park Chalet, a historic compound of stone cabins high in the mountains that still provide rustic lodging and dining accommodations.
To get there, you can either hike the Highline Trail from Logan Pass or start up from the loop on the Loop Trail.
I hiked up to Granite Park this summer to talk with someone who's worked there since 2002 and was there on July 23rd, 2003.
My name's Mike Sanger. I'm from Great Falls, Montana originally. I live in Belt, Montana now. I've worked for the Park Service. This will be my 19th year here at Granite Park.
Mike keeps Granite running, managing the waste disposal system, addressing bear encounters, medical emergencies. When I caught up to him, he was fixing the sink in the chalet kitchen. And having grown up in Montana, Mike had been familiar with wildfire from afar.
Seeing them in the distance, not quite as close as I did here.
But in the unprecedented fire year of 2003, he came face to face with the Trapper Fire. From what I understand, you were hiking up here on July 23rd. Is that right?
I was. My boss, Walter Tabb, had dropped me off the Loop Trailhead. The trail was already closed at that time, and it was smoky there at the parking lot. And I asked him, I said, well, the trail's closed. And he goes, well, you better get moving. You need to get up there. And on the way up, I passed a female ranger, and what they were doing at that time is sweeping the trails for people and trying to get them up here. And she asked me if I knew where the fire was, and I said I have no idea, but once we get to Granite, we'll probably be able to see better and know exactly what's going on.
As I understand it, Mike's up there for a week or so at a time, then rotates out with a partner?
Exactly. He was originally scheduled to hike back in to tap out his partner on the 23rd, but was sent up that day with a different goal, to help protect the chalet itself.
And we made really good time getting up here to Granite Park.
Yeah, goodness. When did it sink in that it was going to be a problem?
When I got up here and I saw fire hoses strung out all over the place, and Chris Berkey, my partner, was here, and I asked him, I said, where's the fire? And he pointed towards Flat Top, and it was immediately apparent that we had a problem on our hands.
So they had to fortify the compound. With limited time and supplies, that meant converting their finicky drinking water pump into a sprinkler system to keep the buildings wet, an approach that they weren't confident would work at first.
We went down to start the pump, and it took 2 or 3 times, and you had to talk nice to this thing, and Chris pulled it, and the first time it went off, and we're all high-fiving.
But celebrations could wait. As the fire grew closer and closer, conditions only worsened.
It was really horrific for quite a while because we had no idea where the fire was. The winds were horrific. I mean, they were blowing probably 70 plus miles an hour, and we were having embers starting to come down. And what we did is we pulled all the railings from the chalet. We were trying to reduce fuel in case the fire did get here.
What did it sound like?
You know, a lot of people paraphrase this with tornadoes and everything else, but it sounded like a freight train. And it was just unbelievably hot. I've always had a mustache, and after this was all over, it had curled and burnt, and I just ended up whacking it off. It's the first time I'd not had a mustache in many, many years, because it was just glowing orange this direction.
Around the same time, Chris Baker from Swift Current Lookout was choked with smoke.
I can remember using the word surreal a lot in my journal that afternoon. It didn't take too long before my vista towards the west was nothing but amber billows of smoke and embers. Visibility deteriorated to nothing, and I began coughing from the intense smoke, so I soaked a bandana in water and took to breathing through it to filter some of the soot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's a scary situation.
It is. In the face of it all, Mike and Chris were doing everything they could to protect the chalet and everyone in it.
And we charged our hoses. We had everybody inside the chalet sitting on the floor. We had the tables up against the windows because the wind was horrific and it was blowing ash and embers all through the area. And we charged the hoses and started wetting the roof.
How many people were in it?
Well, between the guests that had planned to stay there that night and hikers that were seeking refuge, there were quite a few.
We had 39 people trapped up here. We thought the fire was actually going to come up and go over the top of us and down the other side. Why it went up Swift Current Pass, I have no idea. You know, every bearing that we had and the wind was blowing directly at us, and fires like to run uphill, so I was quite sure the fire was going to come up and over us, and instead it made a turn and went up over Swift Current.
It missed them?
Somehow they were saved. The fire avoided the chalet, and falling embers were effectively combated by the hoses and sprinklers they'd set up.
Because it could have really gone south for us, and it really could have been a horrific thing. And, you know, through God's graces or whatever, the fire didn't come over us. Chris, we each made one brief phone call to our wives, and said, we don't know what's going to happen. We just wanted to call and tell you right now we're all right, and we're doing the best we can.
And while they didn't know what the next day would hold, they allowed themselves to breathe a small sigh of relief.
Chris and I came in here. It'd been a long day for both of us. He was due to go out that day, and I'd hiked up or ran up here that day. And his wife had brought him a little bottle of black velvet whiskey, so we each had a drag off that, and it actually felt a little better. And he goes, let's get on with it. And I said, all right.
After feeding and finding beds for everyone at Granite, the two of them stayed up all night watching the flames.
We'd take turns. There was a chair between this building and the chalet and one in front of the chalet, and about every hour we'd switch.
Also up all night was Chris Baker, watching the flames from her vantage point at Swift Current Lookout, 1,000 feet above the chalet.
Night fell, and finally I could see the fire appear through the smoke as 1,000 points of flame and torching trees. I remember just staring a lot in unbelief. Sleep wasn't even an option. This was history, and I was privileged to have a front row seat.
It was a long night and a close call. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the chalet was saved. Mike and his partner Chris Berkey were even honored by the Department of the Interior with Valor Awards for their heroism and bravery. But Mike's a humble guy. If you have the chance to meet him, you might hear him tell stories of that night. Sometimes the chalet even asks him to give a program about it to their guests. But you won't hear him bragging. He's seen firsthand the power of fire and worked in its aftermath every year since. But even then, that night standing guard after hours of fear and uncertainty, he could see a beauty in the flames.
And the one thing that struck me is once it got dark and you could see the fire, you know, despite what was going on, it was actually kind of pretty to look at. And, you know, I don't mean to sound morbid or anything, but it was. It had its own kind of natural beauty to it.
A month later, the Trapper fire had died down, and Chris Baker reflected on the fire as she hiked down from Swift Current Lookout for the last time of the year.
I regaled in the switchbacks down to the tree line, gazing out over the pristine beauty of the divide. But then I came to the trees. Those beautiful firs I have come to love. My friends and companions on my ascents and descents of Swift Current Mountain. The ones that frame heaven's peak in all my photos and that my kids have learned to take for granted. They weren't there. Instead, I saw blackened ghost and charred ground cover. I hiked through a lunar landscape that I knew was both natural order and devastation. I thrilled and mourned all at once. I don't think I will ever feel that again.
Our last story of the day is about the important role that fire plays for archaeologists here.
So were you up there on the night that Sperry Chalet burned down?
No, I was actually on this trail when it burned down, and I actually heard it all go down on the radio.
That's Glacier Park archaeologist Brent Rowley.
Which was kind of a crazy experience. I was actually just back there, probably a few hundred yards, and I heard this radio transmission that was like calling the incident management team on the radio and being like, you know, I need to give you a satellite phone call because we need to have like a conversation right now. And it turns out that was the chalet catching on fire, like the dormitory building.
Fire teaches us about the natural world, but it also teaches us about ourselves, and sometimes in unexpected ways. When the Sprague Fire burned down the main building of Sperry Chalet on August 31st, 2017, it felt like we had forever lost a piece of our history. But the fire had another effect as well. By clearing out the vegetation around the building, it unearthed a wealth of archaeological sites from lots of different eras. Out of the ashes, Brent found a whole world of history.
In a place like Glacier, the vegetation is so thick that you can't see the surface of the ground to find artifacts. A fire that comes in and clears out the vegetation will often reveal major archaeological sites.
After the Sprague Fire, Brent and his team found a series of dumps where all types of people, like construction crews, cooks, and chalet visitors, had thrown their garbage for decades, starting in the early 19-teens. Brent was intrigued. He told me that these types of sites hold a lot of information that you can't just read about.
In the history books about a site like, say, Sperry Chalet, you only hear about the experiences of the people that are actually staying in the chalet. You don't hear the story of the people that worked at that chalet and that may have worked at a trail camp or a CCC camp that built a lot of the infrastructure in the park. And a lot of those dumps preserve the information of like what was daily life like for them, what were they eating. We might find game pieces or, you know, what were they doing in their spare time at their backcountry camp.
As we hiked the 6 miles up to those archaeological sites, Brent told me all about his experiences that year.
I got assigned to the fire as a resource advisor for cultural resources. So during that summer, I probably hiked this section of the Sperry Trail 40 times. And, you know, so I got to watch the fire come down this ridge and sort of change the forest gradually. Because in this cedar forest, the fire just kind of creeps along. It rarely ever, really gets up into the treetops. It kind of travels along the deadfall and through the root systems.
When the fire in the chalet was finally extinguished, the stone exterior walls were still standing. The fire had only burned the interior and the roof of the building. A few days later, Brent was flown to the site in a helicopter to help the park determine if the still standing walls would survive the winter.
It was really surreal. Like all the bed frames had melted, kind of looked a little like a little bit of a wasteland inside.
The stone walls were able to be salvaged, and over the next 2 summers, the chalet was reconstructed within them. Brent and I arrived just days before the grand reopening, when the chalet would welcome guests for the first time since the fire. It was also the first time that Brent had been in the new building, and he was a bit taken aback by the difference.
The last time I was standing in this very spot, I was like 4 feet lower, and then, you know, there was debris everywhere, and, you know, it's pretty crazy to be standing in the same spot, but now in a constructed building.
After the fire, Brent and his team were tasked with surveying the burned area and noting any archaeological sites that had been revealed. What they found was a vast assemblage of objects that painted a vivid portrait of early 1900s park life.
What kind of objects are we talking about?
Well, actually, one of the most common things they found were chamber pots.
What do they look like?
They're just bowl-shaped, but a little... Oh, right there is one. A really good one.
Yeah, it looks like just a small bowl circle with kind of a big rim around it.
Yeah, just big enough to do your business in, you know. But those things were all over the place, like down this hillside. It's kind of interesting. I just like to imagine someone walking out in the morning and getting ready to toss the contents of it over the hill and accidentally loses their grip, and there it lies. Because that one definitely is not broken.
Okay, that did paint a vivid portrait. What else did you find?
One thing that really caught my eye were these tubes of clear blue glass. Brent explained to me that those were insulators for a historic phone line.
So in a phone line, you've got the wire that the message travels through vibrations. The insulators allow you to attach that wire to a telephone pole or a tree or whatnot, a solid object, without interfering with the signal.
Oh.
And so I'm guessing, considering there's a scatter of them here, that once they pulled down the phone line here, sometime probably in the 1940s, they just chucked it over the hill.
So until the 1940s, there was phone service at Sperry Chalet?
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of people imagine the early days of the park as a much wilder time. But in many ways, the visitor experience was much more managed than it is today. At least for some types of people.
So I think out here on this point, there was some sort of tent camp set up, and I don't know exactly the dates of the tent camp, but I think it was certainly early on in Sperry Chalet's history, so probably 19-teens, maybe even into the 1920s. And so there's a lot of, though, really diagnostic artifacts that have actual Great Northern Railway logos, and that differentiates it from, like, say, a worker camp for the workers that built the chalet or maintained the chalet, because those higher end ceramics would be what you would serve the very wealthy guests oftentimes that were coming to the chalet, whereas in a little bit we'll go to a worker camp and they were eating out of cans.
I pointed out a ceramic shard. It was about the size of my hand, to see how Brent could interpret it.
So this is probably like a large serving platter dish that would have been about, that big.
Yeah,
so like a communal, indicating like a communal dinner setting, where sort of family style dining, I guess you would call it today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. From just that small piece, he was able to figure out about how they dined.
Yeah, what was most interesting about spending the day with Brent was seeing how these little pieces of what seemed like just garbage gave him really deep insights into how people thought and behaved a long time ago.
I don't know how this dump got here, but it's one of the most interesting assemblages of stuff. This is it all spread out because it's all jammed in that crevice. Mm-hmm. And there's everything from an assortment of condiment bottles, like this is probably ketchup. There's a medicine bottle. Here's one of those coffee ration containers. There's poison bottles, like multiple of them. So it's like a really strange thing. Like, I don't know if this was like kind of where maybe some workers at some point were camped out. Like the poison bottle in particular, I mean, kind of throws me. I'm like, that tells me, I feel like that it's got to be related to workers.
Wait, okay, what was the poison for?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Brent told me it was probably to poison rodents of some sort, maybe mice, pack rats, or a particularly aggressive marmot.
How do they find all this stuff?
There's a couple different ways these sites get discovered.
This one, a firefighter showed it to me.
Okay.
But usually, yeah, when we survey areas, we do transects.
One of the main things that Brent has found here is the class distinctions between the different people who use this area, and how this manifests even in their trash.
Up at that tent camp, everyone was always eating off of, fine ceramics and being very proper, I guess you would say. And here, it's like you just open up the can and eat out of the can sort of thing, which is more indicative of I guess, lower class status, like a worker rather than someone that's on a very expensive vacation.
Do you know what would have been in these cans?
Some of them. See, like a can like this where you can tell by the openings. Mm-hmm. So see, this had to be liquid. And in fact, I think this was probably a milk can. So they slit that one open. So when we record these can sites, we always record what type of openings they have, because it can tell you a lot about what was in them.
Wow, so we can learn something from even just the way a can was opened.
Exactly, there's so many levels to it. Brent even says that the way that trash is hidden can tell us what era it's from.
In the 19-teens, the way everybody all over America treated their waste was to throw it over the cliff or over the hillside or into your pit toilet. Later on, though, people started, the ethics started changing of like, you need to hide your garbage. You put it in a centralized garbage dump. And here, obviously, they've tried to hide it. So it's probably after that ethic changed, which really started, in the 1920s and 30s.
A desire to learn about people whose stories aren't always told has motivated Brent's career from the very beginning. The first excavation he was a part of, on a plantation in West Virginia, showed Brent the significant differences in artifacts from enslaved people versus slave owners. This technique of using historic artifacts to understand how people were treated in the past is an idea that still drives his work today.
In Glacier, you can learn a lot about indigenous people's history prior to European settlement, and we can learn a lot about what people were doing in this landscapes by what artifacts they leave behind. And those people were often not included in the history books. And in fact, I hate the term prehistoric or prehistory, because it implies that indigenous people don't have history. It's just their history is documented in different ways, by oral history and also by the archaeological evidence that their ancestors left behind.
There are countless stories covering thousands of years of history buried in archaeological sites all around Glacier.
Some of these stories will be lost forever if these sites are disturbed.
So please leave historic objects where you find them. Brent says that objects are best at telling their story when they stay in their original location.
Once they're removed from the site, they are kind of just meaningless objects, but when they're in the context of the site, they tell the story of like what sort of products people were using as they visited Sperry Chalet.
Our discussion was interrupted by a mountain goat grazing on the forbs that had sprouted up where fire had cleared the canopy and finally allowed sunlight back onto the forest floor. We had to step off the trail to let the goat pass.
And I went to work for the... Oh, crap.
It's a goat coming.
Hey.
Move aside.
Move aside. Don't eat my poles either.
As we sat there talking about the history of the area, a new chapter was already being written. As Brent and I moved out of the goat's path, it was hard not to think that we needed to do the same as the goats and flowers here, to learn from what we couldn't control, and to flourish in the sunshine that followed. That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about the role and history of wildfire in Glacier, or about the Salish Kalispel Culture Committee, check out the links in our show notes.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park, with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Chris Peterson, Tony Incashola Sr., Don LaFleur, Tegan Hayes, Mike Sanger, Sarah Peterson, and Brent Rowley.
From
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it RUIP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you, as always. So, first question to kick it off. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service. When I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put two and two together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major. But I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands. And I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park service-y, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together, and it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then, just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few, that was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
all the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah. I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So like that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? you have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of like reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. They may every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. Like we have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have. But we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees. If they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything, we help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it. Yes.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant. And what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop
the
emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that I think that's always hard for me where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines and it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start, And so, yeah, so there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying.
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything? Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally and things like that. So I don't know, just like how did that play into your career and your husband's career and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that who might be thinking about the Park Service.
Yeah, that is a great question because, there are different routes that people can take. Because I have also known, couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like I've done a couple different things and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked it. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to, and that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like you had already been at Yellowstone, so the park, people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Tease her in person.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs. What has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and I just, you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, like, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like, with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl, or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's Administrative Support Assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen, from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on-the-job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, what seasonal maintenance workers need, and the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. Were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, like, say you're an accountant, like you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So to your point, it's like, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, being organized, and, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general, having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but like we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video, because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video, because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me, and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there, and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Have you ever met somebody for the first time, introduced yourself, and had a nice conversation, only to walk away and immediately forget their name? I have. It feels like one of the great shared human experiences to have that guilty conversation with yourself. Was it John? Jim? Shoot. Which makes it all the more surprising when you meet someone who seems to be immune to that phenomenon. Someone like Chuck Cameron.
My name is Chuck Cameron.
There's a squirrel.
There's a little squirrel.
All right, one more time without the squirrel.
Without the squirrel. My name is Chuck Cameron, and I'm a wilderness ranger here in Glacier.
Chuck has been a ranger at Glacier longer than I've been alive, and he's a bit of a local legend. Even so, after meeting me once for 30 seconds at a party during my first season here, he remembered my name months later, shook my hand, and was happy to see me. Which felt nice, because I'd heard Chuck's name a lot. He's the sort of person that everyone you meet knows and loves, and the incredible stories you hear about them don't seem to line up with the calm and mild-mannered person you've met. But while Chuck has led a long and storied career here in Glacier, the most surprising part of that career is that the park terminates him every fall. Well, kind of. A common question we get from visitors is, what does it take to be a park ranger? And while there is no one answer to that question, as there's no one type of park ranger, a good answer is, you've got to be willing to move every 6 months. 95% of Glacier's visitors come between May and October, so it makes sense that the park doesn't really need most of its staff in the wintertime. So to find a career in the NPS, a lot of people move across the country every 6 months, bouncing between summer and winter jobs. My friend just told me last week he's moved 48 times. And for most, the ultimate goal is to land one of the few competitive, permanent positions in the Park Service. I've always seen that as the path to an NPS career. But it wasn't Chuck's. And how long have you worked here in Glacier?
This is my 42nd season.
42nd?
Yeah.
Whoa. It's a lot of seasons.
That's what
I'm on season 2.
Well, you only have 40 to go, and we'll be the same.
Chuck's been a seasonal his whole career. One of the few people I've met in Glacier who can say that. I wanted to sit down with him because I think his unusual path says a lot about the unusual job that is working for the National Park Service. Equal parts delightful and stressful, noble, yet often bizarre. But I also think that few people could have had the career that Chuck has. And I want to know how he did it. You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park connects with everything else. I'm Michael, and today I invited lifelong Glacier Ranger Chuck Cameron over for dinner.
Yeah, let's go to the porch. Yeah.
Chuck's a laid-back guy, very tall, with a warm smile, and he's easy to get along with. You can tell just by looking at him. He showed up to dinner wearing an Aloha shirt, cooler in hand.
Serve yourself. We've got pulled pork and coleslaw sandwiches.
The plan my fellow producer Gabby and I came up with was to sit around the campfire with Chuck and share stories, But unfortunately, a much larger fire had just started, a wildfire 7 miles away. So we were under a strict burn ban. No campfires. So instead, I made pulled pork sandwiches and we settled down on a porch with a view.
Thank you. That was delicious.
You're a wilderness ranger now. What was the first job you had here in the park?
I worked on the trail crew as a laborer in Many Glacier in 1982.
Was that the first time you ever came to the park?
It's the first time I'd ever been to Montana.
Whoa.
Really? From where?
Well, I worked actually at Rocky Mountain National Park in 1980 and 81, right out of college. But I was looking at the map and I saw Glacier National Park, and I liked the sound of the name. It just sounded cool, and it was in Montana, and I've never been here. So I threw in an application, and they called me up and offered me a trail crew job.
There are 745.9 miles of trail in Glacier. And each year, the park hires 50 to 60 people across 12 different crews to maintain all that mileage. They clear dead and downed trees, brush the trails to minimize how much thimbleberry and thistle you have to walk through, dig drains to move water off, and make steps. Honestly, they do a lot of work that often goes unnoticed.
I liked being out for 10 days at a time with the same people, and you build this sort of bond with this crew you're on, because you're working, cooking, eating, sleeping in all kinds of weather for 10 straight days, and you learn to rely on each other a bunch. It's just a really unique work situation, I think. You know, I never really thought like everybody working at JCPenney like hung out after work and went home and cooked dinner together.
Shared the same room.
Or slept in the same tent.
During his time on trail crew, Chuck worked on a lot of trails, but he highlighted one especially odd project.
I think the most craziest season I had on trail crew, we cut the international boundary swath in 1987, and I was a crew leader on the east side, and it hadn't been dealt with in 20 years.
Glacier's northern boundary is the U.S.-Canada border, and since the 1860s, there has been a swath, a gap through the trees to mark where it is.
It marks the international boundary, and has monuments, steel obelisk monuments spaced out the entire 5,000-mile international boundary.
To keep trees and brush from filling in the swath, it's needed periodic maintenance in the 150 years it's been here.
And it's a 20-foot wide swath cleared of all vegetation. So you can see from monument to monument, basically. Yeah, we spent 80 days, 10-day hitches at a time, doing nothing but clearing the boundary.
Jeez.
Wow.
Chuck and his crew were cutting it out by hand in the late 80s. But I'd heard a rumor that in the 60s, someone decided to use Agent Orange to clear the swath, the infamous ingredient used in napalm. Said at one point, they used Agent Orange to clear the boundary swath.
They did. That's what they had done the time before we cut it by hand. They had defoliated it from the air, which wasn't very accurate. And so the boundary swath was this like snaking thing and so our job was to straighten it out. And so we surveyed it as we went from monument to monument.
You're redrawing the line.
Redrawing the line, yeah.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Wow.
Well, it was, and it was kind of nutty because sometimes the swath was just going through the forest. There was no like cut. It was just point A to point B. We just up the side of one mountain and down the side of the other, when we went around beaver ponds, we handed tools up cliff bands, 5-gallon cans of gas up through these cliffs, to get to the next bench and keep going.
Because normally trail crew working on trails requires a lot more thought and care into where the trail is placed than many people realize. And so the boundary swath is kind of atypical. It's like, yep, straight ahead.
Across.
Yep.
Yeah.
Our slogan, and we made a t-shirt, was total destruction is the only solution. Which is, it's a line from a Bob Marley song about nuclear war, and that's kind of how we felt about it.
But like all seasonal jobs, Chuck's season on trail crew came to an end. Every fall, you've got to find something else to do. This is when a lot of folks crisscross the country to work in warmer southern parks. But those jobs are few and far between and pretty competitive. It's not really a sustainable solution for most people.
But what do you spend your winters doing? How did you string together the other 6 months of the year?
That worked out. I was really lucky in that regard because I got a job on Big Mountain and I worked on the ski patrol there for 26 years.
Big Mountain is home to Whitefish Ski Resort, less than an hour from Glacier.
Ski season and this season fit together like extremely well. And about the time I'd get sick of ski patrolling in April, they'd lay me off and I'd get to come here and do something completely different. And then about late September, I get sick of working here and they'd lay me off here and I'd have a couple months off in the fall to go do whatever and then I'd go back skiing again.
Ski patrol in the winter, trail crew in the summer. And Chuck's season cutting the border swath highlights that a lot of work in Glacier is extremely physical.
So was this your hardest hitch?
Yeah, that was I felt invincible at the end of that summer. I thought if I can do this, I can do anything.
Yeah.
So then I quit trails and got a ranger job. Basically.
That's a cool way to go out from trail crew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After his summer on the border swath, Chuck got a job as a law enforcement ranger. He went to law enforcement academy with one of his trail crew friends, and after that got a job in the Belly River, a remote part of the northeast corner of Glacier.
And I worked for a guy named Dave Shea, who was an incredible wealth of knowledge, a scientist, just, knows everything about everything. And yeah, great guy to work for. My first year in there, so that was awesome. He started here in 67, I think, or something.
Was that intimidating to have your first ranger job kind of?
No, it was great. He's so humble and just so knowledgeable and not afraid to share knowledge, he would just take me out and show me all these things in Belly River, the old wagon roads, the old cabin sites, the tracking and birds and just, yeah, he's amazing. He just took me under his wing and I spent the whole summer with him.
This is the sort of job I feel like most people picture when they imagine being a park ranger.
We patrolled every day because that's why you're there. We were up one valley or the other. Into the campgrounds, talking to all the visitors, checking permits, digging out fire rings, cleaning pit toilets, just making sure everything's still working.
If you want to learn more about life as the Belly River Ranger, we interviewed Laura Funk, who has that job now, in our last episode. We'll have a link in the show notes. Laura learned from Chuck, and Chuck picked up the tools of the trade from his mentor that first summer.
It was great. And then, unfortunately, at the end of that summer in 1988, we're sitting around behind the ranger station having dinner, and he said, I just want to tell everybody this is Vivi and my last summer here. I'm just like, what? I just got here. You can't leave. This is my first year. I want to keep working. I was going to plan on working with him for a long time. It was good for me. I got the lead ranger job in there, and spent the next 9 years in there. But it was hard for me to adjust from being trail crew, the kind of the renegades of the Park Service, right? You're kind of out there out of uniform doing whatever, digging in the dirt and then to a law enforcement ranger.
Yeah.
Wearing a uniform.
In the uniform, in the campgrounds.
People come to the ranger station when they're in trouble or need something. Mm-hmm. And so the typical day can be very atypical very quickly if somebody shows up at 8 o'clock at night.
To hear Chuck tell it, there was a bit of a learning curve to becoming this new type of ranger.
I was hiking back down from Helen Lake, I think, and I got to the foot of Elizabeth, and there was a beargrass flower in the trail, the whole stalk and the flower. Right. And I thought, that's kind of weird. And I just walked by it, and then there was another one, and then another one, and another one, and I'm like, this is not natural. So I started picking them up, and I had this huge bouquet of beargrass flower stalks in my arms. I don't know that I could have carried 150 of them, but I had 100 of them, I'll bet, in my arms.
Following the trail of beargrass flowers, Chuck found a Boy Scout troop at the nearby campground.
You've had the entire trail time to just get angrier and
everyone I picked up.
A lot of work on trail crew is physical, but working with the public, keeping people in the park safe, can require a lot of empathy and patience. Chuck's known for his people skills today, but all skills take practice.
So I walked in there, and I'm holding these things, and I'm didn't handle it very well because I was taking it personally, which is a huge mistake when you're a law enforcement ranger. You cannot, I learned that. This was a good lesson for me then. Don't take it personally. It's not about you. It's about, education. And, I've learned that. But then I'm like, does anybody know what these are? And this kid looks at me and he goes, yeah, that's bear grass. I said, yeah, and it used to be alive till all you guys killed it all. And I look over, and this kid has got his jackknife out, and he's carving his initials in the bench he was sitting on in the campground. And I'm like, can you knock it off? Can you quit doing that? And he looks at his buddy, and he goes, I don't think he likes us. Very astute.
For ripping up 150 beargrass flowers, the troop leader got a $50 fine. Chuck's the first to say that he took that incident personally because he cares about the park and the Belly River. He was essentially its caretaker, after all.
We saw some great northern lights over the years, the stars, the full moon. It's magical sometimes. It really is. Yeah. Never got tired of it.
It feels kind of like romantic. Do you remember it that way? Did it feel that way, or was it sort of tougher and rougher than what we imagined?
No, I think the anticipation was always really great. It's just like, wow, first trip up to Elizabeth Lake or up to Helen or wherever you were going, and knowing nobody'd been in there maybe since October. Stuff like that just made it really adventurous.
Yeah.
What I liked about it.
Yeah.
But despite all the things that kept Chuck there for 9 summers, he couldn't stay in the Belly forever.
All this to say, what pulled you out of the Belly?
Life. So I was in there, I left there in 96, but I got married in 94. I had bought land in 89, and by that time in the mid-90s, I was starting to try to build a house, and my wife got pregnant. And so I was in Belly River with a pregnant wife, trying to build a house outside of Whitefish, and it just wasn't working out that well.
For context, the Belly River Ranger Station is a 3-hour drive and 6-mile hike from Whitefish.
It was too hard to do that. And so I decided to leave after the summer of 96 and work on the house. And our son was born in January of 97. But my wife and I climbed Mount Merritt while she was pregnant with our son. So that was pretty cool.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I have a really good picture of us sitting on the summit of Mount Merritt.
Now that he was closer to home, Chuck moved on to another position, bear crew.
What was the bear team?
Our job was to default to wildlife calls in the McDonald district.
And there are no shortage of these types of calls. Each year, there are hundreds, some years nearly 1,000 bear-related incidents in the park. That's everything from bears causing traffic jams on roads to more serious incidents, like getting into improperly stored food.
The bears get all the press, but we did all kinds of wildlife stuff, goats and sheep and marmots and skunks and bats and, anything that anybody was having an issue with wildlife, the bear team would get to go deal with it.
Do you have any memorable, specific wildlife encounters from that time?
Yeah, lots. Well, one of the funniest ones, if you want to hear a funny one, was the auto shop called one day and said, we have a marmot in our auto shop over here.
If you don't know, marmots are big squirrels, Montana's version of the groundhog.
And this marmot had crawled up into the engine well of one of the road crew trucks and ridden all the way down from Logan Pass and ended up in the auto shop.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, okay, I'm on the bear team. We'll go get this marmot. So it was in their break room over there. They had it trapped in the break room, and it was behind the refrigerator. Well, so I had a live trap. And I thought, okay, we'll pull the fridge out and put the trap down. The marmot will step in it like they should, and it'll all be done. Well, the marmot had no interest in leaving the back of the refrigerator. So we pulled the refrigerator out, and I was on kind of leaning up on top of it, sort of poking down there with a stick, trying to get this marmot out of there. But he had gone in under the compressor of the refrigerator, like there was no back on it down by the floor, and he'd gone way up in there, he or she. Gave the trap to this guy, and I put on leather gloves, and I reached in there, and I grabbed this marmot by the hind legs, and I started to pull him out from under the refrigerator, but this marmot grabbed the refrigerator with his front feet, and he would not let go. And he's squealing like crazy. making some god-awful noise. And so I'm yanking this marmot out, and finally he lets go, and I just stuffed him in this live trap and slammed the door. And oh my God.
Did you drive it back to Logan Pass?
We let him go at Packer's Roost. It's like, I'm not going all the way up there. You're just going to climb in another engine. Unbelievable. Marmots are strong. I don't know if you know that, but marmots are really strong.
So far, Chuck's career has focused on, among other things, physical work and people skills. Bear Crew required getting to know the park's wildlife up close and personal.
So was it in college or in law enforcement academy when you learned how to wrestle a skunk or like talk down an aggressive bear? Like, how do you learn how to do this?
Trial and error. Never going to do that again. I don't know. You get thrust into it and you just sort of do it, figure it out. I wasn't afraid to ask questions. If we had something that I needed to talk to the biologist about, I would certainly go talk to the biologist about what do you think we should be doing here. But I didn't go to school for wildlife biology or anything. I have a liberal arts degree, so I wasn't college training by any means. It was on-the-job training, basically my entire career here.
Finally, I wanted to ask Chuck about climbing. He has a shout out in the Climber's Guide to Glacier National Park, which is essentially the local mountaineering Bible.
When did you climb everything? Because it seems like you've climbed a lot.
I tried to climb every peak in the Belly, and I didn't quite get there. But yeah, well, when you're in there 9 years, you have a lot of time to climb, right? Actually, my boss in there told me that if you don't climb Mount Cleveland this summer, you're fired.
Mount Cleveland is the tallest peak in Glacier, and it's been the site of some infamous accidents.
He said that visitors are climbing these mountains. They're going to get hurt or disappear. You need to know the routes. You need to know where they're going. So you need to get out there and start climbing all these peaks. I said, great, I'll do that.
Chuck has a lot of funny stories from his time in the park, but there were a lot of serious days too. Thanks to his knowledge of climbing routes and the park landscape, Chuck started helping with search and rescues, and he was good at it. Good enough that the park asked him to get certified as a helicopter manager. And he's been helping with search and rescues on the ground and in the air ever since.
Had you had interest in going into search and rescue, or was it sort of just like a function of being law enforcement in a national park?
No, I like it. It's a really interesting part of my job. I enjoy it. And so I was more than willing.
Unfortunately, search and rescues happen every year here in Glacier. In the last 3 years, there have been over 200. And they're not just climbing accidents. Folks get lost on trail and are reported missing by friends and family. Others wind up in trouble from exposure to heat or the cold.
When you worked search and rescue, what were the outcomes that you expected? Especially when there's like those low percentages of finding.
It's based on
time,
right? How long has this person been out there? And what was their plan? If we even knew what their plan was.
Searches often include huge teams of people covering all the places that person might have been.
People can survive for pretty extended periods of time based on the weather, how kind of shape they're in, if they have any food with them. But if they fall 500 feet off a cliff, they're not going to survive. And so if you can search an area really thoroughly, day one, everybody's like, we're going to get this person. Day two, we're going to get this person. Day three, they're still viable. We know this person can still be alive. Once you get 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 15 days down the road, and it's like, this person's probably not alive anymore. You never want to feel that way. You always want to know that they're still alive. You can find them. It drives you crazy when you can't. It's like, where are they? They still could be alive. Now, where are they?
I came across an incident that a guy, he was trying to get to Longbow Lake in the North Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you knew who it was?
I found him.
Yeah.
He was a baker at the Pole Bridge Mercantile, and he went on a hike to Longbow Lake and never came back. And so we started looking for him. And we had ground teams, and Longbow is above Akakola. It's off trail. We had a helicopter in the air.
Chuck was actually assigned to a ground team with the subject's nephew.
And they sent us up on the ground up this creek drainage. Oh my God, it was horrendous bushwhacking. And we're just beating the bush, going up this creek and yelling this guy's name. And we're out there yelling, thinking, you know, he's not out here. This is stupid. And then we hear, all of a sudden, we hear a voice up in the woods. I'm like, I looked at this guy, I don't remember the kid's name. I'm like, did you hear that? He goes, yeah. So we start yelling. The guy's, Dan, we hear this voice, yeah. I'm like, holy crap. And so we bushwhacked our way up to where we heard this voice, and there he is. And he has this huge gash in his head. He'd been out 48 hours maybe at that point. Had no recollection of what happened to him. It appeared to me he fell off a cliff or something from his head trauma. Once we found him, I think everything that was keeping him going left. He was just like, I'm rescued now. I'm just like done. And anyway, we're in the middle of this lodgepole thicket, basically an alder thicket. It was like, okay, now what are we going to do?
The trees were so dense, they couldn't lower a litter for the guy down through the trees, let alone land. So instead, Chuck asked for chainsaws.
So anyway, they flew us in a couple chainsaws, and we spent like 2 hours cutting a landing zone out of the woods right in the middle of wherever, 40, 50 foot diameter hole out of the woods maybe in a couple of hours, and we brushed it all down. And
this allowed the helicopter to land and take the guy to the nearest hospital.
And he ended up in the hospital for like 11 days. He had a brain bleed. Yeah, he had a major issue going on. He wasn't going to make it maybe another day, but
he made it.
He made it. He's alive and well.
Chuck's colleagues are quick to say that he's the kind of person you want involved in a search and rescue because he cares so much, even if the result is ultimately to give a family closure. And thanks to folks like Chuck, most search and rescues in Glacier end like this. Maybe someone's a little banged up, but they're alive. Out of the over 200 that have happened here in the last 3 years, 96% of the people have survived.
It must have felt pretty good.
Felt great. Found one alive. Saved him. Yeah, it was awesome. But I did miss the Willie Nelson concert on Big Mountain that night, though. Which I had tickets to.
You saved a life, but you also missed a Willie Nelson concert.
Missed Willie Nelson on Big Mountain.
Through all of the search and rescues, the bear jams, and stubborn marmots, Chuck stayed seasonal.
Made it easy for me. I didn't have to move. I built a house. I had a family going. I didn't have to find a job. I didn't have to think about what I was going to do at the end of the season, which is really stressful. And I lived that life for a while on trail crew. And it gets old, you know, you got to pack, you got to go find a place to live, you got to find a job, and it's stressful, and it drives people out of being seasonal in the Park Service, I think. But for me, it was easy because I never had to move. I just drive east in the summer and north in the winter, you know, from my house, and it was no big deal.
And while he dodged the difficulty of moving every 6 months by settling down in Whitefish, moving isn't the only hard part about these jobs. Seasonal positions usually don't provide full benefits. They don't come with a retirement plan. Each year you come back, more of your friends move on, off to another park. And there's a limit to how high you can climb the career ladder as a seasonal.
We talk about seasonal turnover and like how hard seasonal life can actually be. And so why stay through it all?
I don't know, you know, I've never really been, I'm content a lot. I'm not necessarily the grass is greener over there kind of person. I've never even applied to another park, ever, since I started working here.
It's worth noting, Chuck has support and stability at home. His wife has a year-round job in fire communication. But at work, Chuck points out that as you move up the ladder, you can lose a lot of the duties that drew you to the job in the first place.
Yeah, I like being in the field. You get a permanent job here, and not all of them, but in the Ranger Division, if you go permanent, you're going to be pushing paper a lot more than you are when you're not permanent.
Of the Rangers I've known who are longtime seasonals, all of them had a permanent career on the side. Teachers and professors who have the summer off, or even a lawyer who can choose their own caseload. All of them found some way to squeeze in being a seasonal ranger. All of them except Chuck.
I tell people I made a career out of not having a career. Basically. I wouldn't trade it for anything, though. No regrets. You know, there's some great permanent jobs here, don't get me wrong, but there's just the way overloaded people working here, and it's just, you see it, you know, and I just never wanted to try that.
Yeah. But I'd say if Chuck has a secret to how he stayed seasonal so long, it's how much he loves this place. And all of it, too. The scenery, the wildlife, the plants, and the people.
No, I just like it here. I just like the whole persona of what Glacier is. Always have, from the minute I got here. And don't get me wrong, I've had some bad days here. You know, there's been some days where I'm just like, oh man, I got to get out of here, you know, but that just doesn't last long, you know. Yeah. We owe it to the park to take good care of it and do the best we can. I really firmly believe that. And so whether it's small world stuff or big world stuff, and there's big world stuff going on like climate change and all that, my world's very small world. You know, I pull weeds. You know, I clean out fire rings, I pick up trash, I educate visitors. That's a huge part of it, super important part, building advocates for the Park Service. If I can get somebody to like buy into the idea of the Park Service and advocating for it, you know, success.
Well, I think that is a nice segue into the rumors I've been hearing about this maybe being your last season. Is that true?
It is true, it's not a rumor. I'm wrapping it up.
It's not called retiring when you're seasonal. What is it called?
Quitting. They're going to try and hire me back, and I get to say no.
Chuck loves Glacier, and it's clear Glacier loves him right back. He invited us to his retirement party, which happened a couple months after our interview, and we arrived to find every parking spot full, cars lining the road to the venue, and people from every stage of his career who'd shown up to celebrate. Here are just a few of the nice things they had to say about him. He's humble. He hates leading, but everybody looks up to him. He's trusted. He spends more nights out camping in the park than his colleagues half his age. He's a mentor, a moral compass, and he never forgets a name. And over again, we're going to miss him. Chuck's career captures what it's like to work for the Park Service, and he's been a role model for a lot of the people who work here today. Our last question for him, what comes next?
You know, I've been stuck in the glacier rut for so long, I've never even been to the Cabinet Mountains, you know. There are all kinds of little mountain ranges around Montana. We got like 54 state parks. I've only been to like 3 of them. I just want to go look around and see what else is out there, you know, and maybe just have the time to do it and feel like doing it.
I guess on the same question of reflection, was your career everything that you expected, or?
I don't know that I had any expectations. I think it was just this new adventure to Montana. You know, we'll just go check it out, see what happens.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks to Chuck Cameron and everyone who shared memories or stories of Chuck at his very fun retirement party. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
Hello again, you rockin' Rockyites. We are not going to do any announcements this week. We are going to get right into that sweet, sweet podcast action. If you have ever visited Rocky, chances are you've interacted with a volunteer. And even if you haven't interacted with a volunteer, I can almost guarantee that you have enjoyed the fruits of volunteers' labors in ways you might not even be able to imagine. So many projects and things that they're involved in here at the park. And they're so involved, in fact, that we couldn't do what we do without volunteers in this day and age. It would not be possible. They are absolutely essential to preserving and protecting Rocky and providing for the enjoyment of it by visitors like you. We could not do it without them. And we have to have somebody, or actually multiple somebodies, who coordinate all the volunteers, who wants to volunteer for what positions, all the hiring. It's not hiring, it's volunteering, but there's still paperwork. And then just making sure people are well trained, that they're coordinated, that needs are being met. There's so much that goes into it. And so on today's episode, you're going to learn all about our volunteer program from the viewpoint of its director, Lindsay Lewis. Lindsay is super positive, super professional, always fun to work with. And I cannot help but wonder if it's because she knows the importance and the impact of her work with volunteers and the way that it impacts their lives and the joy it brings them, and also the absolutely essential things and services that they provide for us. We hope you enjoy this episode and that it inspires you to become a volunteer yourself. Let's rock.
Sounds great.
Okay, so we're here at Sprague Lake on
we
a
are.
beautiful summer day.
Not a cloud. Oh, there
There's
are some
very,
clouds.
very few but nice clouds in the sky, and it is super warm. Like we're sitting in the shade without a jacket on, which is,
Pretty nice.
yeah. We'll enjoy it while it lasts. So we'll start with your name and what you do. So what's your name?
Sure. I am Lindsay Lewis.
Lindsay Lewis. And what do you do at the park, Lindsay?
Yeah, I am the volunteer program manager here at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Volunteer program manager.
That's correct.
So we'll start broad and then we'll see where the conversation takes us. So what are the broad brush strokes of our volunteer program at Rocky? Like how many volunteers, volunteer hours, just that kind of overview.
Yep. So in 2016, we had 2,706 volunteers.
Wow.
Here at Rocky Mountain
That's
National Park.
amazing.
It
So,
is
like,
amazing.
Almost 10 times as many staff.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And collectively they served 116,000 hours, or a little over that, which is the equivalent of about 56 full-time year-round employees, which is huge.
Oh yeah.
So it makes us the 9th largest volunteer program in the whole Park Service.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a few volunteers.
We have
at
just
Rocky,
a couple. Yeah.
Volunteering
Keep me busy.
a bit of time.
Yep.
And so you are in charge of that whole program?
Yep.
Okay.
So thankfully, I don't directly supervise.
Yeah, that would be impossible.
2,700 people, because I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of folks.
Yeah.
But here in the park, we have about 30 or so volunteer supervisors that oversee different volunteer groups who do a variety of work in the park. And so I kind of consider myself like HR for volunteers.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of different policies and things that are related to volunteers that don't apply to staff and vice versa. So my job is to kind of be the subject matter expert on the volunteer program policies of the Park Service. And then also I do a lot of recruiting for those volunteers. I do volunteer recognition. We have big parties for our volunteers, which is fun. And then I'm in charge of volunteer training and making sure our volunteers are properly uniformed, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's actually really fun. It sounds kind of boring. Actually, now that I just said it, it's actually a really fun job because I get to be out in the field and then also just supporting at my desk people that just really love this park, love this place, and really want to be here. You know, when you're working in
That's
HR,
pretty nice.
when you're supporting staff with, making sure that they're getting paid and filling out all of their paperwork properly, it's not super fun. But when you're working with people who just want to do this because they love this place, it makes it a lot more fun to do that kind of work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard to even describe I feel like, to people the extent of the volunteer program here.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
It seems nonstop. Like there's always stuff going on.
Exactly. We're really lucky. This park, not every national park or national public land has neighbors that adore it like Rocky does. So we have over the years really harnessed that and have taken advantage of and really benefited from neighbors who, live in Estes Park, Lyons, Longmont, Loveland, Boulder, Denver, Grand Lake, Granby, who love this place and have some time on their hands and want to donate it back to the park. So of the 2,700 volunteers, about 700 are individuals, like a lot of retirees and a lot of interns who donate their time to the park. So just last year we had about 40,000 hours served by residents of Estes Park.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I know. And 4,000 hours served by the residents of Grand Lake, which again, I mean, that's incredible too, considering the size of the population. Yeah. And so then they do a little bit of everything from, we recruit for volunteer positions like we recruit for paid positions. So we have really specific openings. People, that have an interest in science can go out and support scientific researchers in the park. They can work at visitor centers if they like that sort of interaction. They can go out and count elk for us or monitor raptors.
Yeah, there's like
or
something
work in the
for
greenhouse.
everyone.
Yeah, there like really is.
Depending
really
on your
is.
skill
Yeah,
set.
you can work in the
depending on
library. You can work
whether
in
or
the
not you want to be
archives.
inside or outside, whether or not you want to interact with people or not interact with people.
Yeah.
Kind of whatever part of the park you want to be in, even to some
Absolutely.
degree.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. It is kind of awesome how specific some of the roles get. I mean, I know that one time we recruited for like a digital asset management person and had multiple people apply that all had database skills and photography and all these specialized skills. And it's I almost feel like there's a culture in Estes Park of some people, like they retire so that they can come here and be a volunteer, like at least half-time, some of them full-time.
Yep.
That's what really blows my
Absolutely.
mind is people I meet and I'm like, you're working full-time.
I know.
You're volunteering full-time job.
One of our volunteers,
amazing.
it is amazing. One of our volunteers, when he moved away, and before he moved, I calculated his hours, and he had served on average of 43 hours a week for an entire year. So I know it is pretty wild.
It's amazing.
I know we are really lucky. I had in 2012, my first year here, one of my funniest phone calls here was from a prospective volunteer who called and he said, "Hey, I am retiring in 2018 and I'm just wondering how I can get involved in volunteering in the park." And I thought, oh my word,
6
this
years
man
out.
either hates his job or he loves Rocky so much
Or both.
that he's a little A and a little B, that he is planning 6 years
ahead.
out. Yeah. So I was like, well, contact me in 2017 and let's see what we can do. So maybe this is the year I'll get a call back.
Yeah,
from that
maybe
guy.
you will. I'd be like, yes, I called you 5 years ago on, they'll give you the exact date and time.
Yeah, probably.
Took notes,
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, the first time I ever came here was to make the map, our brochure map.
Oh, yeah.
And so we kind of got a grand tour of Rocky to get a feel for the whole place, to figure out what we want to put in the brochures to give people an overview of the park. And yeah, that was one thing that I was very struck by, is everywhere we went, there were volunteers in a lot of times pretty key positions, and how just smart and interesting and dedicated and, I mean, incredible people. Like, I feel like every person, if I talk to them enough and get their story, I'm just like, what? Your stories? What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that you know that
Oh, yeah.
way better than me. Tons
Yeah.
of people. Maybe we can touch on some of that in a little bit. So how did you get into volunteer coordination?
That is a great question, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad you asked me.
Yeah, what was your path to coordinate volunteers?
So I actually started, like a lot of the rangers here, I started as an intern myself. So when I was in school, I was in college studying geology in Wisconsin, in one of the flattest parts of the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, where, what school?
At University of Wisconsin at Oshkosh.
Okay.
So, and I went there for a couple of years, 2 years, and I had finished, 2 years. I'd finished my second year, and I thought, oh my word, is this really what I want to do? Do I really want to do geology? And so I started looking into internship programs and ended up very last minute deciding to do an internship at the White Sands National Monument in southern New Mexico.
Nice. I made a map for that as well.
Did you really?
I did.
Oh my word.
That was
Just all
fun.
the dunes. Did you get to map the dunes?
Actually, yeah, it's a 3D. It's like a bird's eye view, and so it's looking to the west from the east.
Yeah.
And maps are very interesting. You kind of tell you have to move past the truth to get at the truth. So when you're looking from the view that we have, because I did all of White Sands, including outside the park where it's a missile range.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
so
my
that
word.
whole valley.
Oh yeah.
And so you're so zoomed out that the actual dunes themselves would be so small that you couldn't see anything. So what I did is I took a LiDAR, which is a laser. Basically, you shoot a laser out and you measure how long it takes for that laser to come back to where it came from. And since the speed of light is a known constant, you get the distance.
Wow.
And so they had done LiDAR on this strip of dunes, and they were doing a repeated study to see how they moved over time at a very fine level of detail.
Oh my word.
Anyway, I took their data, exported it, brought it into a 3D imaging program, got the right angle of the dunes at much bigger than they should have been, and then went into Photoshop and pasted those in and painted it all in. But anyway, that was a fun one. So you were at White Sands.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Does it still have the exposure?
It does.
For the oryx?
It does. Yeah, there's the nature, is it Nature Conservancy? I don't know who owns it, but in there behind to the west of the park, that is closed to public access.
Wow.
And yeah, I think it's for, I don't know if it's oryx.
Keep the oryx
Yeah,
out. They introduced a bunch of African antelope into the Tularosa Basin back in the 60s and 70s, and they just did really well. But
yeah, so how long were you there?
So I was there just for 3 months,
In the
but
summer?
I had the time of my life. In the actually, I moved there in January.
Perfect.
Or February.
Time to be there.
It was the perfect time to be there, actually, in southern New Mexico.
Yeah,
in
so
the
for
dunes.
3
It was
months.
great.
So that was your
for
first
3 months.
internship.
First internship.
Yeah, what was that like?
It was great. It was my first experience out of Wisconsin. I was in my
Are you
early
from Wisconsin?
20s. Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin
Where?
originally.
Where
I
in
was born in Eau Claire.
Okay.
And then when I was 10, my folks we all moved to Neenah, so south of Green Bay.
Okay.
Kind of in that area, in the Fox Valley.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Really close to Hope.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure we have Wisconsin listeners.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wisconsin.
I always ask people, specifically where they're from.
Yeah.
So people can
so
rep the
I'm
hometown
from-
pride.
Yep,
So that's
exactly.
so you went to White Sands on this internship.
Yep, just like
and it
on
was
the
the first time.
My first time. So, had the time of my life. I lived in a single wide trailer with a rattlesnake that lived underneath the trailer.
Nice. Did it have a name?
And it did not,
Okay.
but it kind of freaked me
Fear,
out. But
yeah.
it was, it was definitely, for a Wisconsin gal living in southern New Mexico, it was
Oh, I
definitely
bet.
a really
What a change.
Yeah, it was a change, and I absolutely loved it. I worked in the visitor center and gave tours. I did the sunset stroll. So I did a walk in the dunes with folks, and then the stroll ended with the sunset in the White Sand Dunes, which was magical.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It really
that
was.
Sounds magical.
It really was. And so I had such a good time that I ended up applying for more internships for the summertime, that coming summer, and ended up moving to the Petrified Forest National Park, where I did yet another internship.
In Arizona?
In Arizona, in northern Arizona, kind of in the between Albuquerque and Flagstaff.
Yeah, I stopped in there one time when I was driving as much as you can of Route 66. What's left. And went right through there.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting place.
It was really unique.
The Petrified Forest stuff is interesting.
Yeah.
For sure. But I was surprised at just all the other stuff there, like Blue Mesa?
Yeah, well, there's
all the
there's
different
Pueblos
formations
too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, it's a really cool place. I mean,
Uh-huh.
so my job there was I did interp as well. So I worked in the visitor centers, and then I also did half-time with resource management and helped to do a little work on some endangered plants in the park. But then also they had me going out and trying to catch people that were stealing petrified wood, which is a big problem there.
Yeah,
And
it is.
so I would go.
Did you scare them with the curse?
Well,
or?
I would go out hiking and I would never find anybody
Ah.
that would be stealing petrified wood because,
They're
they
sneaky.
were I don't know. I think they're kind of sneaky. And then one day, some of my coworkers were laughing at me saying, you're probably just going out and hiking, you're not really trying. And I was like, no, I'm really trying to catch people. And so one day I was like, I'm going to sit out by this rock and hide on this trail until
Put on
I
a ghillie
find
suit.
somebody.
And, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I had some good binos and I sat at a rock and I just sat and I watched and I scoped. Yup. And there, sure enough, from a distance, I saw somebody who bent over, picked up a rock, looked at it, showed it to their friend, and put it in their pocket. And then I radioed it in, and law enforcement met them at the trailhead, and I felt kind of terrible and guilty, but it was also they learned a lesson, and they knew when they went into the park that they can't be taking that stuff. So anyway, so that was my internship at the Petrified Forest.
I enjoyed when I visited at the visitor center. The case they had that was like notes from people with the curse.
Yes.
And people would write letters and they're like, ever since I stole this petrified wood, everything is going wrong in my life.
Yeah.
Please take it back. Please make it stop.
Yeah. And so
basically.
so people feel guilty eventually, which is nice. So like their conscience gets to them. And then they mail these pieces of wood back, and the park can't put them back because they don't know where they came from. Yeah. And so in the visitor center too, there's this big log that somebody had sent back.
Oh, that's right. That thing's huge. It must weigh like hundreds of pounds.
I know. And so, so anyway, and then I ended up doing another internship where I recruited possible interns through the Student Conservation Association. I toured around to college campuses to tell them about my internship.
So you were an intern. You were like you were an internship doing recruiting for interns.
Exactly.
For SCA, for the Student Conservation Association.
Right.
For listeners who don't know about that organization.
So I toured around in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio for a month, driving a little red pickup truck, going from college campus to college campus.
Though.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
And
such a great organization.
It was, and then we went out to Massachusetts and recruited. I went out to DC to recruit for a few weeks in the DC area
on the road constantly.
Universities. It was fun. And then one of the internships that I was recruiting for was to work on Capitol Hill. It was a partnership between the Student Conservation Association and Unilever, and they were sponsoring internships 5 months in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill, and then 3 months out in a national park. And so I was recruiting for it, and I was like, well, this sounds pretty good. I'm going to apply. And I applied, and I ended up getting the internship and interned out in D.C. working for Congressman Ron Kind of Wisconsin, the 3rd District of Wisconsin. Really great guy. And then the second half of my internship was out in Yosemite, and I did backcountry patrol.
Oh, wow.
Which was really fun. And just kind of a little bit of everything.
What was the idea behind that program? Was it like see how it works on the the bureaucratic technical level and then go in the field, or what?
Yeah, they wanted to, Unilever wanted to sponsor interns that were doing something good for the environment and doing good for resources. And so they placed us in congressional offices where the congressman sat on the either the resources committee or the agriculture committee. And so that's how I landed in Congressman Kind's office. And then, and I think it was just their way of giving back. It was just, it was, philanthropy.
What would you do there in his
So
office?
I opened some mail.
Yeah.
I answered some phone calls.
Yep.
I responded to some constituents.
Yep.
And then I was his intern for the House Resources Committee.
Okay.
And so I would go through prior to committee meetings and come up with bullet points on various issues that were going to be brought
summary,
up.
Basically.
Yeah, to give them a summary. I did some tours of the U.S. Capitol building to constituents. It was really fun.
Yeah.
And just a wild experience.
It's a great experience, I feel like. I mean, I certainly didn't spend 5 months, but I was in the Goal Academy thing that the Park Service does. And you do a short stint in D.C., but they kind of give you like the fastest tour ever of sitting in on committee meetings and sitting in the House and Senate and just basically seeing how the sausage is made at that level.
Yeah.
And for me, it was great context because when you're like, why are things like this or why are things like that? And then you go and you see it and you're like, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
This is crazy
It's a slow
complicated.
process. Yeah.
And things are slow and there's a reason they're slow, actually.
Yeah.
Like we're a democracy. And Yeah, that must have been good perspective.
It
for
was.
you.
It was
And plus exciting, like moving to such a huge metro.
It was.
area.
It was really a blast.
I bet.
It was really a blast. So there were 4 of us. We lived in a National Park Service house in Battery Kimball Park, right across the street from American University, right in DC. And
Dang.
it was just a blast. So we got to go to a bunch of, all of the different lobby groups invited us to parties and gatherings right on Capitol Hill. So we got to go to those. So we definitely stayed busy over those 5 months. But
And then you went to Yosemite.
And
That
then
must
I
have
went
made your head spin.
it did,
like,
but I
city
wanted
to
it to.
backcountry.
Yeah, and so then they asked me what I wanted to do in Yosemite, and I said honestly, I just want to hike.
Yeah.
I said I've been in the city.
Sure.
I want to just get out and hike, and so I got to do wilderness patrols while I was in Yosemite. And
So what's that entail for?
so I went out on like
listeners?
one of my favorite patrols is I did the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne on a patrol, which was 2 nights out, 3 days, 2 night hike, and I just got to hike and make contact with visitors, and I was wearing my volunteer uniform and just letting folks know that I was out there, and it was really wild. I think hindsight looking back, I was by myself, hiking. I think it's like 36 miles.
Yep. I did a few like
do
that too, yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in SCA twice, and one of them was in Yellowstone at the Tower Roosevelt
Oh yeah.
Junction at the Tower that ranger station. And so I did like a 3-day, 2-night thing, something like that. Yeah. I mean it's great, but you're right. It is kinda
where
like
you're like hindsight.
You have a
I
radio
can't
and
believe-
everything.
Yeah. So if something went wrong, I did.
Yeah.
I
And there were
was checking
backcountry
in the
crews
morning
out,
and
but
at
still,
night. Yeah. Isn't that kind of funny?
Yeah.
Look back on that kind of stuff, and we don't really have volunteers that do that kind of work here.
Yeah.
Just because of our backcountry travel policies
Right.
at Rocky, but
Right.
I had the time of my life,
bet.
and so I took in all it was a year and a half off of college, and ended up going back. Changed my degree to geography because I was really interested in why people lived where they lived. I was interested in cartography and all of that. Yeah, map making.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of ended up going in that direction.
Yeah, you did.
For grad school.
Yeah.
Because undergrad I did music composition and English.
Oh, no kidding.
And then I finished up and started working one summer in between years. I worked in Yellowstone. For Xanterra, making beds.
Yeah.
But I was just like, wait, you get paid to live here? Like,
yeah, it's amazing.
Okay. Anyway, and so I started doing some SCA internships, and
so that's how you got into.
Yeah, SCA, Student Conservation Association. I did one in Yellowstone that next summer, and then I did one at Black Canyon and Gunnison in the winter, which was awesome.
Oh, that's awesome! What a neat place.
Yeah, that led to some other stuff, but
So then
but that happened to me too. I went back to grad school,
Yeah.
and I was like, I did environmental studies, but I ended up focusing on geography and cartography. I just think geography kind of encompasses if you're a general interest kind of person.
Totally.
Yeah, so you went back for that. So it totally changed
my degree, and totally changed my school. I finished at University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. Yep, totally changed my life.
Yeah.
And had
So you finished your degree?
I finished my degree.
So there's a good story for parents out there if you're worried about your kid.
Yes, I did. If they take a year and a half off and do internships,
as long as
they're
they're
just
doing something.
finding their focus.
Exactly.
Yep, exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. No, it was. I would not. I had no regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of got my foot in the door
Uh-huh.
of the Park Service, was doing those internships, because eventually down the road, between here and there, I did some other wild, fun jobs, and then I ended up getting my first Park Service job. Was a permanent year-round job as a volunteer program assistant at Yosemite, and I loved Yosemite. My time when I was there for those 3 months or 4 months in the summertime back in 2002, and then always wanted to go back, and so just totally lucked out with a job there in 2009, and I was there for 3 years. I was there as the volunteer program assistant for 2 years, supporting their program, and they have a massive program.
I was about to say, what's
Massive.
theirs is huge too, right?
Yeah, 10,000 10,000 volunteers a year, and like 170,000 hours.
Wow.
Something like that. Just, it's absolutely huge. Yeah. their
I've heard
program is big.
group is really big there too, like
The group program?
corporations
Oh,
and companies
absolutely.
bringing people out
Yes,
for kind of
absolutely.
service or
We have that here too.
Yeah.
Those corporate groups love to come out and volunteer, and it's really, it's a win-win, because they, can give back and promote that they're giving back to the park.
Mm-hmm.
And we give them a really neat experience,
Mm-hmm.
hands-on
Mm-hmm.
experience, and they do some team building
Mm-hmm.
and all of that. We hook
Yeah, I
them up
bet
with
it's
a
really.
campsite.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's also just really good for them. Like a
Yeah.
good bonding experience.
Yep.
Brings people a little closer.
Exactly. So
What
yeah,
are those? Are those usually day or multi-day, or it just totally depends on what people
totally
need?
depends on what they want. So most of the corporate projects are just one day. So they'll drive in, we'll hook them up with a campsite for that night. So they'll get free campsite in Moraine Park Campground. And then in the morning, they'll wake up and meet a ranger to do a service project. So they'll do, a full day service project or a half day in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
And then they can spend the next night there too, and then pack up and leave and just have a really great experience, totally hands-on with our staff. They get to choose what kind of project they want to participate in, so they could work on trails projects, rebuilding some of our trails, or just doing tread work or whatever. Right now they're doing a lot of projects on horse trails kind of behind Moraine Park Campground with volunteer groups. And then we're also doing a lot of vegetation work with volunteer groups, so they can choose those kinds of projects. So they put in a big water line. There's a big, massive water line project that happened in the park, as you know.
Still happening.
Yeah, still, yeah.
Moraine Park
Yeah.
Road has delays on it.
Yep. And so, last summer, they cut a big swath of,
that was huge.
It was huge. It was, a couple of miles by 60 feet, I think.
Yeah.
And so we're using a lot of volunteers to actually re-veg that
Oh,
area,
wow,
which is pretty neat.
Yeah.
And so they're doing that, or they can build, the big burn piles that look like big, huge teepees in the park.
Yeah, actually, that's a good one to bring up, just because I know a lot of people wonder about that. So for our listeners, when you see these big stacks of wood out in the woods, big piles, they look like big teepees or like huge campfires or something. Those are burn piles where we go in, remove fuel from the forest, stack it, and then at a safe time we burn it. And what we're trying to do is create like defensible lines, things that would keep a fire from growing out of hand or crossing certain areas. So they help with that.
Yep, exactly. They do. And so
that's hard
I know.
work.
Yeah, it is. And so the firefighters will go out and they'll take down the trees, like a lot of the standing dead trees that are pine beetle killed. They'll take them down and then they'll buck them and limb them into pieces that can be easily carried by volunteers, and then the volunteers run around and make burn piles.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Because they I don't have the stat with me, but I mean hundreds of burn piles
Yeah.
are built by volunteers every year.
Yeah.
And just a couple of winters ago, they burned, under the right conditions. They wait for the snow, there to be snow on the ground
Right.
and no wind.
Right.
And then they'll burn the piles. And just a couple winters ago, they burned like 5,200 piles here in the park.
5,200.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Which is a lot in
That's
one
a
winter.
lot. That's
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, so volunteers
Yeah.
get to do that too.
Yeah, so for those projects, how do people go about setting those up? Do they
So
approach
they-
you? Do you already have
Yeah.
a list of needs?
We
How does that
do.
go?
We have a catalog, actually.
Catalog.
Miles. So we do.
I've
We
seen
have a
that
We have a
catalog.
catalog. Yes, you have seen the catalog.
Yeah.
You've helped us with it.
Yeah.
So it's on our website, so people can, just find us on the web. And
Yeah, like if you search for Rocky Mountain National
Mountain.
Park volunteer
Exactly.
program.
You'll find our
Or
webpage.
here's a special
Yeah.
shortcut for our listeners. We're giving you the inside knowledge. Every park has a 4-letter code that we use for shorthand. So if you ever want to shorthand to search about your favorite park, like Rockies is ROMO, Rocky Mountain, ROMO. So if you search ROMO volunteer program, that will also come up.
Isn't that nice?
Either way.
Yeah.
So that'll take to the
Shortcut.
volunteer page.
Yeah, so it'll take you to the volunteer page, and you can, if you're an individual person who wants to volunteer here in the park, you can search for opportunities just for individuals, or you can search for opportunities for volunteer groups. And so that's one way to do it. Another way is to just give us a call, and we can walk you through the process and tell you what we have available. But yeah, we have a lot of projects that we're still recruiting for, actually, for this summer, for late in the season especially.
Nice.
So if anybody's out there and wants to come out and volunteer with us,
Yeah.
we can hook you up.
Yeah, you can
with a
you can
volunteer
become
opportunity.
a VIP.
Yes, you sure can.
Volunteers in parks.
That's right.
So clever.
Yes, I know, it's pretty slick.
It is pretty
And
good.
actually, if you guys, if those who are listening come out, sometime during the summertime, pick up a copy of the paper, and we advertise for a very cool drop-in program that is just 1 hour long. It's on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the summertime. There's no minimum age requirement, so you can bring young ones or, whoever wants to come out and volunteer with us. We'll tell you a little bit about the volunteer program. We'll tell you a little bit about Leave No Trace and the importance of leaving this place pristine and as you found it. And then we get you signed up as a volunteer, and you go out and do a litter cleanup with us.
Oh, nice.
And then afterwards, we weigh the litter. And whoever has the guesses, they win the bag of trash. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Get to take this home with you.
That's what we say.
Yeah.
And anyways, then they get a little fun giveaway gift.
Yeah, everybody
as a
gets
thank
a little
you
gift, right?
Yeah. And then you can go on with the rest of your vacation to the park and feel good that you were able to give back a little bit. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a great program. I've heard from people who've done it that they really enjoy it. I think some people are like, oh, why would I go work for an hour? But you get to learn a lot. You get to meet other visitors.
Yep.
If you have kids, you get to set that great example of like, we're here enjoying this. We're going to give back just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Make it better than when we found it, which is a big thing.
Yeah, just on the
And you get a little swag.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And this year, it's some really cool sunglasses.
Ooh.
Really cool. They're called Risky Business sunglasses, and they say Rocky Mountain National Park VIP on the bow. They're really cool.
That's pretty
They're
awesome.
pretty slick. So you'll have to come out and volunteer.
Yeah, there's
with
only
us,
one way to
Miles.
get those.
That's
Gotta
right.
volunteer.
Exactly.
Show your cred.
Yep. And actually, so just this 4th of July, this past Tuesday, I led a volunteer group doing the litter cleanup at Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. And we had 11 people show up, including a 1-year-old with his family.
Really? That's great.
Yeah, and so he got to wear a little safety vest and go out with his mom. He held the bucket while she held the litter picker and cleaned up. It was really cute. I have some really cute pictures.
That's awesome.
And then there was another gentleman who was out there with us who, I shook his hand afterwards, and I was like, oh, thank you so much. I thank them over and over. And he's like, no, thank you guys. He said, I've had such a great trip out here. It's the least I can do is to give back. And so that's pretty cool, that people have such great experiences out in the park and feel like they want to do something to give back to this place. And so it's really fun to help them find that avenue to give back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you were in Yosemite for 3 years, you said.
Yep.
And then here?
And then here. And then I moved out here in 2012.
Yeah.
And I've been here since. So I've been here for just a little over 5 years.
Wow.
Now I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I know. So this
It's
is
a long time in one place.
It is. It's the longest I've been in one place, and it pretty much since I lived at my parents' house.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I was the same way. I think that map making job I had, I was there for like 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Wow, this is the longest I've lived in one place in a long time.
Yeah. But it's a nice place to be.
It is a nice place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does the so it sounded like the Yosemite volunteer program was bigger.
There's a little muskrat over there.
Oh yeah, we got a
Right?
muskrat in the lake, I think.
Right?
Maybe.
What is that?
No, he's.
Oh, it's a lure.
Oh.
It's a muskrat.
Darn it. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment.
We might still, we might have a moment.
Here, I'll keep looking.
Is that a submerged moose?
It has to be.
It's gotta be. It's just doing the famous submarine technique.
This is a good place to see moose.
It
So we
is.
might luck out, actually.
That would be nice.
If we're out, keep looking.
So Yosemite's program a bit bigger.
Yeah, a bit bigger.
How does Rocky
So in
compare,
comparison, yep.
Yeah.
So so Yosemite is a really strong group program. So a lot of groups come out to serve in the summertime. So they'll serve for a day or two or even a full week, and they have a volunteer campground, specifically a volunteer campground in Yosemite Valley, which not a lot of people know about. And so it allows them to bring in and accommodate a lot of volunteer groups. So they have a really busy group program, and then additionally, they partner with the Yosemite Conservancy and who also has a really neat volunteer program. And all of those volunteers are considered Park Service volunteers as well. And then Nature Bridge, which used to be the Yosemite Institute, they bring kids out on service projects too.
Yeah, I met some people that did Nature Bridge stuff in Golden Gate National Recreation Area, like just north of Golden Gate Bridge. They have a camp out there.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that was a neat program.
It's a really neat program. And then they have a lot of interns. And so again, their group program is massive. And then here at Rocky, it differs in that we have a lot more individuals that serve. So of the 2,700 volunteers, we have we have 700 individual volunteers
Mhm.
who are retirees and interns, and collectively they served over 99,000 hours just last year. And so it's just, so our individual program is massive
Huge.
here. It's huge, you know, and it's just those people that drive, they commute literally an hour and a half one way. We have a volunteer who she lives down in Denver, and she drives up to Bear Lake every Saturday to be up there at 8 a.m.
Wow.
So she leaves her house,
brave-
depending on
that's
the
a brave
weather.
person.
She's up there year round too, every Saturday.
That's dedicated.
Yeah, so we have some really dedicated individuals
Yeah,
that
that's
serve
a
here, and so
tough spot. Too.
we're in so we are really lucky. So a lot of volunteer programs in the Park Service, probably wish that they had the situation that we have here.
Yeah.
And I take zero credit for it. It's the program that I inherited,
Well,
and just the neighbors that love us.
Yeah.
And give
Yeah,
back.
I think working at different parks, that's one thing about Rocky that does sort of stand out to me, is that we do have these gateway communities and metro community that's so close.
Yeah.
It's, I worked at Yellowstone for a while, I worked in Denali for a while, and there's just not,
No, it's remote.
hardly anybody lives around there, or even if they do, it's a long drive to get into the park and get anywhere. Whereas here, we have so many people.
Yeah.
That I think that's great.
Yeah, we're in a really unique situation, just being a Western park, like a big Western park, and having neighboring
Yeah.
communities that are just right there with amenities. Coming from Yosemite to get to the nearest big grocery store was, the Pioneer Market in Mariposa, California. That wasn't really that big. That was, a 45-minute drive down the canyon.
Yep.
And so when I moved here, and it's like,
You have a grocery store?
I have a grocery store that's 6 minutes away.
What? Yeah, exactly. I
I
felt the
couldn't
same
believe it.
way.
Or coffee shops and restaurants,
Yeah.
and so it's a really unique situation for Park Service,
Yeah.
especially the employees who get to work, for the Park Service in this wild place with a ton of wilderness, a ton of wildlife.
Yeah.
And then we also have, we can go out for Thai food if we want to
Yeah,
that
exactly.
evening.
Multiple Thai places.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I think, a lot of our listeners probably live in larger communities than 6,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you're a Park Service person, a 6,000 person town is whoa, this is
Metropolis.
huge. Yeah, if you do the big Western Park thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Denali is like 2.5 hours one way for groceries. It's just or Yellowstone. I don't even remember where we'd go. A long way.
Yeah, a long drive.
Yeah, so here you can even be at the airport.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
I feel like that has to have a major positive influence for the volunteer program for sure.
Yeah, it does.
I think also one of the reasons I want to talk to you is just to let our listeners know how key volunteers are for Rocky and for the entire Park Service. I just don't think we could do it.
No.
Otherwise, it's just not possible.
No, I agree.
We've had to rely on it more and more over time, too, I think.
Yes, we have. Yeah, so we say that our volunteers kind of augment the work of the staff. There's a lot of visitors who come here to the park and have no interaction with a paid staff person, but will see a volunteer or two or three even. And so their only interaction with a staff member is that of a volunteer. And so it helps, park staff, paid and unpaid. It furthers our reach. It helps get the word out to help educate folks because not all of the 4.5 million visitors that come to Rocky know all the rules of the park, and so it's important. For not only the visitors but also the resource of the park to have those volunteers out there providing visitor information, collecting data for us that we wouldn't otherwise be able to collect. Putting plants in the ground, rehabbing trails. They do a lot of work that we simply don't have the resources to do. Money or staff. Yeah.
I mean, even aside from specific jobs, like you're saying, like trails or vegetation or research projects, it's just like Elk Bugle Corps, who
absolutely.
are out in the meadows, not in the meadows.
Yeah.
You don't go in the meadows in the fall; they're closed, but they're on the periphery. Basically, just letting people know that the meadow's closed, letting them know why.
Yeah.
Keeping them a safe distance from elk. Or we have the same thing at Sheep Lakes. We have volunteers there. Tundra Guardians up on Trail Ridge Road, again doing kind of the same thing because, we just don't have the staff to be out there like
No.
like we would like to be talking to everyone and educating people, because that's, you know, a lot of what it is. We're not out there to
Absolutely.
like scold people. You know, we get that people are in a totally new environment, totally different animals, totally different experiences that they have maybe never had before. That's why they're here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you just don't know certain stuff about different animals and how they behave,
Exactly.
and how dangerous they may or may not be. So that's one of the things that I think is great is being able to have people out there to just do the kind of general rangering of just being able to answer your questions, talk to you, and help make sure you're having the best experience possible.
Exactly. And a lot of what they do too is preventative search and rescue.
Oh, that's true.
Oh my word.
Yeah, preventative search and
yes,
rescue.
at the trailheads especially, you know, they visit with folks, and visitors might not, you know, they might be very well aware and have their whole trip planned out and be like very dialed in to what they need to do to get to the top of certain peaks. Off other times they might not know. And so volunteers out there just talking with them, having conversations about, you know, how much water they might want to take them on a hike up to Flat Top, or how long, what time they should maybe start their trip up Long's Peak. You know, they're helping the paid rangers prevent, you know, potential search and rescues. And so, you know, volunteers here are saving lives. Really, you know, it's hard, you can't quantify that.
Sure.
But it's, you know, they're educating folks and helping them to make some really good decisions when they're out there on the trail.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
I've mentioned it before on a couple other podcasts that we're working on, like a preventative search and rescue, or we call it PSAR. We like acronyms, and the NPS.
Yeah, we do.
Preventative search and rescue, for like longs and just generally at every trailhead.
Yep.
Because like you said, just saying like, hey, do you have water?
Yeah, exactly.
Or do you have a way to treat water? Don't just drink
But
it.
those are some nice looking flip flops. Where are you going?
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I'm going to Sky Pond in these flip flops. It's like, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you really big into barefoot running, or?
Yeah, because you never
Are
know.
you a hobbit?
Yeah.
You know, maybe. Do you stand on nails in the
Yeah.
evening? Because
Yeah.
otherwise,
Yeah.
might not
Might
work
not-
out.
Oh,
Also, there's snow.
Yeah, that's true.
Still.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
That's another big one too. I think is a lot of our volunteers, they just love the park, and so they're out in the park. Like I feel like a lot of times they have more time to be out in the park than we do.
Yeah, they do.
The
That's
staff,
for sure.
and so
That's for sure.
a lot of times they can answer people's questions so well about like, what is this trail like, and they'll tell you exactly. 'Cause
Exactly.
they hiked it like yesterday
Exactly.
or 2 days ago, and
Yeah, they do trail
and they can tell you
reports.
exactly what the snow is like and what to watch out for, which is super valuable.
Yeah, that is. I agree.
Just got a mosquito.
Good work. I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah. So, anything else about the volunteer program that you want to mention or want to make sure people know? I feel like we've hit a lot of the
Yeah,
highlights,
we've hit
group,
a lot. It's-
individual.
Yeah.
It's important how big it is.
Yeah.
Go to our webpage
Yeah.
to find out more.
I feel like we covered a lot of it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, the park is the volunteers are vital to the operations here at
Yes,
Rocky. I
absolutely.
mean, like they are in a lot of national parks, and so we're just really lucky. I feel like I'm really fortunate to have this job and to be able to support the volunteers and support the staff who rely on volunteers to assist them in the different operations. And anyways, it's been a treat.
So to end, or to move towards the end,
Sure.
we'll talk a little bit more about you again and just general life
Yeah,
stuff.
sure.
So as we talked about, you had a certain path going. You're from Wisconsin,
Yep.
born and raised,
Yep.
never left
Right.
until that
yeah.
internship.
Yeah.
Was your family a big outdoors family? Were you
Nope.
outdoor stuff? No, not at all.
We would go camping. You know, every summer we would go to this really cool campground that was like on a bike trail in Wisconsin. It was called the Sparta Elroy Bike Trail Campground. Yes, you know it. It's a great spot.
Yeah.
And anyways, and so it was really fun. So it was once a summer. We'd get together. My mom is from a family of 11 kids.
Whoa.
I know.
Okay.
Yes.
You have a few
And
cousins.
I know.
and-
So I have a few cousins. I have a lot of cousins.
little bit of family.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit of family, and so we'd all get together
Wow.
and camp out for a weekend and ride our bikes through these old tunnels, these old railroad
So it was
tunnels.
all on bike trail?
Yeah, so the campground was right on the bike trail, and so you could, if you know you were.
Oh, I
if
see
you're
what you're
like,
saying. So you
you
could
know,
pull up in your car.
Yeah, if
camp,
you're like
but
7
then,
years old, you could make it to like the
Okay.
first tunnel.
Sure.
And but yeah, so it was really fun, and so that was kind of my experience in the outdoors growing up. We
I
had
was
a
similar.
nice
Like I didn't,
yeah. Yeah.
I would do like a Boy Scout camp out once a year, and that was pretty
Yeah,
much it.
we had a yard with kind of woods, and so we had a little fort, and so we loved to spend time outside. I mean, my parents encouraged us. We spent a lot of time playing outside. I mean, those are some of my favorite memories growing up with my siblings and my cousins, is running around playing out in the yard and going swimming and ice skating. My dad would flood part of our backyard and make an ice rink and snow blow a mountain in our backyard, a mountain, quote unquote, for us kids. Yeah, for us to sled on. And so we spent a lot of time in the outdoors, playing outside, but not really, out hiking trails and that kind of stuff. That I didn't really get to until I was a little bit older in my 20s. But
yeah, I was the same way. I was in my 20s.
Yeah, and in terms of, like family vacations, we would take, our first the first national park that I remember going to was Mount Rushmore.
Oh, okay.
And so living in Wisconsin, we would go, our vacations were like wherever was in a day's drive of Wisconsin, which a day's drive could be like Florida for my dad, who loved to road trip.
Yeah, it's less than 24 hours.
Exactly.
So
I mean, yeah. Or it's like, pretty much. That's right. And so, so that was, my first kind of introduction to the Park Service was going to Mount Rushmore, and we'd go out to
a good
DC.
introduction.
It was a great introduction.
Black
it
Hills
really
are
was.
really
Yeah,
amazing.
the Black Hill. This is Black Hills.
They're a
Gold
bizarre
I
place.
got when I was little.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyways, and so we, so that was our family growing up was doing our annual camping trips and playing outside.
When you did these internships, was there like a moment when you're like, yes, this is it? Or was it just kind of,
no,
this is fun, and you just kind of kept doing?
It was really fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really fun.
Yeah, like
I think
what,
each one
what drew you
was
into
just,
it? Or like, I'm going to keep doing this?
For like to keep doing the internships,
Or just to keep doing park stuff?
Yeah, well, so I loved being outdoors. I loved just the idea of traveling and having a new home every 3 months. It was just a wild adventure. Yes, absolutely. And at that point, I realized that I could live basically anywhere for 3 months. I really could. I could live in a single wide trailer in the middle of the desert with a rattlesnake.
Yeah, there
you go. For 3 months, or had I lived at the Petrified Forest with a giant desert centipede.
Or you
in
said
my back
you did cruise stuff in Alaska,
Yeah,
right?
I did. Yeah. So when I graduated from college, I finished and I had my degree, and I had this really cool experience, and I was just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with it. And when I lived out in Washington, D.C., I had a really good, one of my fellow interns, Jeffy P., who he went off to do all kinds of fun adventures as well, and he worked for a cruise company, and it was like a pocket cruise company, so small cruise
Really
ships
small.
that had between 30 to 60 passengers.
So you could really get up into
you can get up into
all the
those
stuff
inlets
down there in
and stuff.
Southeast
Yeah, it had
Alaska.
just a 7-foot draft, so
Wow.
7 feet of the boat was underwater, so pretty.
Wow.
So we could sneak into some really cool
Yeah.
places. And anyways, and so he told me about that job. I applied for it and got it, and graduated in December, and moved out to Seattle for training with this boat company in February, and worked on the Columbia River in the spring and also in the fall, and that following fall as a guide, as a kayaking guide, as a naturalist on board this boat. And then in the summertime, we spent our time up in Southeast Alaska, ducking into some really cool passengers. We got to go to Kenai Fjords and Admiralty
cool.
Island and Glacier Bay every week.
I never got down to Southeast. I worked in Denali.
Amazing.
And people are like, oh, you go to Southeast Alaska? And I was like, well, it's really far away.
Yeah.
And I work all summer, but I would love to.
Yes.
Because it just looks incredible and totally different. And it's funny, when we were walking over the lake, we realized that, that you, somebody that I worked with in Alaska in Denali, who's like one of my best friends, you worked with in Southeast
I know,
Alaska.
it's a small world. Like,
that we both know him really well. So Eric, if you're out there, Eric Toussaint.
We both know you.
We both know you. And now you're hearing our voices. We won't give away your
Hello.
personal information.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is amazing how small. It's a small world.
It really is. And so I had that experience, and it was wonderful. And that was just a season that I worked for the company, and then I worked for the Southeast Alaska Guidance Association, which is a nonprofit that supported volunteers and interns. It was an AmeriCorps program for the state of Alaska. So I moved back to Alaska the next year, and I lived in Juneau for a few months. And then I spent the summer in Girdwood, Alaska.
Yep.
You know, Girdwood,
Oh, yeah.
which was awesome.
Yep,
You know,
I
that
know
was
Girdwood.
that was a great place to live. And supported 70 AmeriCorps members building trails
Wow.
in the interior of Alaska.
Wow.
Which was really fun.
Very cool.
And so I did that for a season.
Yeah.
And then ended up, and just keeping with my seasonal, you know, spirit and jobs, I ended up lucking out, and I was a relief naturalist for a boat company out of the Virgin Islands. And so I got to be a snorkeling guide on board a small, another pocket cruise ship in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. So I did that for a short stint. It was not bad,
Yeah,
not
sounds
too
tolerable.
shabby to go
Yeah.
from Alaska, to the Virgin Islands. Was pretty
Yeah, it
nice.
must have felt nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
was
feel like
really
after about
great.
my third summer in Alaska, I was kind of like, I sort of miss summer.
Yeah. Oh, it felt really
You
great,
know, like being
actually.
able to swim. Or...
Oh, yeah. I know. I was like, maybe I'm bored. Because I thought for a while, I was like, oh, Alaska's it for me. And then when
Yeah.
I went down, I was only in the Virgin Islands for like 6 weeks, maybe,
Uh-huh.
like 2 months tops.
Made you wonder, like,
And I was like,
hmm.
maybe I'm more of an island gal. So, but I haven't been back to the Virgin Islands.
Yeah,
since.
now you live at
Been to
8,000
Belize a
feet,
couple of
so
times,
who
but
knows?
Yeah, yeah.
Keep
So-
being drawn back to the mountains.
I know. And then in the winter, I'm like, maybe I should move back to the islands again.
I don't know. You're a Wisconsin gal.
I know,
It's
that's
hard.
true. That's true.
It's hard when you grow up with real winters.
I know. I sure do.
Did you like winter when you were
in
growing
Wisconsin?
up? Yeah, or were you just kind of like, it just was?
This was the only option.
Yep, this
You
is
know,
this is
it's
what it is.
It is what
It's
it is.
just interesting meeting
Exactly.
people because I lived in the South growing up, like Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and then we moved from Mississippi to Iowa, and it was Southeast Iowa. So it's still, you know, I mean, it's not Wisconsin length winter, but it's still, you know, it got cold.
And the Rocky Mountain winter is pretty serious.
It is.
It is pretty serious.
Up here
I mean,
in
it's gonna
Estes.
start snowing again in about a month. I just want you to know this, Miles.
Oh
just
yeah.
just reminder.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah, so we have to harness this.
The thing that
good
gets me
weather.
up here is the wind. It's so brutal.
Nobody tells you about it.
Well,
I
or
didn't
they
get the memo.
do, but you just don't even. I remember when I was moving here, a couple people they're like, "Yeah, the wind, you know, is pretty rough." And I was like, "Oh, I've lived in windy places, whatever. I've lived in lots of different mountains."
Yeah.
No, it's
nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty next level here. I've heard East Glacier is worse
Oh,
than here,
okay.
but it's a similar setup. You're just right up against the mountains on the east side, and the wind just blasts.
Oh, my word. Yes.
Because I don't know about you, but like, I would gladly take like a 0 degree calm Wisconsin type of winter day over
Oh,
like
easily.
35
Easily.
and knock you over.
Yeah,
wind.
100-mile-an-hour gusts or 80-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah.
There was one day in my first winter here where because I live in the park, so
Uh-huh.
I have like a 2-minute walk
Uh-huh.
to work, which is
That's pretty
super
nice.
sweet. And so I was walking to work, and it was just one of those days where the temperature was really cold and the wind was really blowing. And I thought, oh my word, I should have driven to work. You know, it's
It was that bad.
Yeah, so I should have driven to work. And I thought, oh my goodness, we have this volunteer group called the Road Hogs, and they are just this super dedicated group of volunteers that do a lot of the roadside work in the park every single Monday, year round.
Wow.
You know, except for on holidays and when the weather's really terrible.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my gosh, it's Monday. I sure hope that they called off the Road Hogs because this is just way too cold to be working. And I get to work and I called the supervisor and I said, you know, hey, just checking, you know, making sure that this group was called off. And he's like, yeah, we definitely called them off, but we still had 3 people that showed up. So they still, like, despite
Dedication.
Absolutely.
Dedicated
yeah,
volunteers.
It was very dedicated. Yeah, they were very dedicated. So anyways, that was kind of a funny, you know, experience with our volunteers and just showing up you know, I mean, it was one of those,
Oh yeah.
like,
you just feel violated the moment you step
yeah.
outside.
Oh gosh, it was
there's
terrible.
nowhere
Like,
to hide.
nose was
Doesn't matter how
frozen.
much. Doesn't matter if you have on goggles, a face
Yeah,
mask. It doesn't.
no.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You're gonna take it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no option.
Or you're just gonna dream of when you can find some shelter.
Exactly.
Of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll end with And this is a hard question, but we've asked it to everyone so
no.
far. So, what does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my word.
Because
That is a really-
you've been here for
Yeah,
5 years now. You
Yeah.
have a family
Yes, I
here.
do.
You have your job. What is
Yeah.
it? You know, from all these other experiences you're talking about, obviously internships and working in parks change the course of your life
Yeah,
very,
for
very
sure.
seriously, as it does to many people. I think that's a story that people are going to hear come up again and again
Yep.
in this podcast. So you had all those experiences, but now you're here. So how does it?
Yeah.
What is it?
Rocky has become our home. You know, it's become my home. I am really, I feel like I'm very fortunate to get to not only work here but also to live here in the park and have this wild place as my backyard. And so this is the place where, you know, my husband and I were engaged. I got engaged here at Lawn Lake, you know, and we started a family here. And it's so, of all of the places that I've been, this is the longest that I've lived anywhere, you know, as I mentioned before. And so I just feel really lucky and really fortunate to be able to call this place my home. So.
And I can tell that you love your job.
I do. Yeah, I like my
said,
job.
It's,
I
like
really
you said,
do.
it's invigorating.
Yeah.
It's uplifting to be able to interact with people who every day are like giving of their time
Absolutely.
for no material benefit, just because
Yes.
they believe in it and they want to give back.
Yeah, it's inspiring. I mean, it really is inspiring.
Yeah.
These people are just awesome, and they love to share, you know, little bits of their life with me. And I get these fun little emails, you know, from volunteers, and I feel like I've made a lot of really fun connections with a lot of them as well. And so, yeah, it's just been a real privilege to have this job in this amazing national park.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Thanks, Miles.
We're glad that you're coordinating our volunteers, and
I'm glad to be here.
And there's always, to me, I feel like you just get a really positive vibe when you're out in the field and see people. So
Yeah, you do, for sure.
thanks for all the work you do to make it happen.
Hey, thanks, Miles. Thanks for all you do.
My pleasure. Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 8th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. When you go there, there will be a blog post for each episode where you can leave us comments. You can also leave us comments on iTunes where you can give us ratings, leave us feedback, all that kind of stuff, and we appreciate it. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
From this spot, visitors often confuse the series of cascades on Haystack Creek directly in front of them for Birdwoman Falls. But Birdwoman Falls is actually the 492-foot drop across the valley between Mount Oberlin on the left and Mount Cannon on the right. Notice the broad U-shaped bowl above the waterfall, and then look down to the valley to the right and notice the same broad U shape. Both features are the results of glaciers. Ice Age glaciers that flowed down the valleys here ground and carved the landscape. The Lake McDonald Valley shows the familiar rounded bottom of a valley that was created by a glacier. Ice up to 3,000 feet thick filled this area as recently as 12,000 years ago. Smaller glaciers tucked high into the mountains ground away and created bowl-like depressions called cirques and hanging valleys like you see immediately above Birdwoman Falls. A hanging valley is created when one of the smaller glaciers meets one of the larger valley glaciers. It can't carve as quickly as its massive cousin, and so creates a smaller hanging valley up on the mountain. Look for these features throughout the park. Often, since they generally end in a cliff, hanging valleys have impressive waterfalls pouring out of them. Birdwoman Falls was once fed by an active glacier in the cirque above, but today there is merely a snowfield to feed the waterfall. In especially dry years, Birdwoman Falls dries up by fall.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been two super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
The shuttle stop here at St. Mary Falls Trailhead provides access to several hiking areas on the east side of the park. Visitors are encouraged to pick up a free copy of the Day Hikes in Glacier newspaper. The maps and trail information inside the paper will help visitors match their interests and abilities to the mini hikes in Glacier National Park. Here, the St. Mary Falls Trail, one of the more popular hikes in the park, is a 2.4-mile round trip which can be extended to 3.6 miles by continuing on to Virginia Falls. The hike offers a short and pleasant stroll down to the valley floor, crossing the stream below the roaring St. Mary Falls. After St. Mary Falls, the forest opens up a bit, and those continuing on to Virginia Falls will be treated with views of Little Chief and Dusty Star Mountains, as well as one of the best waterfalls Glacier has to offer. Please remember, water-related accidents are the #1 cause of fatalities in the park. Use extreme caution near water and remain on the trail. Moss-covered rocks and wet logs can be extremely slippery, and falls into swift, cold streams, rivers, and lakes have been tragic. Never walk, play, or climb on the slippery rocks and logs around this or any other stream in the park. One of the truly significant features of Glacier National Park is the incredible biological diversity found here. In Glacier National Park, more plant species are found than either the cluster of Rocky Mountain National Parks to the north around Banff and Jasper, or in the Yellowstone ecosystem to the south. At Two Dog Flats, where the prairies meet the mountains, two of those major communities overlap, creating an edge effect where many species of wildlife find important food and shelter. Often where the edge of one habitat type overlaps the edge of another, there is an increase in the number and diversity of species present, resulting in associations and combinations of animal communities not generally found together. Here at the Two Dog Flats area, shortgrass prairie species from the east mingle with dry east slope Rocky Mountain forests, creating a rich environment. It's not uncommon to see coyotes and badgers hunting ground squirrels in the meadows while hawks soar overhead seeking voles and mice. Deer hidden in the forest during the day frequent the meadows in the morning and evening hours. Songbirds from the prairies and the forests alike can be heard singing their mating calls and territorial warnings. Predators find a rich source of food in areas like Two Dog Flats because of the abundance of food for prey species to take advantage of. These meadows are also important winter range for elk. Throughout the winter, a small band of several hundred elk can be found grazing in the flats and on the meadows down near St. Mary. These areas are usually blown free of snow by the near-constant winds in the St. Mary Valley, making it an easier wintering ground for them. In the spring, however, the elk move to higher ground and generally spend the summer in the mountains, seen towering in the background. If you're here in the spring or in the fall, expect to see elk in the evenings and the mornings. Two Dog Flats is beautiful any season of the year. Winter is stark and harsh, and few visitors see the park during this quiet time of the year. But in the summer, a profusion of wildflowers carpets the meadows and offer a treat for both botanists and wildlife enthusiasts. Spend a while at Two Dog Flats, and you will see that this meadow is alive with activity.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, I came across the story of a bear nicknamed Growly. Growly was a grizzly bear who lived in Glacier National Park in the 1970s. And when he was young, he lived a normal bear life. His mom taught him how to pick huckleberries and dig up glacier lily bulbs. He swam across his first creek, caught his first animal, and after a couple years, struck out on his own, ready to take on the world. We also know that by age 7, Growly got into some trouble. You see, when you're a bear trying to pack on the pounds before winter, you've got to eat a lot. And if you want to eat, say, 150 calories, you could find and pick 150 huckleberries, or you could eat one Twinkie. Bear management records from 50 years ago are light on the details, so we don't know exactly what Growly did, but we do know he was labeled a, quote, problem bear, a term often used to describe bears who associate people with food. More often than not, problem bears aren't malicious or uniquely ill-tempered. They're smart. They know that they need a lot of calories to survive the winter and happen to live around humans who leave a lot of food lying around. One account stated that Growly wandered through a busy campground searching for food. Another claimed that he followed his nose to an empty cabin, quote, vandalizing it to get food inside. He hadn't hurt anyone, but this habit suggested it was only a matter of time, and park managers decided to remove him. The next time Growly followed his nose, he followed it into a trap. For some bears, this is where the story ends. But for Growly, this was just the beginning. Growly would soon leave Glacier and would go on to change how all of us recreate in bear country and play a part in the creation of bear spray.
So this is what helped save our lives. I'm gonna spray you.
You know, she took 2 steps into the cloud and made a 90-degree turn and ran out of there.
You're listening to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park connects to everything else. And in this episode, we're talking about bear spray. I'm Michael.
I'm Daniel.
For people who might not be familiar, Daniel, what is bear spray?
Bear spray it's basically a self-defense spray, like a pepper spray, a really strong pepper spray that you spray at a bear if you're being charged or attacked.
Right, and it's become a central part of the visitor experience here in Glacier because we have one of the highest densities of grizzly bears anywhere in the lower 48 states.
Yeah, so most people who come to the park, they're picking up bear spray at the airport on their way here or at basically any store around in the whole area.
Gift shop, grocery store, all over.
It's an essential item around here.
And if you see a park ranger out and about, they will have a can with them. And if you go on a hike with one, they'll likely sing its praises, sometimes literally. I went on a hike with a ranger this year who wrote a whole song to let wildlife know we were in the area.
Grizzlies, grizzlies in the way. Get off the trail, because if you charge pepper, you'll get sprayed.
Thanks, Ranger Frank.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was very good.
I love it.
But while bear spray is ubiquitous now, it hasn't been around forever. So in this episode, we're diving into the origins of bear spray and meeting some of the people behind the hottest life-saving accessory in bear country. I think it's this red-roofed building.
My first question for you then, Michael, is what actually is bear spray? What is it made of, and how do they make it?
Right, how do they make this stuff? And that was my first question too, and it turns out we don't have to go far to find the answer because a lot of bear spray is made locally, right outside of Glacier.
Where are we at?
We are at the Counter Assault Bear Spray Factory in Kalispell in the Flathead Valley. Hello, I'm Michael. I'm looking for Randy.
It's me.
Nice to meet you, Randy. Thanks for having us.
Come on in.
Luckily for us, Randy Hunt, head of operations with the brand Counter Assault, invited us for a tour. And you manufacture everything right
Yes.
here in-house?
Yeah, everything. So we bring our pepper oil in from, it's brought from the other side of the United States, actually grown in India, and is brought here, and we mix the pepper oil here into different solvents so that it's
If you're wondering how to use bear spray, you should check out our St. Mary episode from our first season. There will be a link in the show notes for this episode. But with Randy, I got to learn what goes in the can. And the central ingredient, unsurprisingly, is pepper oil. And you said the pepper oil, you get it from the East Coast or other side of the country, and it's grown in India. That's one thing I didn't really grasp, was you're getting it from actual, is it cayenne peppers? Or
they're a heat chili. So if you think of your jalapenos, they've got heat content in them, Scoville heat units. They're about 3,000 to 4,000 Scoville heat units in a jalapeno. Your habaneros run 150 to 350,000. We're running 3.2 million.
They get the oil from peppers or chilies in the genus capsicum, which includes everything from pepperoncinis to cayenne peppers.
So they're like real peppers that go in food.
And because it's all from real peppers, it's a food-grade oil, which on its own would be safe for consumption, technically.
And our pepper oil. So you can use it. It's safe to eat. You could actually fry chicken wings in it or French fries. You probably won't want to eat them because it will clear everything out of you. But yeah.
And this oil is in more than just pepper sprays. It's found in everything from hot sauces to pharmaceuticals, like arthritis cream.
Okay, but that's not all that's in the can. There's something else besides peppers mushed up in there.
Yeah, the pepper oil is actually only 2% of the ingredients because if it was just pepper oil, it would harden in the can and be useless.
When you spray it, if you cook bacon, it will solidify when it cools down and turns white. Well, we got to keep the oil in a liquid form, so we put a solvent in there instead of shooting hard pieces of like bacon grease out of the bear. It keeps it in a liquid form in the air.
So even though pepper oil is only 2% of the ingredients, bear spray is 3 times more potent than pepper spray for humans. And so the ingredients are the pepper oil, a solvent to keep that oil liquid, and a propellant to launch the spray. That's the pepper oil.
Yep.
Oleoresin capsicum, 3.2 MOS, 40 pounds. What would you say it looked like, Daniel?
It looked just like hot sauce.
Yeah.
It looked like hot sauce.
Like a dark, thick hot sauce. It was, it smelled hot too. And so how much of this goes into each bottle of can, like the pepper oil?
These 2 containers, 10 gallons, will make about 1,000.
They were actively filling these cans when we were there. Randy was saying, like, these 2 10-gallon buckets of the pepper oil concoction will make over 1,500 cans of bear spray. So a little bit goes a long way.
Goes a long ways, but it's still not as far as we would like it to go because that's some spendy food grade oil.
I bet.
So,
while there are many brands of bear spray today, Counter Assault holds the distinction of being the first. Opening back in 1986, they helped pioneer this formula of pepper, propellant, and solvent that reputable brands widely use today.
you know, across the board, all the bear sprays are using a really hot pepper oil. All of them are going to work, and the biggest thing is people are safe and the bears are safe. And that's what it's been refined down to, is using a product that's not going to hurt people, it's not going to hurt bears. Keeps everybody safe.
Bear spray's non-lethality, the fact that bears that get sprayed with this will turn around but ultimately be unharmed, is not only a huge selling point, but it helps explain why bear spray exists at all. Ever since Glacier was established in 1910, grizzly bears were on the decline. When the U.S. was founded, there were an estimated 50,000 grizzlies in the lower 48 states, living everywhere from Canada to Mexico, between Iowa and California. But by the mid-1900s, Euro-Americans had all but exterminated them. There were less than 1,000 grizzly bears left in the lower 48, largely isolated within large public lands in the West, like Glacier and Yellowstone, something that's still true today. But while national parks are often seen as safe havens for wildlife, the relationship between Glacier and grizzly bears was fraught in the mid-1900s. Grizzlies, or bears in general, were a huge attraction for park tourism, but not in the way they are now.
Right. This was an era where a very typical part of the visitor experience was to feed the bears, like out of their car, throwing out pieces of bread alongside the road, feeding bears.
Yeah, like this animals as a spectacle approach. The second director of the Park Service, Horace Albright, was actually a huge fan of feeding wildlife in parks. He encouraged the creation of bear feeding platforms in Yellowstone, and Yellowstone even opened a zoo at one point for people to come look at captive animals.
Wow.
So it really was a different relationship than the one we have with wildlife today. And predictably, it had some consequences. Like, encouraging bears to seek out humans when they're hungry seems like a disaster waiting to happen. And it eventually led to tragedy. In 1967, 2 visitors camping in separate areas of the park were killed by grizzly bears who'd come to their campsites in search of food. These shocking deaths later came to be known as Night of the Grizzlies, and were the first grizzly fatalities in Glacier's 50-year history. In response, Glacier completely overhauled all of its bear policies. They closed some campgrounds, outlawed giving food to wildlife, and installed bear-proof trash cans. They also found and killed the bears responsible, and faced a lot of pressure from the public and even some policymakers to kill more. The park superintendent at one point issued a memo. Here, Daniel, can you read it?
Okay. When a grizzly bear appears in any area of visitor use, it will be immediately destroyed by a park ranger. Wow, that is a pretty aggressive stance for a park to take against bears.
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
The park is taking a very aggressive stance to kill bears in order to keep people safe.
Mm-hmm.
But as a species, at this time, they're actually becoming very threatened in the 1960s and 70s.
Right. As Glacier's dealing with these events, grizzlies are identified as an endangered species by the federal government, which demands a broad recovery effort. Scientists started studying how many bears were left, what their habitat needs were, insight that would help them recover and hopefully help our 2 species coexist.
So they need to know more. Park managers are looking for more data about bears in general. But if we zoom in on the story we're looking at here, that is the history of bear spray, you can see this emerging need for a tool that allows people and bears to de-escalate conflicts in a non-lethal way at an individual scale.
Yeah. Which brings us back to Growly, the bear who apparently didn't like grapefruit.
I've told the story that the main thing Growly hated was grapefruit, but he liked oranges fine. He figured out how to slice an orange open. He had really long claws.
After being captured in Glacier National Park in 1976, Growly was sent to Churchill, Manitoba, a town in northern Canada known for its polar bears.
I was a research assistant.
That voice is Janet Ellis.
And I spent 4 months on the bear study with the bears in 1978.
Janet is currently a Montana state senator, but she spent a few months helping zoology grad student Gary Miller conduct a study on bear behavior.
The University of Montana had a bear lab up there, way far from town.
There were 4 bears in this study. 2 grizzlies, Growly and Snarly, and 2 polar bears, nicknamed Magdalene and Gwen. Janet helped take care of them. So what does it look like to take care of a grizzly bear in a lab?
So it was cleaning the area. It was feeding them every day and making sure they had water. The Hudson Bay store was the local grocery store in Churchill. And so we would get meat scraps and vegetable, whatever food that they were willing to give away. And that's what the bears lived on.
Each bear was monitored dawn to dusk. Body temperature, heart rate, posture. Reading through the paper, I really liked these little drawings that showed bear body language. And it turns out Janet drew those.
I did illustrate Gary Miller's master's thesis.
Oh, you drew the bear outlines of their different postures?
Yeah, I did all that stuff.
Oh, those are so cute. Finally, one by one, they'd bring the bears into a 13-foot by 20-foot cell with a drinking well for water and a barred metal door. From outside the cell, an assistant would provoke the bear into charging, approaching the door and stomping if necessary.
Wow. So that's all it took to get them to charge at the gate of the cage.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah, I mean, Janet said that every bear was different. The polar bears were pretty docile, and one of the grizzly bears, Snarly, was actually really easily provoked. She said that he'd charge whenever somebody just approached the door.
So they approached the cage door and the bear could see them and would just charge at the door.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And when a bear charged, they would deploy a deterrent to hopefully stop them in their tracks. They tried different sounds, like a handheld boat horn, a referee whistle. They played a recording of a bear growling. It was actually a recording of Growly, the bear, growling, which might be how he got his name. And they tested a popular item marketed to alert bears to your presence. Bear bells. Here's an excerpt from their research, read for us by a voice actor.
Twice, when small bells were tested on Growly, he slept through the test. The bells were of the type that are sold to hikers in Glacier and Yellowstone national parks to warn bears of their approach. In these tests, the assistant stood at the door of the cell and rang the bells. Growly was not more than 6 meters away and never woke up. The idea that small bells will warn grizzlies before approaching clearly needs reevaluation.
I've definitely heard a lot of bear bells on the trail here in Glacier, but the problem is I don't hear them until the person's like right next to me on the trail. So yeah, they're just not loud enough to really alert a bear.
Yeah, I've heard that, the thing you're bothering the most by wearing bear bells is yourself. And it wasn't just sounds. They tried strobe lights, they waved a giant piece of plywood, and they sprayed bears with chemicals or irritants like onion juice and Windex.
Oh, wow.
And they also deployed a product called Halt, which was a pepper spray developed for postal workers who were getting bitten by a lot of dogs in the 50s.
Wow, they were throwing everything at these bears. But before this, there really weren't that many choices.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little strange now that they'd be trying things like Windex, but there weren't non-lethal deterrents available at the time, so they were just seeing whatever would work.
So after they try all this, what were the results?
Well, sounds like the handheld boat horn worked pretty well, but only if they were extremely loud. And the boat horn also apparently didn't work in low temperatures. The bells and whistles didn't do much. The giant piece of plywood could stop a bear, but the effect didn't last very long. However, HALT, the postal worker pepper spray, worked really well.
Each time it was tested, the bear charged until it was sprayed. The bear then turned and ran to the farthest corner of the cell, where it rubbed its eyes and blinked vigorously. In one case, Snarly went to the water well and washed his face with his paws.
That's the only thing that would stop a charging bear. And that was true with grizzly bears and polar bears. I mean, they couldn't see, even if it was for a couple minutes, and they would just stop and it would freak them out. And so, yes, it was the only thing, because we had, like I mentioned, boat horns and the bells and all kinds of things. So it was a precursor.
Thanks to Growly, Snarly, Magdalene, and Gwen, who endured around 20 tests each, the paper that came out of this study concluded with this line.
The results of HALT dog repellent in the laboratory indicate that effective repellents can be developed.
So the study up in Churchill, it showed that this dog pepper spray works pretty well. I mean, was that it? Did they just then package it up and sell it as bear spray?
There were a few steps in between. So the University of Montana was funding the study Janet was a part of. And with this conclusion that a deterrent could be developed, they started funding a follow-up study.
I'm guessing that at University of Montana, they were using different bears.
Yeah, this second study had a new set of bears, including one problem bear from Glacier that was labeled in the study as a roadside panhandler.
Oh, wow.
And these new bears were sent down to Fort Missoula.
Who led this follow-up study?
So the student that was working on this study was named Carrie Hunt. And it's funny, newspaper articles that you read about Carrie go out of their way to highlight that she is 5'1", 115 pounds. And just like the first study in Churchill, is provoking these 500-pound grizzlies into charging in order to test these deterrents.
So this had the same premise as the first study?
Yeah, very similar. A magazine actually interviewed Carrie about the experience.
Hunt stepped to the barred door of the bear's cell. By stomping her feet, she provoked almost all the bears into charging. More than once, concrete dust flew from the hinges as a huge bear rammed the cell door.
Even though the situation was controlled and there was no way I could get hurt, it was still frightening. The power and aggression of an angry, charging grizzly is overwhelming.
If the bear charged, it received an application of the repellent being tested.
A lot of the things they were testing were very similar to that first study. They did sounds, like in this case, rock music. They did HALT, that same dog spray.
Everything from tear gas to rock music was tested, but only a commercial dog repellent spray had any significant effect. The spray's active ingredient was capsaicin, a derivative of red peppers.
Ironically, the study was actually funded by a competitor to what we now know as bear spray, called Skunker. Guess what Skunker is?
I'm guessing it smelled really bad.
Yeah, it was a synthetic skunk spray. And turned out Skunker didn't work, and it just kind of made the bears sad. But
I'm not surprised.
They didn't leave the area. But HALT, once again, did work. The only problem was that's not how people have bear encounters in the wild.
Sure.
You know, and this tiny can of pepper spray designed for a dog that's biting a postal worker, like, it doesn't shoot far enough. It's not strong enough. And so Carrie highlighted that, you know, this is a really promising thing to follow up on, but it would need some refining. It needs some iterating to turn it into an effective bear deterrent for public use.
So now there's two studies that are both showing that some kind of pepper spray is probably going to work pretty well to stop a charging bear.
Yeah.
But to work in the real world, it needs some modifications.
Right. And this result started to trickle out into like local Montanans that either were connected to the university in some way and found its way to a guy named Bill Pounds. After hearing Carrie's results, he reached out and offered to help refine it. And eventually that collaboration turned into Counter-Assault.
Over the years, it's been refined. It's got different propellants. It's got different concentrations of the pepper. The IGB.
One of the big things that they worked on was the delivery method, you know, how the spray would leave the can.
Yeah, you mentioned the spray. That was one thing I realized I hadn't mentioned, because like some of the earlier brands were
shooting 6 feet in like a pencil-thin stream, like wasp killer.
Right. So that stream, you're not going to hit a bear from 30 feet away in the eyes, especially when you're in a panic yourself. I mean, I don't care who you are. You're going to be in a panic when a bear is charging that shit. They wanted that shotgun pattern, as it's called, a fog pattern.
Okay, so this is part of the process we saw. They're taking a canister full of the ingredients and they're putting like a spray nozzle on the top of it that shoots the bear spray out into a fog or a cone.
Yeah, exactly. And through testing and conversations with bear biologists, they refined that fog into a spray that would last 7 seconds and shoot 30 feet.
That fog is going to get in the sinuses, it's going to get in the eyes, they're going to inhale, it's going to get in all the mucous membranes, the lungs. That's what changes their senses, and they just stop. It's a shock to their system like it is ours. So you don't have that.
There were some obstacles along the way before bear spray was widely adopted. There were fraudsters making weak knockoffs, and some serious misunderstandings, like thinking you used it like bug spray, or that it was a spice rub you could buy at the grocery store.
When I first heard about bear pepper spray, I rushed right down to Albertsons to see if that store stocked it. But alas, though I looked among the spices, the cooking oils, and even in the meat department, I found no bear pepper spray.
That was from a newspaper article back in 1999. So it took a lot of education and messaging to get people to understand and carry bear spray. But what really got people on board was its track record. It was working.
He and his family were in the sights of 3 bears recently, managed to get away.
This is a newscast from Larry King where he's interviewing a guy who had to use bear spray here in Glacier.
Sounds like Jack was lucky. What happened, Jack? What happened to you and the bears?
Well, Saturday night, Larry, just Saturday night, my wife and I went to Grinnell Glacier in Glacier National Park. We lived here 20-something years. It's a favorite place to hike.
So the story is about this group hiking the Grinnell Glacier Trail when a bear started following them. And after following them for a little while, started running at them.
I waited to get about 30 feet and unloaded one blast. He kept coming. My wife stayed about 10 feet right in my face. I just went bam, right in his face and ran away again.
Bear spray stopped it in its tracks.
So this is what helped save our lives.
A lot of stories like this come up when you Google bear spray, including this line.
Thanks to God, a friend, and pepper spray, I'm still here.
That quote comes from a bear attack survivor who would go on to found his own bear spray company called UDAP, which is based in Butte, Montana. Testimonials like these have slowly won people over, and even folks who doubted a pepper spray could work as well as a firearm.
Like I said, I was retired military. I'm a gun guy. It's fine. But these guys are like, well, I need my gun. Okay, well, you're still trying to hit something if it's a charge that you've got a kill zone that's, maybe grapefruit sized that you have to try to get a bullet through. Well, you may not be able to do that. And I don't care. I carry weapons, but I carry bear spray when I go in the woods.
And because of this effective track record, the Glacier suggests all visitors to the park carry bear spray. Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks recommends all hunters carry it too. So how many cans do you put out from here in a year or a month,
Now, in 2021, we did 375,000 cans of bear spray. And it's just education. That's what's helped. Back in the day, a few years ago, I was talking with Pride here. He says, I remember when we did 30,000 cans in a year. I said, I'm doing that in a month. So that's how much it's picked up from those first days back in the 80s and where the word has gotten out.
Even still, bear spray is no substitute for common sense. Being safe in bear country involves storing food properly, making noise on trail, hiking in groups, not just grabbing a can of bear spray and calling it a day.
Yeah, I've actually heard some bear experts talk about the downside of bear spray is that people think they just strap it on their back and then they're safe, and that it actually discourages the kind of awareness and mindfulness of bear safety that you need to have in mind.
You don't want to get complacent.
No, you can't just put it in the bottom of your backpack and think it's going to help with a bear attack. I mean, you can't put on your seatbelt and then drive off a cliff.
Right. And it is also worth pointing out, I've carried bear spray on all the hikes I've done here in the last 10 years. I've never had to use it. Have you?
No. My whole life I've been in bear country and I've never used bear spray.
Right. I mean, I've taken it out a few times, but I've never had to spray it. The only times I've actually been around it going off was when people set it off on accident. The adoption of bear spray coincides with a shift in our relationship with bears. A shift from managing bears to managing people. That change, which we're all a part of, makes a huge difference for our wildlife. Compared to the 1960s, there are a lot more bears and humans in Glacier. Around 100 more grizzlies and literally millions more annual visitors. But that hasn't led to an equivalent rise in bear-human conflicts, or problem bears like Growly needing to be removed. Thanks to these tools that help us coexist, more bears get to live out their normal bear lives, even as more and more people like you and me come to visit.
I think I just have one question left for you, Michael.
Yeah?
Whatever happened to Growly?
Growly, you could say, was actually the first life that bear spray saved. Here's Janet Ellis again, talking about the end of that first study in Churchill.
They were shutting down the bear lab after we left. And so we had 2 grizzly bears. The polar bears were released back into the wild, but the grizzly bears were going to be destroyed.
It's not easy to release a food-conditioned bear back into the wild, so it's standard practice in cases like this for the bear to be euthanized. But after taking care of Growly for months, Janet had taken a liking to him.
We could play tug-of-war with him where his forearms were gigantic and so couldn't fit through the bars really very far, just a little bit. But he put his hand out of the cage and you could grab his claws and he'd pull and you'd give up because he was going to win. And then
she fed Growly, gave him water, got him exercise. Apparently, he really liked playing with these giant tires they had lying around.
Just pounce on him and he could pick them up in his mouth and shake them like a rag. I mean, he was so strong.
So when it seemed like Growly was going to be euthanized, she started writing letters to friends and family.
Well, I wrote various relatives to see if they had any ideas. And it was my dad, it was an attorney in Columbus, Ohio, that talked. There was a city councilman, I think, that was in his law firm. And then he knew somebody else who was head of Parks and Recreation. And they knew Jack Hanna. You know, it was that sort of thing.
Through her dad's network, Janet reached Jack Hanna, the director of the Columbus Zoo, and coincidentally, the guy you heard Larry King interviewing earlier, because years later, he used bear spray on the Grinnell Glacier Trail. Anyway, they asked Jack, if we can raise enough money to feed Growly for a year, would you take him? And he said yes.
So they raised enough money, I know, for him to be fed for a year and then also to pay for the transport down.
The only problem was Janet had to take him there herself. Growly wouldn't fit on a plane, and there wasn't even a road out of Churchill.
So you have to get on a train. We had a big culvert trap. Have you seen? Well, you know it.
Yeah, the giant metal cylinders.
But this was for polar bears, so it was really big. And then we rented a 3/4 ton pickup and drove from there.
After a 30-hour train ride, Janet loaded Growly's culvert trap, this big metal cylinder, into the bed of a pickup truck and drove another 25 hours to the Columbus Zoo. Apparently, Growly was pretty cooperative.
He was in a culvert trap in the back. I could see him when I was driving. He was looking forward, and, that's where the grate was, so he could watch. And he hadn't been outside in 2 years at least. So he was really interested in what was going on. But he didn't really rock the truck.
Like anyone on a road trip, Growly needed food and water along the way. Janet could slip him food through the grate, but she had to get help with water.
But when you stopped at a gas station, you did need to water him. When I had to water my bear, in the pickup to explain why you needed a hose at a gas station. That's the thing that's most entertaining. But
ultimately, Crowley was a great road trip companion, and the drive went off without a hitch. So after a few days of travel, Crowley was introduced to his new home at the zoo.
They had trees and, boulders, and he wanted a day bed. He just rearranged the whole thing, and they had to put wire around the trees so he wouldn't destroy them. Yeah, he had his own opinion on redecorating his new home.
I grew up in Columbus and spent a lot of time as a kid at the Columbus Zoo. So there's a real chance Growly was the first bear I ever met. And I might have run into Janet there too.
My son, he's 28 now, but he remembers Growly because we would go to every time we went to Columbus, we would go to the Columbus Zoo.
Grizzly bears are formidable neighbors, not to be taken lightly. And in the 20th century, their future was uncertain. Some Americans argued they should be destroyed entirely, that our two species could not coexist. But tools like bear spray have proven that wrong. Today, we have access to an easy and effective tool to diffuse bear encounters that doesn't harm the bear. And while no deterrent is a guarantee, Growly showed us that bear spray works. Seeing him at the zoo, I didn't know about the cabins he vandalized, or the summer he spent in Canada enduring boat horns, onion juice, and pepper spray. I doubt anyone there, other than Janet, knew the whole story. But I did know that it was special to see a grizzly bear. And thanks, in part, to Growly, you don't have to go to a zoo to do that.
That's our show. Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Randy Hunt and everyone at Counter Assault, Janet Ellis, Carrie Hunt, and Chuck Bartlebaugh for discussing this project with us, as well as Growly, Snarly, and all the other bears who contributed to the creation of bear spray. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out and damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined. Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. Then the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030.
Headwaters is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
My parents met working at a camera store, so we always had a lot of camera gear around the house. But when I was 13, my parents gave me my very first DSLR with a big chunky frame and a zoom lens. I had a tiny point-and-shoot camera before that, but I was convinced something that could fit in my pocket would not be enough camera for our family vacation to Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado. The Rockies were unlike anything I'd ever seen growing up in the Midwest. And armed with my new camera, I took pictures of everything. The view from every scenic pullout, every wildflower, photogenic cloud, or notably large pine cone. But one picture from that trip that stands out in my memory is a photo I took of a moose. The first moose I'd ever seen, neck deep in a lake, holding its massive antlers above the water as it swam from one side to the other. It was gone within a few minutes, and my photo, looking back on it, wasn't all that impressive. But I think about that moose often as one of the first experiences I had with a wild animal, at least one bigger than a squirrel. It kickstarted a fascination I still have with the natural world and an appreciation of the power that photography has to capture moments like this. Wild animals in the wild. It's no wonder that cameras are one of the most common accessories you see around Glacier today. They are the lens, pun intended, through which many of us see and remember national parks. But cameras are also increasingly being used by scientists to study the same animals us visitors feel lucky to see, especially remote cameras, which trigger when they sense movement. These camera traps, as they're called, can reveal glimpses into a side of Glacier that we can never see. How wildlife behave when there are no people around.
We are in the car.
Where are we going?
We're driving up the road out of East Glacier that heads towards Two Medicine, looking for a camera.
And what's the camera looking for?
The camera is looking for moose. Largest member of the deer family, very charismatic, big noses.
I feel like charismatic is debatable.
I love moose.
I think a lot of people love moose, and a lot of people think moose are one of the uglier creatures.
What? How could you think moose are ugly?
I'm not saying I think that, but I've heard people say that.
Gangly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Weird
ugly?
little dewlap thing, dangling.
It's charming.
Some say charming.
You're listening to Headwaters, a show about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. I'm Michael. In this episode, we're zooming in on two different animals, one big and one small, one you may have seen and one you may have never heard of. They'll help us understand the increasing use of cameras in the field of wildlife biology and reveal that even if you leave no trace, you have a bigger impact on the natural world than you might think.
We're turning just before the Tumed entrance. Going off the pavement.
Perry and I went out for a day to check on a wildlife camera with Landon McGee.
So my name's Landon McGee. I'm a master's student at the University of Montana in their wildlife biology program. I'm an enrolled member of the Blackfeet tribe.
We were joined by one of Landon's technicians, Ethan Rowe. The two of them are working for Blackfeet Nation Fish and Wildlife, leading a moose study on the Blackfeet Reservation and the eastern portion of Glacier National Park.
You know, they love kind of wet areas. People call them swamp donkeys, just because they kind of similar body structure, and they like to hang out in the swamps and wade through the ponds and eat kind of some aquatic vegetation. You can find them along stream bottoms, creek bottoms, river bottoms.
And Landon, who has been placing cameras all over the place this year, was nice enough to take me and Perry to the easiest to reach camera in his whole study.
Start walking.
Yeah, so we're just going to head about 50 yards into this big aspen stand here. So.
Great.
Sweet.
We'll follow your lead.
I mean, this looks like moose habitat.
Yeah.
Now, I find moose to be really interesting and not even slightly ugly. As the second largest mammals in North America, they're really strong. Bull moose's iconic antlers can grow up to 5 feet across, and they use those antlers to fight over female moose. Which is a great excuse to remind folks to stay 25 yards away from moose and other non-predator wildlife in the park.
Like any other animal, give them their distance, just let them do what they need to. It's, the added stress of people trying to get up close just puts more stress on them that they don't really need.
But at the same time, moose are seen as gentle giants. We see them as being so friendly that they usually have Canadian accents in movies. Like the Disney movie, Brother Bear.
Look, I am sorry.
If I was driving, this never would have happened, eh?
Just stop
You never
it.
let me drive, you never let me do nothing.
Oh, trample off, eh? I said I was sorry. Let it go.
I can't believe you totaled a mammoth, eh?
And maybe this blend of strength and friendliness can help explain why moose are so popular. We ran a People's Choice Awards contest on Glacier's Instagram a few years ago, and moose were voted the most popular animal in the park, beating mountain goats and grizzly bears. But despite all their charisma and their massive size, we don't actually know much of anything about how they're doing as a species around Glacier.
We really didn't know what their status of the moose population was on the reservation, and then the park hasn't done any kind of moose study, I think somewhere close to 60 years. So they really didn't know anything about their moose population currently either, and so Blackfeet had listed it kind of as a species of interest. And yeah, that I guess snowballed into this project.
I checked. There haven't been any moose studies in the park in 60 years. But Landon's changing that. His study is measuring the moose population on the Blackfeet Reservation and much of the east side of Glacier. And to do that, he placed cameras like the one we're at today throughout his study area. And all of the cameras were placed at random.
Sitting down and trying to pick, 100 camera locations of where, would be good spots, it would be very time consuming and hard to do. And of course, it introduces a lot of bias. And so having this truly random sampling allows you to get into places you thought you'd never go your whole life. I know there's been a few that I've been to, both summers so far. And so
we're visiting this easy-to-reach camera to make sure it's still working. Landon's technician, Ethan, walked us through the checkup.
So when we're arming the camera, we like to put it waist high. So it would just sit somewhere right here. Better view down there.
On a moose.
Yeah. So right now we're doing a revisit. So we're just checking up on the camera. Just if the camera was still functional, if we changed the memory card at all, and if we did, the idea of it.
The downside of randomly distributing your cameras, though, is that while some are 50 yards off the road and easy to hike to while holding a microphone, others require miles of bushwhacking through areas with no trails. Honestly, it sounds a little heinous, but that hasn't deterred Ethan.
Hikes are a big plus of it, you know.
Are you sure?
So I really enjoy the hike sometimes, even though I like to complain along the way. I think when I'm done with it, I really tell Landon really appreciate it out here.
With these randomly placed cameras set far enough apart to avoid double counting the same moose during a certain time frame, Landon can run all the data through a computer model to estimate how many moose live here. And the data isn't just a bunch of ones and zeros. It's pictures, which for Landon has been fun to look through, but a lot of work. With, dozens of cameras out at a time, like how many pictures do you capture over the course of a summer?
Last year we did 100 cameras, and I think with all those we had just a little over 2 million photos.
2 million?
Yeah. Thinking about that, these cameras are set to both motion detection, so anything that walks by, grass blowing, anything will set it off. But it also takes a picture every 15 minutes, part of a time-lapse function on the camera. So it has both those modes going the entire summer. So
2 million. How do you go through that?
A lot of time bent over at a computer.
Blowing grass, waving branch, blowing grass. Moose? He had some research assistants to help sort through these images, and some companies are even marketing AI tools that promise to speed up the process. But despite manually sifting through 2 million photos, Landon was excited about the results.
I guess looking through the cameras last year, there was a lot more sightings than I had anticipated. We were a little worried that we weren't going to get a whole lot of moose detections just because of how, just having these cameras in the middle of nowhere, and what are the chances of a moose, walking by my camera in such a large area.
Landon emphasized that one of the things he loves about these photos is you get to see how moose behave when there's no one around to watch.
One of the cooler photos or videos we had on the video cameras we had out last year was a moose calf nursing, and you could hear like this sucking noise of the calf just going to town.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool. It's probably the best video I have.
This is the audio from that clip. To paint the picture, the calf is mostly hidden by thimbleberry bushes as it reaches up to its mom. An adult female moose can easily be 6 feet tall and weigh 1,000 pounds, while a newborn calf weighs as much as a small dog, like a corgi.
And just getting, that first-hand view into, what their life looks like when nobody's out here. There's probably been some areas where they've never seen a human or big gray block strapped to a tree, and so seeing what they do and how they interact with that's been pretty cool.
I guess just as a baseline, like why use cameras as a tool in the first place instead of like going out in the field and sitting around all day?
Well, a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to do can be accomplished with more invasive techniques like collaring, capturing, chemical mobilization, helicopter. All that's just really invasive, kind of stresses the animal out a lot and also costs a lot of money.
As with so many things, the biggest factor is cost. There are a lot of species deserving of study and relatively little money to go around. So you have to have a good reason to get a wildlife study funded. For Landon's, it's the fact that moose hunting funds a lot of conservation work on the Blackfeet Reservation. Blackfeet Nation Fish and Game, along with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, issue a small amount of moose tags every year. Permits to hunt a moose on tribal, state, or federal land, but to be clear, not in Glacier National Park.
They do an auction system, and so they bid on the tag, and I think the starting bid for moose is like $14,000, and we usually get it up to like $30,000-$35,000 for a moose tag.
Yeah.
So, that's a huge source of revenue for the department.
By better understanding the number of moose on the Blackfeet Reservation, Fish and Game can issue an appropriate number of tags without fear of harming moose populations as a whole. And on top of that, we'll also get insight into the moose in Glacier, which speaks to one of the appealing traits of camera traps. They're pretty cheap. High-quality cameras are getting less expensive every year, and the only expense beyond that is the time it takes to install and remove them. Landon, Ethan, and their small team can realistically study a huge area.
Moose don't know political boundaries. So, you're going to have moose that are going back and forth, and whether you're going to get them on the reservation during your time sampling is going to be difficult to predict. And so having cameras in the park kind of allows you to understand that transboundary movement.
Landon's work stands to help Glacier and the Blackfeet Nation manage moose. But his study is still underway, so there's no population estimate for him to report just yet.
People always tell me that, how many moose are out there?
Let me get back to you in a couple of years.
Give me 2 years, I'll let you know.
We'll have to stay tuned to see what Landon learns down the road. But you don't have to wait to see the results of a camera study. You just have to look to another animal.
So they have these very specialized adaptations for living in the deep powdery snow environment. I don't know. I mean, they're cats. Cats are kind of weird.
This is Alyssa Anderson. Starting in 2019 as a grad student at the University of Montana, Alyssa led a camera trap study of a mammal in Glacier that is far more elusive than moose, the Canada lynx. Have you ever seen a lynx in person?
I have only seen a lynx associated with a live trap for research, so I consider that to be cheating. I did work for one winter trapping for research. You walk up to the trap, and they just I had one lynx that literally, I think it was singing death metal to me.
It's rare to see any wild cat in Glacier. This summer, after 10 years of working and living here, I finally saw my first mountain lion. And they're 4 times bigger than lynx are.
It's funny, and then you get all these tourists who go to Glacier for one day and send you these videos, and they're like, hey, is this a lynx? I'm like, oh my God, I've hiked that trail 10 million times. You have no idea how lucky you are.
But while I'd guess few park visitors have even heard of Canada lynx, they're a really fascinating animal, and they're perfectly suited to live in Glacier.
They are a specialized cat species that has evolved to live in what we call the boreal forest, so mostly across Canada, Alaska, and then the boreal forest does reach down a little bit into the lower 48. Part of their specialization is that they specialize in eating snowshoe hare. It's the vast majority of their diet.
Lynx and their favorite food, the snowshoe hare, both have huge feet relative to their body weight, which allows them to run on top of deep snow. I found a great example of this in a 1976 documentary called Day of the Lynx. In the clip, filmed in the winter, you see a coyote sneaking up on a snowshoe hare.
A coyote has been diligently following the trail of a snowshoe hare. It flushes, running in the direction of the big lynx.
Then you see the lynx. Tall tufts of black hair on their pointed ears, comically large feet, poised and waiting.
It can run atop the snow, unlike the coyote, who breaks through the crust and travels slower. The coyote stays doggedly on the trail, but he's too late. The lynx has made the kill.
Glacier has seen less and less snow over the years since the park was established. The park gets 30 fewer days each year of freezing temperatures compared to 1980. The equivalent of a month that used to be freezing cold that now isn't. So for lynx, this cold-adapted animal, climate change is a huge concern, big enough that they were listed under the Endangered Species Act. Their threatened status encourages groups like our very own Glacier National Park Conservancy to fund lynx research, like Alyssa's.
The main facet is what we call an occupancy survey. So where are we detecting them? What kind of areas are occupied by lynx?
Landon is studying moose by counting them, since he's doing a population estimate. In contrast, Alyssa's study wasn't designed to count lynx, but to figure out where they live and where they don't. And she focused her cameras on park trails.
Like a lot of carnivores have been found to use human trails. You have a higher probability of detecting by putting cameras on trails.
They can get anywhere much faster on trail.
Yeah, and so having cameras on trail means that you can put cameras out without using any kind of bait or lure, and still have, decent probability of detecting carnivore species or these more rare elusive species.
Landon's randomly placed cameras make sense for his population estimate. and works well in part because moose are 6 feet tall. Lynx, on the other hand, are just 2 feet tall and would disappear in a lot of Glacier's brush. Focusing on trails is a great way to spot lynx. It works great for Alyssa's occupancy study and helps her avoid most of the bushwhacking that Landon has to do. But she still used a lot of cameras.
So we used 305 cameras for the lynx occupancy study, 4 cameras per cell across the whole park, basically.
And searching through these images, it wasn't just lynx she got pictures of.
I think my favorite was porcupine. I think we got, 13 porcupine.
Wow.
Which is the same number that we got bobcat. We got hardly any bobcat, and more porcupine than I expected.
Porcupines are another poorly understood animal in Glacier. Ever since the 80s, they've been an increasingly rare sight, and nobody's really sure why. Data from Alyssa's lynx-focused work could contribute to separate research on porcupines or other species in the park.
So we also have this big trove of data on every other species of wildlife that happens to use trails in Glacier, which is a really cool and powerful part of cameras, I think.
But of course, she also saw a lot of lynx. In total, they captured 404 images of lynx, and the cats showed up on 25% of the cameras she put out throughout the park. Many images were simply lynx walking by, but others were more unique.
But we did get one set of photos of a lynx walking by with 3 little kittens running around in front of her with their little tails sticking up and just looking cute. So that was cool. We got one photo of what looks like to be a juvenile snowshoe hare of the year running in front of the camera being chased by a lynx, which was super crazy. Really lucky.
Oh, and I'm sure they run out of frames. You never know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know who, but they were very close, like within 2 feet of each other. So I have a feeling that young one didn't make it.
And this study in Glacier adds to a larger body of research in northwest Montana. The audio of a lynx vocalizing that we shared earlier came from a monitoring project looking for rare carnivores in the Swan Valley south of Glacier. It was shared with us by the Southwest Crown Collaborative and Swan Valley Connections. Knowing where lynx live now allows us to notice when and how they're impacted by climate change and other stressors. And that'll help the park manage for their success. And these photos have also been exciting for park visitors and employees because they're a window into the hidden lives of our wildlife.
We got a handful of wolverine, I think maybe 12 or something, and that's always fun. You never see so many of these animals, or very rarely, and it's just a really cool way to just, see what all is around you and using the same trails that you're using. It's sort of funny. There were a couple times when you'd just going through the photos, blah, 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 and organizing and be like a grizzly bear. Or even once, I think, a lynx, within minutes of a human.
Really?
On the exact same spot. You're like, wow, I wonder how that worked out. Yeah.
The Day of the Lynx, during what we call the Day of the Lynx.
But Alyssa's research also revealed another, more surprising conclusion.
Yeah, so basically more or less half of the east side of the park stayed closed to the public in 2020.
Because of the timing of Alyssa's study, 2019 through 2021, her work overlapped with the arrival of COVID-19. And because of the pandemic in the summer of 2020, half of Alyssa's study area was closed to the public. As a precaution to limit the spread of COVID, the Blackfeet Reservation shut down, and the park, who shares a boundary with the reservation, closed its eastern entrances to support that precaution. Areas west of the Continental Divide remained open, but eastern entrances like St. Mary, Many Glacier, and Two Medicine were closed. This posed a roadblock for Alyssa's research, but there was an agreement that allowed for limited administrative use, so long as nobody stopped on the reservation, even for gas. And Alyssa's research made the cut.
So we were very fortunate and grateful to be able to continue our work on the east side during the summer of 2020, and it did provide a really unique opportunity, sort of more of an experimental design.
It was a perfect setup for an experiment she never could have arranged otherwise. 1 year of data with wildlife and people, and 1 year with wildlife and no people.
We had cameras out in the same exact location during the same time period, different years, but June 15th till August 15th or whatever in 2020, and also in a year when the park was open to the public and there were thousands of people and hundreds of people every single day walking in front of those locations. So we were able to compare wildlife activity and presence and detection in those two different scenarios.
Right away, comparing the open and closed years revealed a pattern.
For the most part, most of the findings were that when there's fewer people around, the animals were being detected more frequently or at more different places. I think some of the ones that were strongest were elk and coyote.
Coyotes were seen way more often when there weren't people around.
Coyote kind of surprised me, honestly, because, they're kind of a generalist species and they can, get used to stuff. And
I mean, you see pictures in some communities where they're like riding the subway.
Yeah, right.
So you'd think they'd be more kind of comfortable.
Yeah, that kind of surprised me that they had such a strong negative reaction to increased human use.
That same trend was observed in a lot of animals, including lynx, moose, bighorn sheep, and black bears. Although it wasn't true of every species. Foxes were the opposite. The probability of detecting a red fox was higher in the summer with people on trail.
So, one theory could be we found more foxes because we were finding fewer coyotes, and coyotes are dominant over foxes. And so that's, an explanation. I think that's super interesting.
This is something I feel like I and a lot of folks have an anecdotal understanding of. It feels like deer like to be around people, whereas you're encouraged to make noise on trail so you won't run into a bear, as bears generally don't want to be around us. But when that personal experience becomes a statistically significant research conclusion, it made me reconsider the impact I have on this place. It's tempting for me to imagine if you're following all the principles of leave no trace, hiking up to Avalanche Lake, like you're not disturbing anything. The park is kind of behaving as it would be if you weren't there. And your paper seems to imply that that's not true.
Even if you don't hit an animal with your car, or you're not hunting an animal, or you're not throwing rocks at an animal, or your dog's not chasing an animal, simply by existing on the landscape and walking on trails, we do have an influence on wildlife activity patterns and space use simply just by being there.
This hits at the core of the Park Service's mission, to preserve and protect the natural world here while also providing for the enjoyment of visitors. Two goals that seem to be in tension with one another, a dual mandate at odds with itself.
So it's a really interesting conundrum. I think you were saying sort of the dual mandate of the park, right? I'm certainly not going to advocate for closing the park forever to people. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it is kind of interesting to imply that that's necessarily bad. I don't want to say that that's necessarily bad, like humans have existed on this landscape with all of these animals, forever. It's interesting, and it's something that I think, now we certainly need to think about and consider a little bit more carefully, because we have millions of people hiking down some of these trails, over the course of just a 3-month period.
I've talked for years with visitors and colleagues about this tension in the NPS mission, but I'd always pictured it applying to large-scale management decisions, like wanting to build a new parking lot. It felt like something I could avoid on a personal level by doing the right thing, which, in hindsight, feels a little naive. I like working here because I felt like my work can have a positive impact. But Alyssa's study left me wondering if the best thing I could do for lynx and moose is leave. But at the same time, the reason I care about wildlife is because of experiences I've had in nature. Experiences in national parks, like that mediocre photo I took of the first moose I'd ever seen. And it's unlikely so many people from around the world would care about this remote corner of northwest Montana if they'd never been here, if they'd never had the chance to connect with it on a personal level, to go hiking in the mountains, to see wildlife in the wild, forming memories that'll last a lifetime. Finally, the only way for Glacier to responsibly manage animals like moose and lynx is to understand them, which takes research. Sending passionate, curious people out into the park to learn more.
Yeah, that was my first camera I did by myself, I guess it's just the bird leaving the nest.
People like Ethan, the wildlife tech working with Landon on the moose study. After 2 summers with Landon, Ethan is pursuing a degree in wildlife biology this fall at the University of Montana.
I always wanted to be out here and doing this type of work, and I think that's a big motivation for me is that, not a lot of people are out here, and that, as me and him just trying to make a new step into history.
Moose pioneers.
I mean, I guess it's the idea of, do we only care about species for the viewing enjoyment of the public, or do we care about them for their intrinsic value on the landscape and also for their important ecological roles? And if you care about that, then you care about every species.
Alyssa's research suggests that even treading lightly, we will have an impact on the natural world here. It's unavoidable. But if we can accept that, it encourages us to think about the kind of impact we would like to have.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park and is supported by the Glacier National Park Conservancy. We could not make this show without them. You can learn more about what they do at glacier.org. Headwaters is made possible with help from Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slottick, and so many people throughout the Glacier community, especially the natural and cultural resource teams. We're grateful for all of you. Our music this season is by the brilliant Frank Waln. The show's cover art is by our sweet friend Stella Nall. Check out Frank and Stella's work at the links in our show notes. Special thanks this episode to Landon McGee, Ethan Rowe, Alyssa Anderson, Mark Beal, John Waller, and Swan Valley Connections and the Southwest Crown Collaborative for sharing their amazing lynx growls. Besides sharing this episode with a friend who might appreciate it, you can help us out by leaving us a rating and review in your podcast app. Thanks for listening.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
It's a cold October morning on Yellowstone Lake. Heavy frost covers the dock and the last few boats in the marina, while fresh snow blankets the Absaroka Mountains in the distance. Yellowstone National Park Fisheries Supervisor Todd Kuhl starts up a cold aluminum boat and scrapes frost off the windshield.
Cold? Yeah. We'll let it warm up a little bit, huh?
We're headed out to join fisheries crews working on the lake. Along the way, Todd is thinking about the history of the native Yellowstone cutthroat trout.
Really, the park, and especially Yellowstone Lake, lies right at the core of the distribution, the range-wide distribution of the Yellowstone cutthroat trout subspecies.
Yellowstone Lake is huge, roughly twice the area of Washington, D.C. It is the largest high-altitude lake in North America, and it is thought to have held the single biggest population of Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the world.
Estimates were in the range of about 4 million or so catchable cutthroat trout in Yellowstone Lake. I mean, that's a lot of cutthroat in a system.
This was back in the early 1990s. And in those days, people used to say that there were so many fish you could walk on their backs across the Yellowstone River when they spawned. Tourists and anglers gathered by the thousands just to see the fish moving up spawning streams. One year, over 300,000 people visited Lahardy Rapids and Fishing Bridge to watch the brightly colored cutthroat trout.
Fishing Bridge got its name because there used to be so many people fishing from it. When I worked there in 1969, you had to roll your windows up as you drove across there to keep from getting a lure in your ear.
That's Bob Gresswell, research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey in Bozeman, Montana. Bob has studied Yellowstone cutthroat trout in the park for over 40 years.
Well, there would be thousands of cutthroat trout at the mouth of Yellowstone Lake that could be observed during the peak of the migration.
Lots of fish everywhere. But then, in just one decade, everything changed. By 2005, cutthroat had practically disappeared from Yellowstone Lake. Biologists estimated that the Yellowstone cutthroat trout population plummeted from over 3 million fish to less than 300,000. Some big new factor had to be causing the decline. Again, Todd Kuhl.
I mean, for probably 10 to 15 years, we really saw very little recruitment of small cutthroat trout. Why? Because they were getting eaten by the lake trout. That's why.
And here was this big problem. Lake trout had invaded Yellowstone Lake. A native of the Great Lakes in Canada, lake trout had been introduced to some large bodies of water in the western U.S. as a sport fish early in the last century. But not Yellowstone Lake. Yellowstone Lake was a high mountain stronghold of the cutthroat until...
The first lake trout was first verified in 1994. We know some were probably introduced in the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s.
It was theorized that anglers had illegally dumped the lake trout into the lake, but the theory couldn't be verified. No matter how they got there, Kuhl says that the invasive lake trout were uniquely suited to have a huge impact on the native cutthroat.
Lake trout do great harm to cutthroat trout. Lake trout are predatory fish, first and foremost, essentially just big predatory fish-eating machines. They grow large, live 30, 40 or more years, grow 30, 40 or more pounds. They are highly prolific in the numbers of eggs that they can produce. And so they've got a lot of built-in mechanisms that give them sort of an advantage in Yellowstone Lake over and above the native cutthroat trout.
And the problem didn't stop with the drop in cutthroat. Over 40 species in the park depended on the native Yellowstone cutthroat for food, and they suddenly had far fewer cutthroat to eat. Before the lake trout showed up, enough bears fed on cutthroat in the streams around the lake that the park enforced bear closures to protect bears and visitors. But by 2005, very few bears were even seen in the closure areas. In the early 1990s, over 100 osprey nested around the lake. By 2000, there were roughly 6. And this highlights one of the biggest problems with invasive species. In any ecosystem, an invasive species can quickly upset the natural balance and affect many other species. As the cutthroat declined, the lake trout population exploded. And the new lake trout, they were just no replacement for the cutthroat. Behaving quite differently, they preferred deep water. They also didn't leave the lake to reproduce in the tributary streams, all of which made them inaccessible as a food source. It was an ecosystem at risk. Todd Kuhl drives the workboat out of the Bridge Bay Marina headed towards the southeast arm of the lake, over 15 miles away.
So we're lucky that most of the boats are in the same general region of the lake today, so hopefully we won't have to travel too far and wide to see gill netting boats operating today out there. And then
the Park Service started controlling the lake trout population soon after they were found in 1994. Taking a page from commercial fishermen, fisheries staff deployed gill netting boats to catch the invasive fish, an effort that still continues today. Currently, the park has somewhere between 30 and 40 miles of nets set in the lake to catch lake trout every day during the fishing season. Buoys mark the locations the nets are set, and then workboats haul the nets full of lake trout up. As the net comes in, the crews pick the fish from the net. They note their size, weight, and sex, and then they slit them open and dump them back in the lake. And here is the next big challenge with invasive species. Once installed, it often takes a ton of work to control them. They can also be nearly impossible to eradicate. In 2016, more than 350,000 lake trout were caught in the gill nets, the highest catch yet in a single year. And this is the main effort to save the cutthroat. The effort to catch the invading lake trout until their population crashes. But because of the massive amount of work that effort takes, biologists are also looking at new ways to knock down the lake trout population. In the fall, lake trout group up in large numbers, sometimes thousands of fish, to lay their eggs at specific locations, making both the lake trout and their eggs vulnerable. To find these sites, scientists have implanted radiotelemetry tags in some lake trout. And by tracking the fish, they've identified over a dozen lake trout spawning areas in Yellowstone Lake.
And then we're doing research on methods to kill the lake trout eggs on these spawning sites.
To stop the lake trout at the start, one experimental technique involved shocking the eggs with electricity. Another attempted sucking the eggs up with a small suction mining dredge. But by far the most promising new method is surprisingly simple. Fisheries technician Mike Simientowski stands on the deck of a gill netting boat with a large lake trout in his hands.
Got all the lake trout that we just caught in the last couple gangs of net. And so right now we're over one of our dumping sites, and we're taking the lake trout and putting them through this fish grinder here, so that way we know that all the pieces of the fish are sinking all the way down to the bottom.
Grinding is used over some sites, while on others whole dead lake trout are being dumped. Laboratory tests show that the decomposing fish carcasses kill the eggs by eating all the oxygen in the water. Oxygen that the eggs need to survive. Again, Todd Kuhl.
And so we're moving forward pretty quickly with that method because it's so simple, because we're not taking anything foreign from the lake and bringing it in, like some kind of a chemical or something like that. We're just simply taking the dead fish that we're catching and putting them strategically on spawning areas.
And these big efforts to keep the ecosystem healthy, they seem to be paying off. Fewer small young lake trout and fewer big old lake trout are being caught in the nets.
And so that's telling us, even though our catches are still high each year, that's a strong signal that our suppression program is collapsing this population.
And as a result, the cutthroat are making a comeback.
For every lake trout we kill each summer, we're probably saving 40 to 50 or more cutthroat trout just in every given year.
More cutthroat of various sizes are being found in annual population monitoring. Anglers are catching more cutthroat. Visitors are returning to watch the cutthroat spawn in the late spring. Nesting osprey numbers are growing around Yellowstone Lake. And finally, bears are coming back to the spawning streams. Cool has even seen this firsthand.
I was on that spawning stream trying to collect a water sample in June with some of my crew, and that grizzly bear showed up. That was his stream, and those are his fish. And then watching him, get after the cutthroat trout and bring them up on the bank and chow them down, that's pretty amazing to see. And then, on top of that, the hundreds of people that were gathered to watch that as well, and that occurred for well over a month.
All encouraging signs. For the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve our natural resources unimpaired for future generations, the effort to repair the damage done by invasive lake trout is worth it. Yellowstone is one of the few remaining relatively intact ecosystems left in North America, and restoring the Yellowstone cutthroat, it helps it stay that way. For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
in harsh conditions.
In harsh conditions,
on a volcano,
yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow,
or both.
Or both. Yeah, for many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well, Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving to hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to call to get this fixed?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What?
Whoa.
Wow. So what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the park?
I did. My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So, like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringer.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure.
But like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, so unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest, and we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on. And then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening. for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until about, usually it's Memorial Day weekend is what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money, so in the summertime we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects, we'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for the, when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like It was an old dirt road. What, your crews did that? Like, how much time and effort did you guys
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock.
Just about,
is my memory.
Just about. We were,
we
started.
For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere, because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, we started on and, talking with Cam and everything. It's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here is just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
That's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
So like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos, because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit, is get our stuff done, and then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into. And go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there? Like
somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yes. Yeah. So, with the challenges, like, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, reason to leave. But with challenges, like even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
It goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, here, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that? Like,
if you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, for that, because that's not just us either. The whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
We had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of people talk about, how they feel like, the mission of the National Park Service and, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. How do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
We get a few.
I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and.
Yep, and it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything, because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of interdevelopment for us.
And so is there like a formal training, or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously, you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we were laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it, and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our, for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour.
Oof.
And we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass, because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow, break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy to
wild.
see. Yeah. And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind and
widens everything out with
do you have a mechanic with you?
We run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas, and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah. So I've had amazing. When my first year here, I came after winter, and it was the spring plowing, and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
it's like in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow, and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths, And it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago, back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side, and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there, and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever, and then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe, I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there, which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier, and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when it's open when we're done.
Yep.
You guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird.
Sure.
It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year.
Sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I've come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before, and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah. And I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation, and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah. Like RVs are bigger.
And then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal size pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that, yeah. Whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff.
So. Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do. Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Located at a prominent bend on the Going to the Sun Road, the Sai Bend shuttle stop marks the transition point between higher elevation subalpine vegetation and the forests of the east side. Mount Sai towers over the area with Going to the Sun Mountain to the right and Cataract and Piegan Mountains to the left. Two popular day hikes depart from this location, Piegan Pass and Sai Pass. A portion of the trail over Piegan Pass to Mini Glacier is visible from the road. This long, 12.8-mile but rewarding hike passes through many ecological communities and has fantastic panoramic views, including spectacular mountain summits, Piegan Glacier, and Morning Eagle Falls. The 10.3-mile Sai Pass Trail climbs through wildflower-carpeted Preston Park to the rugged saddle of Sai Pass, with views across the St. Mary Valley as well as peaks south along the Continental Divide. The descent into the valley of Bering Creek begins with views of Sexton Glacier and winds through grassy slopes and stands of Douglas fir. The trail ends at Sunriff Gorge and another shuttle stop. While hard to appreciate while standing next to the Going to the Sun Road today, this area presented a real challenge to the builders of the road. A massive amount of material was required to bridge the gulch between Piegan and Going to the Sun Mountains and support the road. Far beneath the fill, a 10-foot by 10-foot culvert accented by masonry work and a 16-foot headwall channels Sai Creek under the road. This series of waterfalls delights early season visitors to the park as they drive right by, and for westbound travelers, sometimes right through its spray. More than one savvy driver has driven just a tad closer to the cliff edge by this spot, surprising passengers in the back seat with a hefty dose of clear, cold mountain water as it splashes through the open windows. By August, the gushing torrent dries up to a mere trickle and looks more like a weeping wall than the impressive cascades seen when the road first opens in early summer. Most people don't realize that this entire series of waterfalls is a remnant of the construction of the Going to the Sun Road. As engineers carved through the rock here, they created a cliff which water from springs and melting snows above pour over and onto the road surface below. Special drains were designed into the road to allow the bulk of water to pass below the pavement, but on days of especially heavy flow, a small stream of water covers both lanes of traffic for a short distance. The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton,
Hey, Jake.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, we're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well, make
It's on my list, though.
Make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh, it's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80
Yeah.
publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire.
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many, many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
they're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time. Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really awesome.
That is, everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical, but Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't, how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here. So.
Yeah. So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the typical thing.
unusual.
Yeah. But it can happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is. Waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from
I did. I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park and operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now
Yes.
that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah, so being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
Yeah,
well,
that's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and
do
also
you count all the different translations as separate things,
Sure,
or not?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time,
Gotcha.
from October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of, and then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say it's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer,
Yeah.
things like that. And then
Detail-oriented.
Exactly,
Yeah.
detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products in design, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
yeah, which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I've picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on like with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far. Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using and baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Because like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about a
Right.
park. Like you get to learn about
all the
not
different
only all these
perspectives.
different subjects and information, but also the different
Mhm.
perspectives. Like
Yeah.
the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus
Mhm.
the interpretation side of it. So
Yeah.
I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
Hmm. I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing. You know, you kind of have
Right.
to know a little bit about everything.
And
so
what-
I think it helps
yeah.
to be curious.
It definitely
too.
helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love
Right.
it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
And yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's that's a good niche for
Find
you.
your niche, yeah.
Yeah, like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah, you're like, all right.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
job
You're in the right
security.
job.
So, how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You know, you don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, you know, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say like almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like, I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out, and I was just kind of like, oh, like,
I had the same moment. Like when I
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool. That,
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose, is I've had so many over the years. But I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months. And I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So not that there's anything wrong with it. I just, for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they, what's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally, these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media. So you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them. But I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production
Specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert. You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs, like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think, like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want, that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed you to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
It is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
well, yeah, not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could
Right.
replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success.
Yeah.
And it seems like the things you just mentioned were
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with on a high note. Like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about going out to Cantitionos the first time that kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here, I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time. So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp, the next morning get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are, and so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all.
Oh
It
my
was
gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen. And he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp and I packed up all my stuff and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Hello, you rockin' Rockieites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder, above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of bugle time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist, don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means, and spends much of her time studying Rockies elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and And we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abeles.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M.
Hannum with an M.
Not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right. I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist, what's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're
Mhm.
going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and
Mhm.
how do those things connect. A great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners,
Mhm.
academic, et cetera, to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to
Yeah.
use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging
Oh, I
because we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a
Great.
national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
Yeah, so could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great
and
point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and
Uh-huh.
it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage.
Mhm.
And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like,
Mhm.
you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is,
Mhm.
but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu.
Uh-huh.
And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years are a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural.
Mhm.
And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture, or are we managing for a process?
Mm.
So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy,
Mhm.
even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes
Mhm.
that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame than
Right.
just right now for our one visit or our one experience
Yeah.
at that place?
That's a great way to put it. We
Um,
want to manage for pictures or process. That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about,
Yeah.
because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than
Mhm.
it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan.
Uh-huh.
Elk at the turn of the last century were completely extirpated from the park.
Right.
There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So Extirpated means locally extinct. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah. So, so we had a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right?
Right.
At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
somewhere in there.
And around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
wolves and grizzly
bears, which again, our listeners might not know were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are a whole different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate people on.
We can clarify.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Weren't here.
We'll clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So what was here at that time? We had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably,
bison.
Or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent. So you had a complete system, right? You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And we are just a part of that system.
Right. And there had been hunting, of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized all of the hoof stock here basically to feed folks far away, which is an unnatural thing in itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And that's actually where the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And that's where this all came from, is that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
Okay.
In the 2 years before the park was created, actually.
Okay,
so in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century, is we hunted many, many things to local extinction in many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
The ones
we like
wanted.
hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth and claws. And when I say we, I mean human beings.
Sure.
As a culture, not the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk. What was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
So that happens. What happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky
in the park.
because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain
We're going to remove
amount.
some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
Right.
however many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly
Okay.
not ideal
Sure,
either,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because we'd like to make our
But that's
decisions
interesting that
based
even
on
at that time,
information.
it's interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative
Right.
impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and
Mhm.
they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is
Mhm.
this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health
Right.
and range condition for
Mhm.
livestock.
Mhm.
These are hoofed animals, they're ruminants,
Mhm.
they consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of
Sure.
that feed out there in
Mhm.
order to
So when did
have
that
these things
culling
function.
stop?
So
Or was it
that's
just kind of scattershot?
fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they
Sure.
did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service,
Right.
we entered this period of what we called natural regulation.
Mhm.
And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So
right?
we just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll
Right.
take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If
Mhm.
we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother
Mhm.
Nature's going to do what
Mhm.
Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and
Mhm.
that kind of idea that let's just leave it
Hands
alone,
off.
hands off, it'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've
So that was the
caused
idea.
enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that
Sure.
comment. There's also issues with it in
Mhm.
practice.
Mhm.
And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway,
Mhm.
I've dismantled it, I've done bizarre things to the engine, I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life.
Uh-huh.
Well, you need the tools, right? You need
Yeah.
the parts, you need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which
Mhm.
is a critical tool in a system, when you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right?
Mhm.
If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park,
Mhm.
you don't have habitat connectivity. It's
Mhm.
harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had.
Mhm.
So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape.
Uh-huh.
So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park.
In Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system,
Mhm.
repairing it,
Mhm.
packing every little hole in their dam with mud.
Yep.
What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland,
Right.
a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system
Mhm.
on this river.
Yeah.
And when you take that keystone species away, so you
Yeah.
took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And what
Right.
we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like just in Moraine Park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about like when I was working up in Alaska and Denali and tons of beaver, I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking. Just the amount of, like you said. Hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, just from the shape of the stream to, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails, and so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought, even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or Moraine Park in specific, however we want to do it, to help kind of paint the picture for people.
So, with this concurrent decline in beaver, you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population, a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system, not an elk roaming around without a GPS collar on it necessarily. So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And so it looked like a feedlot out there.
Population numbers, do we know at that
time?
At
different points, there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, the fur trade, and then after just there, a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house, not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too, as wildlife ecologists, to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk, and the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland, and you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out there, and that's what triggered.
So between the human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out, and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain, and so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to weeds in the first place.
Exactly. They just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear.
Right.
So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess. Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly.
Sure.
Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do those work?
We estimate the population every winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay. How is the ground-based, and then how do those two work? What's the process that you go through to do that?
So initially what had been happening is multiple times a winter we would conduct just aerial survey.
Okay, so you would go out in a helicopter?
In a helicopter,
okay.
Yep.
And count, would you do like a grid type
right,
system?
You're going to fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals. And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls, spikes. When we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf, or how many calves per cow, that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate, right? How quickly is this population doubling, tripling, et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like. Or are they declining? In which case we should be concerned, because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate how well they get to know them, like you're saying. Yeah.
you'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how
Uh-huh.
they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey
Mhm.
methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
You know, that certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot
Mm.
cheaper to survey
Mhm.
from the ground.
Mhm. So how do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes,
Uh-huh.
and we survey those every morning
Mhm.
for 3 days, the second week of every month.
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
Nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park.
Mhm.
And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer based.
Mhm.
So they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Another
Um,
volunteer
yeah.
thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about. We tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do, and that you could do
Yeah.
if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to
Yeah.
produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if
Mm.
not for the effort of our
Yeah.
volunteers. And it's just been incredible.
Yeah.
I think it's a great citizen science
Oh,
based
yeah.
project
Yeah.
that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced
Yeah.
modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals.
Yeah.
These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our
Mhm.
management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that.
Mhm.
So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring
Mhm.
and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back?
Mm.
And how is it responding to our management actions? We
Mm.
talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so
Good opportunity.
they are certainly were controversial at one point.
Uh-huh.
And I can understand why. It's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas
Mhm.
and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our model showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow, and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as
Mhm,
well.
mhm. So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures,
Mhm.
and that's because unlike, well, I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large
Moose.
Yeah, elk and moose, to keep them out, but to allow space. Depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But it's
Right.
basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Makes sense.
so every year we collect data on that to
Uh-huh.
make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working,
Mhm.
which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project, but they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is that really working,
Uh-huh.
what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, yeah, with the aspen fences, it's working really well. We're
Mhm.
getting great recruitment,
Mhm.
meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Mhm.
Willow,
And you can see that
Oh,
for
yeah.
yourself. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, when you if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the
Right,
difference in a
right.
lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of
Yep.
these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed, but it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think if you go up above Horseshoe Park and
Uh-huh.
look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states of were in different states of decay and
Uh-huh.
decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
Mm-hmm. So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over
Yep.
Moraine Park, just meandering side streams,
Right.
wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down
Yeah.
into one channel.
Yep, and
Yep.
so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river
Yeah.
needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation
Mhm.
that was created, over 100 years
Yeah.
of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's
Mhm.
that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years.
Mhm.
What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive.
Mhm.
And we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd
Mhm.
like to see.
Mhm.
So excluding browse through fencing is one tool.
Uh-huh.
But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly.
Mm.
And so those are some things we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Is
that's
really
challenging.
how do we get beaver back in these sites
Yeah.
to do the engineering that we need them to do.
Yeah.
And that's
That's
kind of a
TBD?
hot topic at the moment. Yeah.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't
Right.
realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try
Imagine
and do
that.
that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool
Mhm.
streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are,
Mhm.
I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exposures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there.
Huh.
I'm like, yeah, because the plants are
Yeah.
growing and it's shading the stream.
Right.
Um,
Oh, that's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by
Uh-huh.
the exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane.
Ah.
And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond,
Mhm.
and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and
Right.
it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain.
Uh-huh.
And we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's
Sure.
it's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like you said,
Humans
it took,
did a job.
it took a long time to get it where it is.